The apocalypse didn't just cook the world, it absolutely bullied humanity. Cities fell, monsters took over, every day became a speedrun to an ugly death. Then there's Junhan. While everyone else was risking their lives outside, bro got locked inside his own apartment. Sounds like the worst spawn imaginable, until you realize his apartment isn't a prison. It's the only place in the apocalypse where the rules actually listen. Inside his territory, Junhan is basically the admin. He decides who gets in, who stays, who gets quests, who gets rewarded, and anything that enters without permission. Bro deletes it like it never existed. Meanwhile, the rest of humanity is fighting over crumbs just to survive. Junhan's busy expanding the safest territory on Earth, turning one apartment building into humanity's last sanctuary. Back to early arc, 3 days into the apocalypse. While the city continued falling apart outside, our protagonist Junhan was sitting in his apartment eating chips and drinking soda. Looking around casually, he muttered that things were still more or less normal. But the peaceful atmosphere didn't last long. Junhan suddenly realized he was completely alone. He was the only person living in the 100-square-meter apartment. His parents and grandparents were all outside somewhere. The apartment itself had been purchased through a massive family investment, and the reason Junhan lived there alone was because someone needed to stay in the property long enough for the family to qualify for a tax refund. Unfortunately, the apocalypse arrived before the paperwork finished its job. While checking his phone, he noticed the internet connection had become unstable. He sighed and tried again, but before he could focus on it, a growling sound suddenly echoed through the room. Looking toward the window, he spotted a giant winged monster flying outside. A second later, the creature changed direction and headed straight toward his balcony. The thing was nightmare fuel. Huge fangs, multiple long tongues, and enough ugly packed into one body to make anybody reconsider opening the curtains ever again. Junhan immediately screamed. The monster roared back. Junhan somehow screamed even louder. Just as the creature attempted to enter his apartment, a system window suddenly appeared. Unauthorized individual attempting entry. Reclusion passive registration level 1. Entry denied. Junhan froze. The monster was practically on top of him, yet it couldn't get inside. Clutching his chest, he finally realized what had just saved his life. It wasn't luck, it was his ability. Unfortunately, that realization came with another problem. He immediately ran toward the front door and tried to leave. Nothing. He tried again. Still nothing. 3 days into the apocalypse, Junhan discovered that the same ability protecting him was also trapping him. He was literally locked inside his own apartment. As evening arrived, he sat on the floor in silence while the system repeatedly informed him that a recluse could not leave home. Junhan cursed under his breath and rubbed his forehead. At the moment, there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Then another problem hit him. Food. The refrigerator had already been without power since the previous day. Most of his prepared meals wouldn't last much longer, and after checking everything he had left, the situation looked pretty grim. A few instant noodle packs weren't exactly a long-term survival strategy. Then suddenly, a strange notification appeared. The system informed him that he had successfully killed a level 23 Kalkan and received an enormous amount of experience. His skill level increased instantly. Junhan just stared at the screen. Then he rushed toward the window and looked outside. The giant monster that had been trying to break into his apartment earlier had been captured and killed by even more terrifying creatures. Somehow, because that monster had targeted his apartment, the system counted the kill as his. Junhan could only grit his teeth in disbelief. The world was ending, monsters were fighting each other outside, and this man had somehow secured a level 23 kill without leaving his living room. Then another notification appeared. He had acquired a new skill. A nearby reward satisfied the required conditions. Reward calculation in progress. A moment later, Junhan's eyes widened when an even louder commotion erupted outside. The monsters beneath his window suddenly started roaring and scrambling over the Calican's corpse like shoppers spotting a Black Friday sale. Junhan had absolutely no idea what was going on. Before he could figure it out, the system announced that the reward calculation had been completed, and over 200,000 credits had been deposited into the recluse wallet. Junhan just stared at the screen. At this point, the system was casually throwing around numbers while he was still trying to process the fact that he had apparently killed a level 23 monster without leaving his apartment. Then a beam of light suddenly appeared from the ceiling behind him. Junhan jumped and spun around, only to freeze again when he noticed something unbelievable. The electricity was back. The system informed him that his seclusion had reached level 3 and unlocked passive convenience storage level 1. To maintain the recluse's convenience, half of the house's functions had now been restored. The wallet had also reached its current maximum level. For the first time since the apocalypse began, genuine hope appeared on Junhan's face. He immediately sprinted to the refrigerator and threw the door open. Then he rushed to check the water, then the stove, then everything else. A few moments later, he was practically running around the apartment celebrating because actual functioning appliances had suddenly become the greatest luxury on Earth. While the rest of humanity was fighting monsters, this man was emotionally reconnecting with electricity. Excited, he quickly grabbed his phone and checked the internet. Unstable connection. His smile vanished instantly. Junhan grabbed his head in frustration. Of course, the apocalypse was generous enough to return electricity but still refused to give him decent Wi-Fi. While sulking, his attention suddenly shifted toward a flash drive lying nearby. Curious, he plugged it into his laptop. Old photographs appeared on the screen. Pictures of himself as a child, pictures with his mother, family gatherings, birthdays, memories from a happier life before monsters decided to speedrun civilization. The more he looked, the heavier his heart became. After a long silence, Junhan finally clenched his fists. His family was still out there somewhere. No matter what happened, he had to bring them back here. That single thought reignited his determination. Then another notification appeared. The system announced that a level 1 shop had been added to his recluse skill. Junhan blinked. A shop? The system displayed his wallet balance and asked whether he wanted to register his first item. Opening the interface, he quickly realized the shop was directly connected to the recluse wallet. All the money he had just received could apparently be used inside the system. Naturally, his next idea was simple. Leave the apartment. He walked to the door. The system immediately reminded him that a recluse could not leave home. Junhan sighed. Still trapped, at least one thing had become clear. Killing monsters increased his level. Higher levels unlocked new abilities. And maybe, eventually, one of those abilities would let him leave. The only problem was a tiny little detail. How exactly was he supposed to kill monsters while being permanently locked inside an apartment? Then his eyes landed on a group of goblins wandering below the building. Junhan slowly stopped moving. The goblins continued walking. Junhan kept staring. An idea formed. A very stupid idea, but an idea nonetheless. A few minutes later, he grabbed a bottle of water and tossed it out the window. Watching it fly outside, his eyes lit up. Perfect. He couldn't leave the apartment, but things from the apartment could leave. Immediately, he grabbed a dumbbell. Meanwhile, several goblins were wandering down the street, chatting loudly among themselves, completely unaware that an unemployed apartment prisoner was preparing a long-range assassination attempt from several floors above. Junhan leaned over the balcony and shouted for them to wait. The goblins obviously did not wait, so he launched the dumbbell with everything he had. Miraculously, it worked. The weight smashed directly into one goblin. Blood splattered. The surrounding goblins froze. Junhan froze. Everybody involved needed a second to process what had just happened. Then Junhan slowly looked at the only remaining dumbbell in his apartment. That was when reality hit him. He had exactly one dumbbell left. He wasn't about to start throwing televisions and computers out the window like some apocalypse-themed home renovation project. Before he could think of another plan, one of the goblins suddenly screamed. Several others immediately turned around. Then one of them pointed directly toward Junhan's window. Junhan's heart nearly stopped. The goblins started shouting to each other. Then they all began sprinting straight toward his building. And just like that, Junhan's brilliant hunting strategy transformed into a brand new problem charging at him at full speed. After calming down a little, Junhan realized something important. From this height, he actually had a decent chance of hitting targets below. That immediately brought his attention back to the system shop. Opening the interface, he selected the option to add an item. The system asked if he wanted to register the dumbbell he was holding. Junhan pressed yes without hesitation. Instantly, the item was recorded as a classic non-slip 3 kg dumbbell, and the price appeared beside it. To his surprise, it cost exactly what he had originally paid online before the apocalypse. That was when he figured it out. The system wasn't making up random prices. It was using the original world value of the items. Junhan's eyes lit up. If that was true, then he could simply buy more dumbbells. A bright flash appeared, and several brand new dumbbells materialized right at his feet. It worked. At that moment, goblins everywhere should have started feeling nervous because this apartment had just become a fully licensed dumbbell artillery platform. Without wasting time, Junhan grabbed the weapons and resumed bombardment. One dumbbell crashed into a goblin's head. Blood splashed. The system immediately announced that he had killed a level 7 goblin, gained experience, and earned additional credits for his recluse wallet. Junhan almost laughed from excitement. The strategy was actually working. Meanwhile, the remaining goblins stared at their fallen companion. Then another dumbbell came flying toward them. Suddenly, the monsters realized these mysterious metal objects were not gifts from heaven. They scattered immediately. Junhan cursed in frustration. The goblins had finally discovered the revolutionary concept of dodging. Fortunately, money solves many problems. The system informed him that 3 more sets of dumbbells had been purchased. New ammunition appeared instantly. Junhan continued raining dumbbells from above, turning the street into a monster hunting range. Goblins dropped one after another while experience points and credits continued piling up. Every kill pushed his skill level higher. Soon another reward appeared. Level 1 warehouse. A storage space connected to an alternate dimension. Junhan immediately opened it. The moment he grabbed the dumbbells, the system asked if he wanted to transfer them into storage. Yes. The dumbbells vanished. Then he selected summon. The dumbbells instantly reappeared in his hands. Junhan stared at them for a moment before grinning. This was absurdly useful. Now he could store and retrieve items whenever he wanted, which led to a very dangerous realization. His ammunition problem no longer existed. Blue light began shining throughout the apartment as Junhan repeatedly opened the warehouse and summoned more dumbbells. One after another, they flew from the balcony like guided missiles powered entirely by stubbornness and poor decision-making. Goblins screamed, ran, and died. The system continued rewarding him with experience, money, and new levels. As his earnings grew, he started expanding the shop inventory. More items became available. Food, water, rice, eggs, milk, seaweed, olive oil, butter, ketchup, instant noodles, and various daily necessities were added to the store. The inventory kept growing while his wallet balance climbed into the millions. For the first time since the apocalypse started, Junhan had a stable source of supplies, but eventually the hunting slowed down. After getting pelted by enough flying dumbbells to rewrite goblin history, the surviving monsters abandoned the area. Junhan realized he had only managed to kill a couple more after that. The streets had become quiet, which was a problem. No monsters meant no experience. No experience meant no leveling. And no leveling meant he remained trapped inside his apartment. Looking outside, he noticed the giant skeleton of the Calacan lying in the distance. That creature clearly wasn't unique. If one existed, there had to be others. Junhan leaned against the balcony and sighed. If another one just happened to fly by, things would be perfect. Then he froze. Something was moving in the distance. A massive silhouette. A gigantic mouth, enormous wings, another Calacan. Junhan stared for a second before muttering that apparently the universe had heard him and immediately chosen violence. The giant monster approached the area, looking every bit as horrifying as the previous one. But this time Junhan already had a plan. He rushed inside, grabbed a portable ladder, tied a mirror to it using ropes, and carefully extended it from the balcony. As the Calacan approached, sunlight reflected from the mirror. A brilliant flash exploded across the creature's eyes. The monster immediately let out a furious roar. Its flight became unstable. The giant beast started falling. Still screaming, still thrashing. Watching the monster lose control, Junhan couldn't help smiling. For a guy trapped inside an apartment, he was becoming surprisingly good at bullying things several times his size. Suddenly, the Calacan changed direction and came straight at his window again, and Junhan immediately realized that if this kept up, everything was about to go sideways. If he could kill this thing, he'd jump to the next level for sure. But before he could even settle on a plan, Calacan tried to attack him. A strong wind blasted into the room, forcing him to cover his face with his hands while he shouted in panic. When he tried to look again, the monster had already vanished from sight, and then he heard a loud crack. The creature had dug its claws into the building and was climbing from the outside, leaving Junhan frozen in disbelief as the same Calacan stretched its long tongue toward his face and shoved its sharp beak toward the apartment window. The system reported that an unregistered entity was trying to get in, and Junhan could only stare in anticipation while hoping the glass would hold. But then he realized he had to act fast. He opened the store and started thinking through the rules he had already learned. Rewards only appeared when a corpse was nearby. If the enemies dragged the bodies away, the kill didn't count. In other words, if the distance got too far, he'd get nothing. He couldn't let that happen. Then he remembered one more thing. Maybe there was a way to kill this monster in one shot? He spotted a 900 ml bottle of oil on the item list and immediately realized that might be the answer. He bought 10 bottles, confirmed the purchase, and watched as bottle after bottle appeared beneath his feet. Junhan grabbed them all, rushed to the stove, placed a pan on it, and poured the oil inside. Then he grabbed a shelf, wrapped a rag around it with tape, dipped it into the boiling oil, and headed back to the store to register it as an item. The system asked if he wanted to add it, and he confidently said yes. The boiling oil was added to the store, and then he ran to the lighter, grabbed it, and set the rag on fire. In the next moment, the thing was burning inside his apartment. Junhan moved toward the window, determined to burn the enemy to death. He paused for a second, then shouted a summoning call for boiling oil. Right then, the system appeared above the monster and poured the boiling oil straight onto it. The Calacan roared in agony as Junhan added fire to the attack, and the monster immediately started blazing. Junhan grinned when he saw it working and watched the thing burn and fall. A moment later, it hit the ground still screaming, then finally went silent. The system reported that he had killed a level 27 Calacan, gained a huge amount of experience, increased his skill level, and acquired a new skill. The reward conditions were met, and the calculation began. Then the payout finished, and the system credited 9,347,487 into his recluse wallet. Junhan stared at the number in disbelief and asked if he really just got 9 million for that. Before he could even finish processing it, the system reported that the conditions had been met and the house territory was expanding. Junhan shouted in confusion as the ground suddenly shook beneath his feet like an earthquake had just been triggered inside the apartment. He didn't understand what was happening, and then then he looked around and froze completely. The house had changed. More people were now there because of the new feature. He was stunned, coughing violently as he realized there was someone else inside his home. In another apartment, a family of 4 was sitting around a table playing board games. Junhan clutched his head in confusion, unable to understand what he was seeing. Then the system identified them. Jo Hai-jin, a husband around 40 years old, his wife Hee-won also around 40, and their 2 daughters Nihon and Zeo, ages 6 and 3. The system reported that it had found beings that met the requirements and that they could become his citizens. Then it asked if he wanted to grant them citizenship. Junhan ran up to the system window and immediately asked what would happen if he didn't. The system immediately explained that any beings who didn't receive citizenship would be expelled from the house. Junhan froze. He didn't need the system to explain what happened after that. Throwing a family out into a monster-filled apocalypse was basically handing them over on a silver platter. Without hesitating any longer, he granted citizenship to all 4 of them. The system confirmed the registration, and Junhan let out a relieved breath. At least they wouldn't be getting kicked out of the safest building in the city because of a menu option. Then he turned his attention to the new citizenship-related skills he had unlocked. The first one was Seclusion Absolute Sight Level 1. Nothing inside the house could escape his vision. The second was Residence Permit Level 1. Nobody could enter the house without permission. Junhan immediately understood why that one existed. His apartment wasn't just becoming a shelter anymore, it was becoming territory. Then he noticed another detail. Current population, 4/600. Junhan stared at the number. 600? His apartment had gone from a tax refund investment to a future civilization project. Curious, he checked Cho Hai-jin's information. Level 9, Trust 24, no awakened abilities, experience distribution 0%, money distribution 0%. Available actions included issuing quests or banishment. Junhan's eyes immediately stopped on the distribution settings. Apparently, residents could share part of their experience and earnings with him. The more citizens he had, the stronger he could potentially become. That discovery put him in a much better mood. Wanting to experiment, he opened the quest system. The interface displayed quest description, time limit, rewards, and penalties. Junhan quickly realized he could customize everything himself. The sample quest was simple. Kill 1 goblin within 168 hours. Small experience reward. No failure penalty. Then he looked at the penalty section. Failure. Death. Junhan immediately went silent. The system calmly waited for confirmation while he stared at the screen. A second later, he canceled the quest entirely. The realization hit him hard. If he wanted to, he could literally decide whether a resident lived or died through the system. That wasn't a toy. That was terrifying. Trying to clear his head, he activated Absolute Sight. Instantly, the walls became meaningless. He could see straight through the building and directly into the apartment occupied by the family he had just accepted as citizens. Inside, the atmosphere was far from peaceful. Hee-won nervously asked her husband what they were supposed to do now. Cho Hai-jin struggled to answer. After a moment, he finally said he needed to find water. He wanted her to stay behind with the children while he searched. His wife immediately objected. It was too dangerous. Cho Hai-jin knew that. The fear was obvious on his face, but he explained they had no choice. If they stayed here without supplies, things would only get worse. He planned to reach a nearby grocery store and see if anything remained. Before the conversation could continue, little Nihon quietly said she was thirsty. The room immediately fell heavier. Her younger sister sat nearby without saying anything. Hee-won called out to her daughter while Cho Hai-jin forced himself to stay calm. He asked his wife if she believed in him. He promised he would come back with something and told them to wait for him. Even through Absolute Sight, Junhan could see the fear behind those words. The man wasn't confident. He was desperate. Junhan closed the skill window. The situation outside was worse than he originally thought. Wanting to help, he turned his attention back to the system. Opening the skill menu, he carefully reviewed everything he had unlocked so far. Recluse Shop Level 1 allowed him to purchase registered items at their original prices. Convenience Preservation restored parts of the house's functions. The warehouse gave him storage space in an alternate dimension. Then he noticed something important. He could spend points upgrading them. Without wasting time, Junhan invested points into the shop. The system immediately upgraded Recluse Shop to Level 2. More item slots became available, and a 10% discount was applied to purchases. Seeing how useful that was, he invested again. Recluse Shop Level 3, 40 item slots. Item return function unlocked. Now he could return old items and receive replacements through the system. Junhan couldn't hide his grin. That ability was ridiculously useful. The apocalypse was happening outside, while this man was unlocking customer service features. Opening the shop again, he started purchasing additional supplies. Drinking water, tangerines, anything that could help. Then he turned toward convenience preservation. If he could restore electricity and water for the neighboring apartments, everything would change. The system asked one final time whether he truly wanted to upgrade recluse amenities. Junhan answered yes without hesitation, because if he could restore the utilities for his new citizens, then for the first time since the apocalypse began, that family might actually have a chance. The system informed him that Recluse's amenities had been upgraded to level 2 and that he could now register vassals. Junhan blinked and asked what that even meant. Not long after, Cho Haijin got ready to go out and turned back to look at his family. Hee-won hugged the girls tightly while Cho told her he would come back no matter what and that she needed to protect the house until then. Nihon looked up at him and asked if he was really going outside. He answered yes, said he was going to find food and water, and told them to listen to their mother until he returned. One of the girls suddenly started crying and screaming because there were monsters outside. She was terrified for her father, and a memory flashed through her mind of her and Zio playing in the sand at the playground not long ago. Then goblin screams filled the air as the monsters appeared right in front of them, and the family froze in fear before deciding to run home. Cho Haijin grabbed his daughters and Hee-won to shield them, but the girls kept crying loudly. Hee-won told them to stop crying because everything would be fine, yet Cho looked down and realized this might be the last time he ever saw them, which nearly broke him. He walked toward the door and heard strange sounds outside. The whole family tensed up when the door started making those weird noises again, and then a voice called out asking them to open up. Cho Haijin clenched his teeth and asked if it was a person, but the thought hit immediately that if it was a monster, opening the door would be suicide, so he kept asking if anyone was really there. He stood still by the door while the entire room went silent. For a moment, he wondered if they had left. He hoped so. Then the door suddenly swung open and a flash of light hit the room, making him yank his family into a protective hug. Hee-won and the girls screamed in terror as Chu wrapped his arms around them and yelled for the monster not to hurt his wife or children. But the person entering the room wasn't a monster at all. Junhan stepped inside and immediately apologized. Cho stared at him in total confusion, completely thrown off. He introduced himself as Kim Junhan, their neighbor, and said he had some water and tangerines. He asked if they could talk after they had eaten and drunk something. Cho's expression changed first, a spark of hope finally showing in his eyes, and Hee-won and the girls also looked at him with a mix of fear and surprise. Cho quickly realized he had no reason to refuse if this man could actually help them, so he smiled and let him in. The girls were already waiting for the food, and Jun worried he might have frightened them too much. Looking around, he noticed the room was dark because of the special curtains, which was actually a smart move. Those curtains had helped them hide from the monsters. Now he needed to figure out how to get the light working. He looked at the bulb and told the system to turn it on. A moment later, the power came back. Junhan immediately asked how that happened. Cho Haijin immediately asked how that happened, and Junhan explained that the first thing he needed to do was give the children some water, who drank quickly. When Zeo suddenly started coughing, Hee-won panicked and asked if she was okay. Junhan stared at them in disbelief and asked again if they liked tangerines. The girls looked confused, so he asked if they could hold them in their hands. Zeo thanked him for the fruit, and Hee-won asked him to peel it for her. After peeling the tangerine, he started feeding the children, and the little girl suddenly lit up with delight because she was unbelievably happy to have something to eat. Hee-won asked if it tasted good, and the girl answered yes. Then Nehan asked for a tangerine too, and after she ate a slice, she was just as thrilled. The system reported that all the neighbors' trust in him had increased. Yeo's trust reached 50, and loyalty was unlocked. Her loyalty was now 30, which meant she had met the requirements to become a vassal. At that point, Junhan could either assign her a quest or exile her. He stared at the system window in shock, remembering that she fully qualified for vassal status. But the fact that she was still so small made him feel bad. He could only appoint 10 vassals, and Cho Haijin needed to reach at least level 10 before he could complete quests for them. His trust had increased by 31, so Junhan knew he needed to win his favor as much as possible. Cho Haijin thanked him sincerely and admitted he had no idea how he could ever repay such a favor. Junhan told him they should discuss that outside in the hallway. Cho looked surprised but agreed. Once they stepped out, Junhan got straight to the point and asked whether his family had received citizenship. Cho opened his system window and confirmed that all 4 of them had received the notification about 30 minutes earlier. Junhan then asked if anything unusual had happened afterward. Cho explained that they had been unable to move for a while. Hearing that, Junhan realized they had basically been frozen until citizenship was granted. Then, calling him by name, he told Cho Haijin that he could help him get his old life back. Cho immediately froze and asked what exactly he meant by that. Junhan answered that he could protect their home from monsters and help them survive. Cho stared at him, unable to understand how that was even possible. Junhan calmly repeated that it was possible. Cho lowered his head and admitted he already knew it wouldn't come for free. He asked what he would have to do. Even if it meant risking his life, he wanted to try. After a brief silence, he accepted without hesitation. The truth was, even without Junhan's offer, he had already planned to walk into those streets for the sake of his family. Junhan smiled and suddenly asked about the golf club he had seen earlier. How much had it cost? Cho blinked in confusion, completely caught off guard by the random question. He guessed somewhere around 4 or 500,000 won. Junhan immediately calculated the value in his head and decided it was way too expensive to add to the shop right now. Better save that idea for later. Cho asked why he even wanted to know the price, but Junhan brushed it off and changed the subject. He asked if Cho remembered the day the monsters first appeared. Cho nodded and said it had been a weekend. He still remembered how terrified everyone was when those things started showing up. Junhan pointed out something important. The people who stayed home that day were the ones most likely to survive. Goblins weren't actually that powerful individually. Most adult men were stronger than a single goblin. Their real strength came from numbers. They fought in groups. Humans worked the same way. That's why his first priority wasn't becoming stronger himself. His first priority was building a force around him. Then he looked directly at Cho Haijin and told him that from now on, he wanted him to help search for survivors. He placed a hand against his chest and waited for an answer. As the evening sky gradually darkened, the system suddenly reported another increase in trust. Junhan noticed Cho's trust climbing again and was immediately redirected to the citizen management screen. The population remained 4 for now, but he couldn't help wondering if he would be able to reunite with his own family before that number grew much larger. Suddenly, screams echoed from outside. Junhan jumped up and rushed toward the balcony. Looking down, he saw a group of people fighting goblins in the streets. The monsters roared and charged while the survivors fought back desperately. Some hurled stones at their heads, others attacked with makeshift weapons. Blood splashed across the street as goblins fell one after another. Junhan stared in disbelief. These people weren't panicking. They were fighting like they'd already adapted to this nightmare. One man charged forward carrying a club and smashed a goblin apart with a single swing. The remaining monsters immediately scattered. Nearby, one of the girls suddenly noticed something and raised her bow toward the source. What she saw wasn't another monster. It was Junhan waving frantically from his balcony like the world's strangest quest giver. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Down below, Cho Haijin was already approaching the building. Junhan quickly let him inside. Cho arrived carrying a large box and thanked him again for the permission. Then a system window suddenly appeared. Junhan stopped. The message stated that the unworthy could not enter the house. Cho looked nervous and asked what that even meant. Junhan wondered the same thing. Was it truly impossible for outsiders to enter, or could only officially recognized vassals gain access? Cho stood there awkwardly holding the box and muttering that he had brought every useful weapon he could find. Junhan thanked him and opened the box. Inside was a complete toolbox. Without wasting time, he opened the shop and purchased 5 bottles of water and 5 packs of instant noodles. Cho watched the supplies appear and looked completely stunned. Junhan casually packed everything into a box and handed it over. Then he asked Cho to take it downstairs and place it at the entrance of the building. Cho immediately asked if he meant the first floor. Wasn't that dangerous? Junhan calmly replied that it would be fine. After watching for a while, Junhan figured something out. The items he bought only really mattered if people actually came to him. Sitting on supplies while everyone else starved wasn't going to help. He needed survivors to see what he had. Once they realized there was food inside this building, they'd come on their own. The plan was simple. Get attention first, build trust later. So he told Cho Haijin to take the box downstairs. Cho looked confused and asked if all he had to do was leave the box on the first floor and come back. Junhan confidently said yes. Cho nodded and left immediately. After a brief silence, Junhan thanked him. A reliable guy like Cho deserved something in return. Opening the quest menu, he created a mission for him. The time limit was 24 hours. The reward was a small amount of experience, and there was no penalty for failure. Moments later, Cho saw the quest notification pop up and asked what exactly this was. Junhan explained that completing quests could reward experience. Cho immediately compared it to leveling up in a game. Junhan confirmed it was basically the same thing. Looking at his own stats, Cho saw he was already level 9. If leveling up gave useful rewards, then he was definitely interested. He nodded seriously and said he understood. With that, he carefully made his way toward the exit. Every step was cautious. The apocalypse had turned even a staircase into a boss fight. Eventually, he reached the first floor and stepped outside. Exhausted, he scratched his forehead and muttered that he'd just leave the box there and head back. Then he froze. There were people ahead. In his current state, his brain immediately translated group of survivors into incoming death squad. Panic hit him so hard he screamed, turned to run, tripped over himself, and crashed to the ground. The food box burst open, supplies scattering everywhere, while dust kicked into the air. His body shook from stress. He forced himself back up, yelling at himself to move. Tears formed in his eyes as he raised his hands defensively and looked toward the strangers. The people stopped and stared at him in complete confusion. One of them asked if he was okay. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Junhan received a system notification saying that eligible beings were attempting to enter the territory. He immediately wondered who it was and activated Absolute Sight. The familiar group came into view, including Cho Hae-jin. The survivors were talking among themselves, wondering if the guy from this building had really brought food. Some of them admitted their supplies were almost gone and wanted to investigate. Junhan quickly realized these weren't enemies at all, they were potential residents. Then another notification appeared. Several individuals met the requirements for citizenship. Did he wish to offer it? Junhan paused. For now, he could only send offers. If his territory expanded enough, he could grant citizenship directly. Outsiders still had a choice, which meant they could reject him. That thought annoyed him immediately. Just as he was thinking about it, the intercom rang. Junhan stopped, smiled, and decided to see where this went. When he answered, Cho Hae-jin appeared on the screen asking if he was there. Junhan replied yes. The system reminded him that Cho was currently in the middle of a quest and asked whether he wanted to modify it. Junhan accepted and changed the mission objective. Instead of the original task, Chu now had to feed 6 guests. The quest updated instantly. Chu stared at the notification and asked what happened. Junhan explained it was a new mission and told him to bring the group upstairs because he had something in mind. Chu agreed, and not long after, the survivors entered the apartment. Chu announced that they had accepted the invitation, and Junhan immediately said excellent. Then he offered citizenship to all 6 of them. System windows appeared before every newcomer. None of them understood what was happening, but one after another they accepted. Access to the 30th floor was granted. The population count jumped from 4 to 10. Immediately, the system announced a new bonus. Junhan would now receive an additional 10% of the experience and money earned by his residents. His eyes practically lit up. Every monster they killed would now help him grow stronger too. It was basically passive income, Apocalypse Edition. Looking over the new residents, he checked their levels and nearly choked when he saw one of them was already level 23. That guy was around the same level as the Calican Junhan had been celebrating for killing earlier. For the first time since the apocalypse began, Junhan wasn't just surviving alone in an apartment anymore. One of the new residents possessed Dongyun's trait, and Junhan immediately realized what that meant. The guy was basically a superhuman. In baseball, the right pitcher could already turn a ball into a weapon. Triple that power, and suddenly goblins were getting hit with express delivery from hell. As for trust, that could be raised over time. Right now, Junhan was looking at the bigger picture. He quickly set the experience and money distribution for all 6 newcomers to 70%. The system confirmed the changes, and Junhan nearly grinned from ear to ear. At this point, all he had to do was hand out hunting quests while everyone else did the fighting. Experience and money would keep flowing back to him automatically. It was basically an idle farming game, except the NPCs were real people fighting monsters. Of course, he still intended to learn more about them later. These people could eventually become the key to finding his family. Then a notification popped up. One resident's trust increased. Junhan blinked. Then another trust increase appeared. Then another. Suddenly, all 6 residents were gaining trust points, and he had no idea what he had done. Meanwhile, Cho Hae-jin led the newcomers inside. They thanked him repeatedly while Hee-won looked nervous and asked what exactly was happening. Cho told her he would explain later, and politely asked if she could warm up some food. She looked surprised and asked if he meant right now. If so, she'd need to cook. Cho told her he needed her help. This was all part of Junhan's plan. After thinking for a moment, she agreed and asked everyone to wait a little longer. The newcomers immediately thanked her. While she prepared the food, one of the men quietly asked Cho Hae-jin what kind of person this Junhan really was. Cho admitted that he honestly didn't know. The man looked surprised. Cho explained that aside from being his neighbor, he knew almost nothing about him. Hearing that only made Junhan seem even more mysterious. The man thought about everything he'd seen so far. Electricity, food, water, safety. In the middle of the apocalypse, this guy was casually handing out things people would kill for. To them, Junhan wasn't just another survivor. He was operating on an entirely different level. Cho then mentioned that the food would take some time and asked if anyone wanted a shower. The girls froze. One of them actually asked if they could really wash themselves. The fact that hot water even existed felt more unbelievable than the monsters outside. Cho smiled and explained that electricity meant most of the building's amenities were working. They had hot water. Both bathrooms were available. They could even shower at the same time if they wanted. The girls looked completely stunned and immediately thanked him. Meanwhile, the men started discussing Junhan among themselves. One asked if they were absolutely sure the guy was a superhuman. Another replied that he had to be. His ability was far beyond anything they had seen. One guy patted another on the shoulder and told him not to get discouraged. They just needed to impress Junhan properly. The other guy stared at him and asked if he was serious. Impress him? His friend immediately warned him not to do anything stupid and just stand quietly. The guy laughed and agreed. Then he reminded everyone that their main objective was getting food. They shouldn't argue with the person keeping the lights on. Everyone quickly agreed with that logic. Nearby, Bong-ho stood silently. One of his friends approached him, put a hand on his shoulder, and apologized. Bong-ho looked confused and said he had done nothing wrong. But his friend blamed himself anyway, saying that if he had never invited everyone to his housewarming party, things might have turned out differently. Bong-ho shook his head and said it wasn't his fault. He came because he wanted to. Now they just needed to gather supplies here and head to his grandmother's house together. He appreciated the support, but the sadness in his eyes remained. Deep down, he knew too much time had passed. He imagined the streets crawling with monsters and couldn't stop wondering whether she was still alive. One of his friends told him not to give up. Her house wasn't that far away. If they stayed together and worked as a team, they still had a chance. Bong-ho nodded slowly and said he understood. But before he could finish what he wanted to say, a strange sound echoed through the apartment. Everyone immediately turned toward the entrance. The door slowly opened. On the other side stood Junhan himself. The room instantly went silent as the newcomers stared at the mysterious neighbor who had somehow turned a doomed apartment building into the safest place they had seen since the apocalypse began. Then Junhan finally stepped into the room himself and announced that he was going to help them. For a second, everyone just stared. To these survivors, he looked less like a neighbor and more like the answer to a problem that had been crushing them for days. They sat around the table in awkward silence while trying to process everything that had happened. Hee-won apologized for the cramped apartment, but the guests immediately told her not to worry. Considering they had basically shown up uninvited during the apocalypse, nobody was about to complain about seating arrangements. Soon, Cho Hae-jin arrived carrying a tray and announced that the food was ready. Bowl after bowl of rice was placed on the table, while Hee-won shyly admitted she wasn't sure if they would even like her cooking. The moment everyone saw the food, they froze. The table looked packed compared to what they had been surviving on. One of the girls immediately blurted out that it looked amazing. Hee-won smiled and explained that all the ingredients had come from Junhan. She had only prepared the meal. Right after that, her trust increased to 50. Junhan noticed it immediately. Somehow Hee-won had reached a higher trust level than her husband. Meanwhile, everyone around the table stopped talking and started eating. Hunger was winning every argument. One of the girls commented that the egg roll was especially delicious. It reminded her of the sweet rolls served at Japanese restaurants. Hee-won smiled and told them to keep eating. Then Nihon wandered over and announced that she wanted egg roll too. Hee-won laughed and promised she'd make some for her after the guests finished eating. A moment later, another girl invited her to share some. Nihon happily ran over and the two started eating together. Hee-won looked embarrassed because her daughter was practically invading other people's plates, but nobody cared. In fact, Junhan told both her and Cho Hae-jin to sit down and eat too since there was more than enough food. The couple hesitated for a moment before agreeing. As everyone shared the meal together, Junhan quietly realized something. He hadn't enjoyed eating this much in a long time. The food reminded him of the meals his mother used to prepare and store in containers. Thinking about that made him hope even more that his family was still safe somewhere. Eventually, the meal ended. Nihon announced that she was sleepy. Hee-won picked up Zio and said it was time for bed. The children left with her while the adults stayed behind. Once the room settled down again, Junhan turned toward Bong-ho and asked why they couldn't simply go to his grandmother's house if it was so close. The answer came immediately. Goblins. Lots of them. The survivors explained that the underground parking lot of the apartment complex had basically become a goblin base. There were so many monsters down there that they estimated the number was already in the thousands. Hearing that, Junhan immediately understood something important. His recluse territory only covered his 30 floors. The underground parking lot wasn't protected at all. The goblins had entered through there and turned it into their own headquarters. The survivors explained that all the building entrances were connected through that underground area. They knew it existed, but hadn't dared approach it. Junhan pointed out that there were side entrances too. The group nodded and admitted they originally planned to use those. Unfortunately, there was a bigger problem. A monster far more dangerous than the goblins was guarding the area. Junhan immediately asked what kind of monster. One of the survivors explained that it looked something like a giant bear. A memory flashed through his mind as he recalled barely escaping because a group of goblins had distracted the creature long enough for them to get away. They weren't even completely sure what it was because the underground area was so dark. Junhan thought about it for a moment. The survivors admitted they couldn't avoid those monsters forever. Eventually, they would run out of options. Junhan asked what their biggest limitation was right now. The answer was simple: weapons. Their main equipment consisted of a bow and a few tennis balls, and even those supplies were running low. Hearing that, Junhan immediately told them he could solve that problem. He asked to see everything they had. The survivors handed over their weapons, and the system instantly asked whether he wanted to add the items. Junhan selected yes. A notification appeared explaining that adding a good quality classic bow would cost 1.5 million won. Junhan accepted without hesitation. Then he looked at the group and casually asked whether they all knew how to use a bow. The room went completely silent. Several people exchanged awkward glances. That silence answered the question better than words ever could. Junhan nodded and immediately purchased 5 complete sets of bows and arrows. Whether they knew how to use them or not didn't matter anymore. They could learn. Starting now, those weapons belonged to them. The moment the new weapons were handed out, the system reported that everyone's trust had increased again. For Bongho, this meant more than just numbers on a screen. If they actually worked together, there was a real chance of finding his grandmother. His trust shot up as well. One of the guys pointed out that their hunting speed would increase dramatically now. If Junhan could keep supplying equipment, they wouldn't have to risk their lives retrieving every single arrow after a fight. Junhan nodded, but reminded everyone of one thing first. Before anything else, they needed to reduce the goblin population inside the building. The group immediately agreed and asked when the hunt would begin. Junhan answered without hesitation, "Tomorrow." The room instantly filled with surprised looks. "Tomorrow?" Junhan simply repeated himself. The sooner they started, the better. Hearing the confidence in his voice, the others slowly nodded. Then Junhan added that they were definitely going to save Bongho's grandmother. Bongho practically froze. His mouth hung open for a second before excitement took over. One of his friends couldn't help asking how they were even supposed to pull that off. Junhan calmly replied that they had a strategy. The guys exchanged looks. It sounded crazy, but somehow this was the same guy who had electricity, food, water, and a functioning store in the middle of the apocalypse. So maybe crazy was working right now. Meanwhile, the system reported that a citizen had completed a task and 30,000 won had been spent. Junhan immediately understood something important. Raising citizens required money. For now, there was no urgent need to invest further, so he left it alone. Then another notification appeared. One citizen's trust had reached 50. Loyalty had been unlocked. The conditions for becoming a vassal had been met. Junhan selected the option and instantly registered his first vassal. Chuo froze and asked what that flash had just been. The system announced the successful registration. Junhan could now summon his vassal directly into his territory and, after use, summon him again every 2 hours. The system displayed the details. Loyalty 62, level 20. Awakened ability Gorilla Strength. The ability granted power comparable to a gorilla. Experience and money earned from killing monsters would be doubled. In addition, Absolute Sight could now be used within 5 meters of the house. Junhan stared at the information while another prompt appeared asking if he wanted to spend 1 million won to level up a citizen. 1 million. That number alone made him pause. Before he could think further, someone asked what was wrong, and instead asked how Chu was feeling. Chu immediately replied that he felt overflowing with energy. He even asked if Junhan had done something. Junhan confirmed it. Cho then said he felt like he had become 10 years younger. A faint magical glow surrounded his body, making the change impossible to miss. Junhan smiled and announced that Cho would be joining tomorrow's operation. Handing him a weapon, he explained that citizens received a 10% bonus to experience gains. Combined with the doubled effects from his new status, Cho needed to kill as many monsters as possible. Hearing that, Cho swallowed nervously but agreed. Junhan simply told them he believed in them. The next day, the group headed toward the lower floors, carrying their weapons. One of the men asked Dongjun if they really had to inspect the first floor. They already knew the windows had been shattered, and nobody had mentioned the actual condition of the place. Dongjun replied that they had to check it regardless. Hadn't they heard Junhan's orders? They weren't just hunting goblins, they were acting as a rescue team. This was the first building assigned by their overlord. Every survivor inside needed to be moved to the 30th floor. Their mission was simple: kill as many goblins as possible and locate at least one living survivor. One guy holding a baseball bat mockingly replied that he understood. Dongjun ignored the attitude and announced they would start with apartment 101. Since nobody knew where goblins might be hiding, everyone needed to stay alert. The deeper they moved into the building, the worse things looked. Blood-covered apartment signs. Hallways were cracked and damaged. The atmosphere alone was enough to make people uncomfortable. Then suddenly the group stopped. A horrible smell hit them first, followed by an awful screech somewhere nearby. They stepped into a room and immediately found the source. Corpses. The entire place was filled with blood-covered bodies. The survivors exchanged grim looks and decided there was nothing they could do there. Dooku tightened his grip on the bat while staring at the shattered glass scattered everywhere. Dongjun cursed under his breath and admitted nobody on the first floor had stood a chance. They quickly moved to the second floor. Unfortunately, the second floor looked almost the same. More bodies, more blood, more silence. Nobody survived there either. At that point, the group stopped expecting good news. Still, they pushed onward. When they finally reached the third floor, they cautiously moved through the corridor, fully prepared to find another nightmare waiting behind the next corner. Dongjun immediately started knocking on apartment doors, calling out and asking if anyone was still alive. The others spread out and did the same, moving from door to door, searching every corner of the floor. Unfortunately, the third floor turned out just like the others. Silence. Empty apartments, no survivors. The group couldn't hide their disappointment, but there was nothing they could do except keep moving. So they headed higher and continued the search. As they climbed, Dongjun kept shouting that they were a rescue team and asking if anyone could hear them. Then finally, one of the apartment doors slowly cracked open. A man peeked outside and cautiously asked if they were really a rescue team. Dongjun's face immediately brightened. He told him yes. The man hesitated for a moment before asking if they had any water because his throat was completely dry. The group quickly handed him a bottle. The man stared at it like he had just been handed treasure. Opening the door a little wider, he kept asking if they were really giving it to him. Dongjun explained that they lived in the building too, but they had also come to rescue survivors. They knew a safer place and wanted him to come with them. Hope immediately appeared in the man's eyes. Then, completely out of nowhere, he slammed the door shut in their faces. The group just stood there blinking. A few moments later, the door opened again, and this time the man stepped out carrying a crutch while a young boy and girl followed behind him. He introduced himself as Jung Shu and admitted he was still suspicious of them. He extended his hand and Dongjun shook it with a smile. After that, Dongjun asked Jihon and Hiran to escort the family to the 30th floor before returning. The girls agreed, but Jung-soo suddenly looked confused. Wait, the 30th floor? They weren't evacuating downstairs? His son immediately perked up and assumed a rescue helicopter must have finally arrived. Jihon quickly corrected him. There was no helicopter, but there was hot food, electricity, and hot showers waiting upstairs. The little girl nearly exploded with excitement and asked if she was serious. Jihon assured her she was. The second those words landed, the kids were mentally halfway there already. While the family headed upward, the rescue team continued their sweep. By the time the operation ended, the system reported that the population had reached 40 citizens. Experience and money bonuses had climbed to 90%. Junhan wasted no time organizing everyone. Children and elderly residents were placed inside Jun's apartment while younger residents occupied the hallways. It wasn't luxury living, but in the apocalypse, surviving with running water already felt like a 5-star resort. Dongjun eventually returned and reported the results. 40 survivors rescued. Junhan asked if that was everyone. Dongjun confirmed they had checked 29 floors and apparently many residents hadn't been in the building when the apocalypse started. Junhan praised the team, then activated Absolute Sight. Instantly, he could see everyone working throughout the building. Bongho was building barricades. Wongjan and Gon were running wires alongside Jihon and Hai. Dongjun and Dyushu were moving barrels. Satisfied, Junhan deactivated the skill. Phase 1 was complete. Now came Phase 2. Goblin extermination. Later, everyone gathered in the hallway for a briefing. Dongjun explained that their next mission was eliminating the goblins hiding underground. They would begin at basement level 1, split into teams, lure the goblins out, clear the area, and repeat the process floor by floor. Jihan raised a concern. What if there were way more goblins than expected? Dragging thousands of bodies around wasn't exactly practical. Before Dongjun could answer, Jihon smiled and casually said not to worry because she could handle all of them herself. Dongjun immediately backed her up, saying she was basically unstoppable now that Junhan had supplied enough arrows. Honestly, when your logistics department is a guy spawning equipment out of thin air, confidence levels tend to rise a little. Before the discussion could continue, a low growl echoed from behind them. Everyone turned and saw several goblins climbing up from the lower floor. Jihun reacted instantly. Arrows flew. 2 goblins dropped before they even understood what happened. Dyushu rushed the last one and smashed it across the head with his club, sending it flying backward. Just like that, the threat disappeared. Then somebody noticed something strange. The goblin corpses were disappearing. Everyone watched in surprise as the bodies completely vanished without leaving a trace behind. Bongho immediately suspected this was another one of Junhan's mysterious abilities at work. If the corpses cleaned themselves up, that solved one of their biggest problems before the hunt had even started. Smiling, the group finally began moving toward basement level 1. Meanwhile, far above them, Junhan watched everything through the system. At the same time, several notifications appeared one after another. Dongjun's trust increased. Hiran's trust increased. Jaehan's trust increased. Junhan looked at the growing list of system messages and couldn't help smiling. Even though Junhan hadn't planned on babysitting the entire operation through Absolute Sight, he ended up watching anyway. While observing the team, another notification suddenly appeared. Bongho's trust had reached 50. Loyalty unlocked. Since his loyalty had already passed 30 points, the conditions for becoming a vassal had been fulfilled. Junhan blinked in surprise. It had only been a few hours. Still, he wasn't about to complain. More vassals meant faster growth, more manpower, and fewer headaches for him later. Opening Bongho's status window, he saw 55 trust and 88 loyalty. Those numbers nearly made him do a double take. Apparently, saving people's lives was a pretty effective networking strategy during the apocalypse. Meanwhile, down on basement level 1, the hunt was already turning chaotic. Suddenly, a bright glow erupted from Bongho's body. He froze. His teammates froze. Even the goblins looked confused for a second. Then the light exploded outward, blinding everything nearby. a flash swept across the area, darkness followed, and complete confusion took over. The goblins immediately lost their minds and started charging in every direction. Dongjun had absolutely no clue what just happened, but he knew one thing. Standing there was a terrible idea. He shouted for everyone to retreat immediately. The group turned and ran while the archers stayed behind to slow the pursuing goblins. Jian moved from side to side with impressive speed, firing arrows one after another. Several goblins dropped instantly while the rest kept chasing despite the casualties. Bongho looked back and yelled that there were way too many of them. Dongjun agreed. He never expected half the underground population to come sprinting toward them like they were hosting a goblin convention. Dushu quickly pointed out that the creatures seemed to be pouring in from the second basement floor as well. Their only option was reaching the fire escape. The team rushed toward the stairwell doors. Jihan threw them open and everyone charged inside. As soon as the group reached the landing, Dongjun slammed himself against the doors to close them. Unfortunately, one goblin shoved its arm through the gap at the last second. Suddenly, the entire situation became a wrestling match between survivors and angry green lunatics. More goblins started forcing themselves into the opening, making it harder and harder to hold the doors shut. Jihan shouted for everyone to keep moving upstairs. Then Cho's voice rang out from behind them. He ordered everyone to step aside, activating gorilla strength, and slammed the doors shut with all the force his enhanced body could produce. The impact finally sealed the entrance. The others called out to him in concern, but Cho ordered them to keep moving. On the other side, dozens of goblins hammered against the doors non-stop. Cho stood alone, holding the barricade together through pure strength and stubbornness. Unfortunately, even gorilla strength wasn't unlimited. His muscles began to weaken little by little. Dongjun eventually yelled that the path was clear and he needed to run now. Cho immediately released the doors and sprinted toward the others. Then disaster struck. One bad step, one stumble. He crashed onto the stairs, the doors burst open behind him and the goblins flooded through. Cho shouted for everyone to leave him behind. Dongjun hesitated. Dushu didn't. Without thinking, he charged straight back into danger. Swinging his club, he smashed one goblin away and reached out to pull Cho up, but the goblins were already on top of him. They grabbed Cho's legs and dragged him down. Then suddenly a strange fog appeared before Dushu's eyes. He stared in confusion. Cho was gone. Completely gone. The goblins immediately switched targets and lunged toward Dushu instead. Before they could reach him, an arrow punched through one of their bodies. Dongjun shouted for him to run. Dushu didn't need to hear that twice. He bolted up the stairs while Dongjun and Jihan covered him from behind. At the same time, outside the building, the massive bear-like monster was continuing its own personal buffet. Goblin bodies were being ripped apart one after another, yet the creature still wasn't satisfied. Then it heard sounds coming from a nearby building. Slowly, it lifted its head and focused on the bright light shining from above. Meanwhile, Cho suddenly found himself standing inside the hallway of the 30th floor. Junhan immediately let out a relieved breath. That had been way too close. Adjusting his glasses, Cho stared at him in complete shock. Junhan extended a hand and explained that he had been watching the operation through absolute sight, just in case something went wrong. Good thing he had unlocked the vassal summon skill when he did. Then Junhan noticed something else. Blood. A lot of blood. Cho looked down and only then realized he had been injured. Apparently in all the chaos he hadn't even noticed it. Junhan immediately asked if he was okay. Cho tried brushing it off, saying it was probably just a scratch. Junhan immediately came up with an idea. Medicine. If the apocalypse was going to keep throwing people at him, he needed a reliable way to patch them back together afterward. He hurried back to his apartment and told Cho to wait for a moment. Opening the first aid kit, he remembered how his family always kept medicine around for emergencies when he was younger. He emptied the entire kit onto the floor and carefully inspected everything inside. The only problem was inventory space. 40 slots sounded like a lot until an apocalypse started charging rent. Then an idea hit him. Using the system, he simply refilled the entire first aid kit for 77,000 won. Junhan stared at the result for a second. Apparently, healthcare was still expensive even when civilization collapsed. Returning to Cho, he placed the kit down and asked to examine the injury. Cho lifted his pant and insisted he was completely fine. The amount of blood leaking from his leg immediately exposed that statement as absolute nonsense. Junhan started disinfecting the wound. The moment the cotton touched the injury, Cho hissed through clenched teeth. While treating him, the system quietly reported increases in both trust and loyalty. Once the bandaging was finished, Cho thanked him sincerely. Junhan packed everything away, hoping the others were doing okay downstairs. Telling Cho to rest for a while, he left to check on the operation through absolute sight. Instantly, the underground battle came into view. Jihan fired an arrow that drilled straight through a goblin's head while Daku nearly had a heart attack watching another arrow fly inches past his face. Dongjun kept firing while yelling for Dooku to keep running. Dooku obeyed with impressive dedication. In fact, he was running so carefully that he seemed more afraid of friendly fire than the actual goblins chasing him. Up ahead, the survivors had already completed a barricade. Dooku launched himself over it just in time. Several goblins followed, but Bongho immediately stepped forward. Gripping his bow like a club, he smashed 2 goblins backward with a full-force swing. Apparently, the bow had officially entered its melee weapon era. After knocking them away, he jumped over the barricade himself and continued fighting. Dongjun stared in disbelief. Ryukyu asked when Bongho had suddenly become this good. Watching everything unfold, Junhan finally relaxed a little. Opening Bongho's status window, he discovered another surprise. Bongho was now his second vassal and had awakened a new ability, teleportation. The skill allowed him to move through space using mental energy as long as he had line of sight. The farther the distance and the more people involved, the greater the energy cost. Junhan immediately smiled. Registering Bongho as a vassal was looking smarter every minute. Down below, the operation continued. Jihan prepared an extension cord, while Dongjun checked on the water tank setup. Jihyun reported that everything was ready. Dongjun immediately ordered Bongho to get into position. Bongho sprinted upstairs, leaped over the barricade, and took cover. Then everyone pushed the water tank forward. Water came crashing down the staircase like a miniature waterfall, sweeping goblins off their feet and sending them tumbling into each other. Dongjun gave the signal. Junhan flipped the switch. Instantly, exposed wires running across the flooded stairs erupted with sparks. Every goblin caught in the water was electrocuted at once. The entire staircase became a monster-sized bug zapper. Notifications exploded across Junhan's screen. Monster kills, experience gains, wallet increases. His skills leveled up rapidly, and another new skill was acquired. Then something strange happened. Junhan suddenly grabbed his shoulders and doubled over in pain. Darkness began pouring from his body. The shadowy energy spread throughout the building, reaching every hostile creature inside. The system announced that enemy entities had been detected and extermination procedures had begun. Immediately, goblins throughout the building started screaming. Massive blisters appeared across their heads. One after another, they collapsed and died. The kill notifications flooded in again. Meanwhile, deeper underground, another group of goblins heard the commotion and rushed toward the stairs. One of them suddenly stopped. Behind him came the sound of heavy breathing. Slowly turning around, he found himself staring directly at the massive bear-like monster. The beast responded by sinking its teeth into the goblin's shoulder. The scream echoed through the area and everyone nearby turned toward the noise. The bear charged straight into the goblins. Huge claws ripped through bodies. Massive fangs tore monsters apart. Goblins flew in every direction. At one point, 2 goblins jumped onto its back while several more surrounded it from the front. The bear swung its paws wildly, throwing some away, but more kept climbing onto it. Even the monster was starting to get overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Goblins bit into its body from every angle. The beast roared and struggled to shake them off. Under normal circumstances, the endless swarm might have dragged even this monster down eventually. Then Junhan's new ability reached them. In an instant, the goblins lost their heads. Literally, bodies dropped from the bear one after another. The creature stood there surrounded by corpses, looking around in visible confusion. Then the system announced that citizenship had been granted. Immediately, the giant bear's body began to change. Its massive frame shrank, bones twisted unnaturally, and the thick fur started receding. A human face slowly emerged from beneath the beastly form. The terrifying monster that had been tearing through goblins moments ago was actually a woman. The transformation drained all her strength. She collapsed unconscious onto the floor while Junhan was still recovering from the backlash of his own ability. Using absolute eyes, he immediately checked her status. The system identified her as Oyanju. Level 33, Trust 9, Awakened Ability, Warbear. While transformed, all physical abilities and regenerative power reached their maximum potential. Junhan's eyes widened. Level 33, an A-rank ability. Meanwhile, more notifications started flooding in. Dongjun, Hien, and Dusu had all crossed 50 trust. Loyalty unlocked. All 3 now qualified to become vassals. For Junhan, that was basically Christmas arriving early. He immediately registered Dusu. The system revealed his awakened ability, Steel Knight, B rank. He could summon a full suit of steel armor along with a halberd. Junhan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The pattern was becoming interesting. Cho had a C rank ability and became level 20. Dusu had a B rank ability and became level 25. Bongho had awakened an A rank ability and reached level 30. The more he looked at the numbers, the more questions appeared. Was rank completely random? If loyalty determined rank, then the results didn't fully make sense. Some people with lower loyalty received better abilities than others. Whatever the real condition was, he needed to figure it out fast. He only had room for 12 vassals. Wasting slots on weak abilities would be like spending legendary loot boxes on common drops. Another question remained unanswered. What would happen if he registered someone who already possessed an awakened ability? The system still hadn't explained that part. For now, he left the theory crafting for later and headed toward the elevator. Using absolute eyes again, he confirmed Yanju was still unconscious. Then he asked Cho to bring her upstairs from the second floor. Down below, the others were cleaning up the battlefield. Dusu stared at a headless goblin corpse and asked what kind of madness had just happened. 1 second the monsters were there. The next second their heads exploded like defective fireworks. Junhan casually agreed that it looked like somebody had done it. Dongjun narrowed his eyes. At this point, he was almost certain who that somebody was. He remembered everything Chu had told him: hot water, electricity, food, safety. Every impossible thing in this building somehow traced back to Junhan. Looking over at Bongho, he noticed another change. The quiet guy he used to know had become completely different after meeting Junhan. It was honestly a little scary. One conclusion became impossible to ignore. In this world, survival wasn't about luck anymore. It was about being chosen by the right person. Meanwhile, Cho reached the second floor and rushed toward Yanju while Junhan continued watching through absolute eyes. Time passed, then suddenly Yanju's memories began surfacing. She saw herself at a playground with her son. The boy was happily playing with a toy car and waving at her with a huge smile. For a brief moment, everything looked normal. Then someone appeared behind him. Her expression instantly twisted with horror. Goblins! She ran toward him as fast as she could, but she wasn't fast enough. Right in front of her eyes, the monsters tore her son apart. The nightmare shattered. Yanju's eyes snapped open. She was lying on a bed. Junhan was sitting nearby. Hearing her name, she immediately looked at him and sat up while clutching her head. Junhan extended a hand in greeting. She completely ignored it. Instead, she asked a single question. Was he the one who did it? Junhan blinked, confused. Yanju clarified. The goblins. Their heads. They all exploded at once. Junhan awkwardly lowered his hand and admitted that it was him. Instantly, caution filled her eyes. A person capable of wiping out that many goblins in a single moment wasn't normal by any standard. But alongside that fear came something else. Hope. Her hands trembled as she clenched them into fists. Tears began streaming down her face. Every bit of strength she had left seemed to vanish. Looking directly at Junhan, she begged him to save her son, even if it was only for a single day, even if it was impossible. She just wanted her child back. The system suddenly informed him that Yanju's trust had risen dramatically. Tears continued streaming down her face as she admitted that she missed her son more than anything. Watching her like this made Junhan uncomfortable. She had lost her child to the goblins, and for the first time he seriously wondered if there was actually a way to bring someone back. Testing the idea, he opened the quest system and created a task. Catch 1,000 goblins. No time limit, no penalty. Reward, resurrection of her son. Even while creating it, he thought there was no way something like that would work. Sure enough, the system immediately rejected the quest. At first, he thought it was because resurrection was impossible. Then the system explained the real reason. Insufficient funds. Please recharge your balance and try again. Junhan froze. Hold on, that wasn't a rejection. The system wasn't saying resurrection couldn't be done. It was basically saying, sure, but your wallet is too broke. That single message completely changed everything. Staring at the crying woman, he couldn't even imagine the ridiculous amount of money needed to bring someone back from the dead. But now there was at least a possibility. And for someone who had lost everything, even a tiny possibility was enough. Junhan told her that he might be able to help. Yanju immediately stopped crying and looked up at him. Her voice trembled as she asked if he could really bring her son back. Junhan honestly admitted that he couldn't do it right now. For a moment, her expression sank again. Then he explained that there was definitely a method. He just wasn't strong enough yet. The hope instantly returned to her eyes. She agreed to do anything. At the same time, Junhan was already thinking ahead. Dongjun's team had Dueshu and Bongho. Both had awakened abilities. Adding Yanju, a level 33 powerhouse with an A-rank skill, would make the entire group much stronger. Smiling slightly, he told her to stand up because there were some people he wanted her to meet. Soon after, he introduced her to the others. Dongjun greeted her politely, and everyone exchanged names. Then Yanju casually asked if he was the guy who fought goblins by throwing baseballs. Dongjun nearly choked. Meanwhile, she looked toward Jihyun and immediately identified her as the archer. The group stared at her in confusion. Yanju smirked and asked if they really didn't recognize her. When they still looked lost, she decided to give them a hint. Fur began spreading across her body. Bear-like features emerged. The moment her transformation started, Jihyun pointed at her in shock. She finally remembered. This was the giant beast they had encountered before. Yanju laughed and explained that she was the bear, the same one that had helped them several times. Dongjun finally connected the dots and realized those encounters hadn't been random at all. Yanju explained that the goblins were her enemies too. Before the reunion turned into a full story session, Junhan stepped in. Tomorrow morning there would be an operation to rescue Bongho's grandmother. The goblin population had already been reduced, making this the perfect opportunity. Hyungjun would be sidelined because of his injury, so Yanju would be joining the operation instead. She accepted immediately and said she looked forward to working with everyone. After wrapping up the meeting, Junhan called Bongho and Dueshu into the hallway. The two exchanged confused looks while Dueshu openly admitted he had no clue why they were there. Bongho pointed at himself and wondered if it had something to do with their new powers. Junhan smirked and confirmed it. Bongho had awakened teleportation. Gyushu had awakened Steel Knight. Before sending them into a dangerous operation, he needed to know exactly what they could do, so he created a group quest. Demonstrate your awakened abilities. Time limit 1 hour. Reward increased strength. Failure penalty, spend the night sleeping in the hallway. The moment the quest appeared, Gyushu lit up like a kid who had just unlocked premium DLC. He excitedly asked if this meant he had awakened just like Dongjun. Junhan confirmed it. Gyushu immediately demanded to know what his ability actually was. Junhan explained that he could summon steel armor and a halberd. Gyushu looked ready to test it right that second. Then suddenly a flash appeared beside them. Bongho vanished. Completely. Gone. Just like that. 1 second he was standing there. The next second he had successfully demonstrated the first and most important rule of teleportation. If you do it right, everyone else becomes confused first. Everyone immediately looked around the hallway. Bongho had completely vanished. For a second, it looked like the guy had accidentally teleported himself into another dimension. Then, just as suddenly, he reappeared right where he started and shouted excitedly that it worked. His ability was actually real. The system instantly informed Junhan that Bongho's trust and loyalty had increased again. When Bongho started thanking him, Junhan waved it off and told him there was no reason to be grateful yet. Going to his grandmother right now would be reckless. They still had no idea how his ability really worked. Maybe that successful jump was nothing more than beginner's luck. Bongho looked disappointed but couldn't argue with that logic. Junhan suggested they first figure out the maximum distance, stamina cost, and limitations of his teleportation. Bongho reluctantly agreed. At that moment, another flash appeared nearby. Gyushu stood there wearing shining steel armor while holding a massive halberd. The guy looked like he had accidentally loaded into the wrong game. Gyushu stared at his weapon and practically yelled with excitement when he realized it was real. His trust immediately shot up again. While he was busy admiring himself, Junhan pointed toward a neighboring building visible through the window and asked Bongho if he could teleport over there. Bongho walked to the window and stared thoughtfully at the target building. After a moment, he said he would try. Junhan immediately assigned the task while Gyushu started cheering him on like a proud sports coach. Focusing carefully, Bongho locked onto the neighboring building, disappeared, and reappeared inside a dark corridor across the gap. A few moments later, he reached the window and proudly waved back at them. The system announced that the mission had been completed successfully. Junhan let out a relieved breath. Then disaster struck. Bongho suddenly collapsed. The wave stopped. His body went limp and he fell unconscious right there. Both Junhan and Gyushu panicked immediately. Junhan quickly used the summon function and brought him back. After laying him on a bed, he checked his status. Fortunately, Bongho wasn't injured. The teleportation had simply drained an absurd amount of stamina. Gyushu nervously asked if he would be okay. Junhan confirmed that rest should solve the problem. The ability was simply too new for him. Gyushu sighed in relief. Then Junhan suddenly asked him a completely random question. Did he exercise? Gyushu blinked in confusion. Before he could fully process it, Junhan assigned him a new quest. 100 push-ups, 100 squats. Gyushu immediately started grinding through the workout while still wearing his armor. Sweat poured off him like he was trying to irrigate the building, but he refused to quit. By the time he finished the last squat, he looked ready to negotiate with gravity itself. The system confirmed the quest completion. Watching him, Junhan realized why Gyushu adapted so quickly. The guy was a physical education student with ridiculous stamina. A new evaluation window appeared. Gyushu looked confused and asked if they were finally done. Junhan told him he had performed well and could rest. Gyushu practically escaped before another exercise quest could appear. The system then rewarded Junhan with a slight increase in strength. He immediately felt the difference flowing through his body. It wasn't anything game-breaking yet, but it was proof that these quests could make him stronger too. The next morning, the operation to save Bongho's grandmother officially began. Deep within the alleys, Dongjun shouted for everyone to keep moving. A huge group of goblins was chasing them. Gyushu looked back and finally got tired of dealing with them. Swinging his halberd, he cut through a goblin and knocked several others aside. Even then, the creatures kept coming. 3 goblins slipped past him and rushed forward. But before Gyushu could react, arrows shot through the air and dropped all 3. Gyushu stopped and looked around awkwardly. He wasn't sure whether he should help or just pretend that was part of the plan. Bongho told him not to worry about the leftovers. Laughing, Gyushu turned back toward the remaining goblins and swung his halberd again. The monsters suddenly became much less confident. In fact, they immediately turned around and started running. Gyushu shouted after them not to come back. Unfortunately for the goblins, running only made things worse. A giant shadow appeared ahead of them. Yanju stood directly in their path. She let out a low growl and several goblins instantly looked like they regretted every life decision that had brought them to this exact location. Trapped between Gyushu and Bongho behind them and Yanju in front, they had nowhere left to run. Dongjun immediately shouted for Bongho to move. This was their chance. Go save his grandmother. Without hesitation, Bongho sprinted away while thanking everyone. Back at headquarters, Junhan received a notification. Yanju had completed her assigned task and entered evaluation. Moments later, the reward appeared. 132,000 had been added to the Absolute Recluse account. Junhan stared at the screen. He had expected another stat increase or skill upgrade. Instead, he got money. Apparently, rewards weren't fixed at all. Diashu had received a power-related reward. Yanju generated currency. That meant future quests could produce completely different results depending on difficulty, circumstances, or perhaps the individual completing them. Junhan slowly smiled. If that theory was correct, then the harder the quest became, the greater the rewards would be. And for someone trying to build an army, expand a fortress, and someday earn enough money to perform the impossible, that was a very interesting discovery. The system suddenly informed Junhan that Bongho had completed every available quest. Evaluation was now in progress. Junhan immediately paid attention. Whenever the system said evaluation, there was always a chance something ridiculous was about to happen. A few moments later, the result appeared. Congratulations, jackpot acquired. Junhan nearly started sweating. Jackpot? Even the system sounded excited. Then the reward appeared. Skill points. He stared at the screen for a second before grinning. That was actually huge. While Junhan was celebrating his unexpected win, Bongho was busy carrying out a much more important mission. He teleported into his grandmother's courtyard and nervously looked around. Every second felt heavier than the last. Then he rushed into the house and ran straight to her room while calling out to her. What he found nearly stopped his heart. His grandmother was lying there completely still. She didn't respond. Bongho hurried over and shook her shoulder while calling her name again. Then suddenly she let out a long sigh and covered his hand with hers while asking if it was really him. The guy almost collapsed from relief. She had only been sleeping. Tears immediately filled his eyes. He hugged her tightly and apologized over and over for taking so long to reach her. At that moment, another notification appeared. Bongho's loyalty had reached 100. Because he was a vassal, the maximum vassal limit had increased. Junhan quickly opened the management window and almost laughed. The limit had risen from 10 to 11. Apparently, loyalty wasn't just useful. It literally expanded his army capacity. Curious, he checked how much it would cost to level up Bongho. The system answered immediately. 100 million won required. Junhan nearly developed emotional damage from reading the number. He grabbed his head and silently apologized to Bongho. From now on, that poor guy was getting daily quests whether he liked it or not. Then he heard the sound of an elevator arriving. Curious, he activated Absolute Sight. Standing outside Hwon's apartment were a young woman and a young man. Junhan watched as Hwon opened the door and asked who they were. The woman awkwardly introduced herself as Kim Din, while the guy beside her was her younger brother Kim Minhyo from apartment 1701. They had come with a request. After hesitating for a moment, Kim Din finally asked if they could take a shower there. Hyungjun looked surprised. Honestly, he had been expecting something much crazier. Relieved, he invited them inside. Kim Minhyo then carried a large box into the apartment. When they opened it, it was filled with canned food. Kim Din explained that showing up empty-handed while asking for favors felt wrong. Junhan liked that immediately. Apocalypse manners still existed. Respect. While looking around, Kim Din noticed the bats, bows, and weapons leaning against the walls and asked if they belonged to the residents. Hwon explained that the people staying there came from various places and that the full explanation would take a while. After observing long enough, Junhan deactivated Absolute Sight. The siblings didn't seem dangerous. In fact, they looked like useful people to talk with later. If survivors still existed in neighboring towers, they might become valuable allies. Then another notification exploded across his screen. A level 27 red tiger had been killed. Massive experience acquired. Roughly 40 million won had been added to the Absolute Recluse wallet. Skill level increased. New skill acquired. Junhan's expression immediately changed. A red tiger wasn't some random goblin. That thing was a serious monster. He instantly activated Absolute Sight again. What he saw worried him. The battle was over. The tiger was dead, but the team looked terrible. Everyone was wounded. Yanju in particular had suffered serious injuries during the fight. At the same time, a sharp pain suddenly stabbed through Junhan's own body. He grabbed his chest and took a heavy breath. Before he could fully process it, the system threw another notification at him. New individuals matching citizen requirements had been discovered. Did he want to grant citizenship? Junhan immediately accepted. 10 people received citizenship on the spot. The population jumped to 50. Citizen bonuses increased again. Experience and money earned by citizens now generated a 100% bonus. On top of that, reaching 50 citizens unlocked a new feature. Power of Trust became available to all citizens. Under normal circumstances, Junhan would have spent hours reading every detail. Right now, he didn't care. His team had just fought a monster capable of leaving Yanju heavily injured. New citizens could wait. New skills could wait. Even the shiny 40 million sitting in his wallet could wait. The only thing that mattered was finding out exactly how bad the injuries were before today's victory turned into tomorrow's funeral. The squad finally started making their way back. Bongho was carrying his grandmother on his back while Du Shu was carrying the unconscious Yanju. Looking at their condition, Junhan couldn't help cursing under his breath. The mission was technically a success, but everybody looked like they had just argued with death and barely won. Unfortunately, the goblins weren't interested in giving them a victory parade. More of them appeared along the route and immediately rushed the group. Jihan and Jihoon reacted fast, firing their bows. To their surprise, the goblins dropped almost instantly. Jihoon blinked and admitted that her body felt unbelievably light. Dongjun agreed. He wasn't even breathing hard anymore despite everything they had been through. That's when Junhan finally understood what the newly unlocked Power of Trust actually did. The passive skill increased every physical attribute by a percentage equal to the trust value. Endurance, strength, reflexes, eyesight, reaction speed, everything. Most of Dongjun's squad already had trust levels above 50. A 50% increase across the board was basically like turning normal survivors into discount superheroes. Bongho happily pointed out that this was also one of Junhan's powers. The moment he said it, both Hiran and Jihoon's loyalty crossed 30. New vassal candidates unlocked. Junhan wasted absolutely no time. He registered both of them immediately. Their bodies glowed with light and the girls stared at themselves in confusion. Jihoon awakened Piercing Shot while Hiran awakened Poison Mist. Right on cue, more goblins showed up. Jihoon turned, drew her bow, and fired. The arrow punched through a goblin's skull, changed direction, then continued through several more targets. Even she looked surprised. Apparently, Piercing Shot consumed mental energy in exchange for turning arrows into a chain-killing nightmare. Junhan immediately assigned her a quest to practice using it. Then he turned his attention toward Hiran's new skill. Poison Mist was ranked B. It consumed mental energy to create a deadly toxic cloud. Powerful ability. Slight problem. If used carelessly, she could kill teammates and enemies at the same time. Definitely the kind of skill that came with an instruction manual nobody bothered reading. Using absolute sight, he started checking on the residents throughout the building. In one apartment, a guy was carefully filling bottles from a bathtub. Junhan nodded. Smart move. These people had prepared water reserves ahead of time and stocked food as well. They weren't completely helpless. Then his attention shifted to another apartment. A girl named Kim Da-jung was lying motionless on the floor. Junhan immediately focused. According to the system, she possessed healing abilities. In the apocalypse, finding a healer was like finding Wi-Fi in the middle of a desert. He rushed to her apartment but found the door locked. Then he remembered his newest skill, Invisible Hand of the Absolute Recluse. He activated it and guided the invisible hand through the apartment. Visualizing the lock being broken, the hand transformed into pliers and effortlessly removed it. Junhan quickly entered and found Da-jung unconscious. He shook her gently and called out to her, but there was no response. Looking closer, he immediately noticed the symptoms. Pale skin, dry lips, dark circles, severe dehydration. Then he noticed something that made absolutely no sense. There was a full bottle of water sitting on the table. Junhan stared at it in confusion. If water was right there, then why was she dehydrated? Whatever the reason, he couldn't waste time solving the mystery right now. He needed her alive. Opening the quest window, he decided to try something crazy. He created a quest. Take 1 breath. Reward. Treatment for dehydration. Cost 10 million won. The moment she breathed, the quest completed. 10 million vanished from his account faster than his happiness. But it worked. Da-jung's eyes slowly opened. Seeing an unfamiliar man standing over her, she immediately asked who he was. Junhan introduced himself as the neighbor from upstairs. When she asked how he got inside, he casually admitted that he picked the lock because he thought she was dying. Her expression instantly shifted from confusion to horror, then to despair. Then she started crying while clutching her head. Junhan looked completely lost. Meanwhile, Da-jung's mind was racing. She had no idea who this guy was. She had no idea how he knew about her abilities. But if he was asking for help instead of threatening her, then maybe he wasn't dangerous. Junhan firmly called her name and told her that one of his companions was seriously injured and needed treatment immediately. Through her tears, Da-jung stared at him. She couldn't even take care of herself properly, and now this stranger wanted her to save somebody else. It sounded ridiculous, but at the same time, he didn't seem like a threat. Carefully, she asked where they were going. Before Junhan could answer, a new system window appeared. He paused and looked at it. A fresh quest had just been generated. Objective: use healing power to cure Yanju. Junhan told Da-jung to eat something and get some rest first. The injured person could wait a little longer. He would bring them to her himself. Before leaving, he opened the store and several tangerines suddenly dropped onto the floor. They rolled toward her feet, causing her to panic and tell him to stop. Then another tangerine popped out of the system window right in front of her. Da-jung stared at it with wide eyes and blurted out, asking what in the world she was looking at. Junhan just smiled and told her he would explain everything later. Right now she was exhausted and needed to recover first. With that, he left the apartment. Da-jung sat there holding a tangerine in complete disbelief. A few minutes ago she had been unconscious on the floor. Now mysterious fruit was literally spawning out of thin air. At this point she wasn't even sure whether she was awake or trapped inside somebody else's fever dream. As soon as Junhan returned home, the system informed him that Da-jung's trust had increased. He glanced at the notification and quietly thought that everything happening lately felt completely insane even by apocalypse standards. Still, there wasn't time to think about it. He walked over to the window and looked outside. The squad should have been returning by now. The moment he spotted them, his expression changed. They were close, way too close, and that wasn't the problem. The problem was what was chasing them. A massive beast was charging after the group while everyone sprinted toward the apartment building as fast as they could. Bongho was carrying his grandmother, Jushu was carrying the unconscious Yanju. The others were desperately trying to keep pace while covering the retreat. One mistake and somebody was getting left behind. Junhan's face immediately darkened. That thing looked exactly like a red tiger, the same kind of monster they had barely dealt with before. His mind raced as he stared at the creature closing the distance behind them. Then a single thought crossed his head. Where the hell did another red tiger come from? The red tiger was almost on top of them now. It swung a massive paw trying to catch someone in its path, and Hirin took one wrong step. Her ankle twisted, sending her crashing onto the ground. Ron immediately called out to her, but by the time she pushed herself back up, the tiger had already closed the distance. Its jaws opened wide enough to swallow her whole. Hirin froze. Her mind went blank. She could literally feel the beast's breath on her face. Then suddenly, she vanished. The tiger stopped in confusion and began searching for its target. Meanwhile, Hirin reappeared inside Junhan's territory, coughing and struggling to calm herself after the near-death experience. Junhan saw her condition and realized the teleport had bought them a little more time. Unfortunately, the tiger wasn't done hunting. It immediately resumed the chase, and at that moment the system informed Junhan that creatures meeting the requirements for citizenship had been detected. Almost immediately afterward, Bongho appeared inside the apartment carrying his grandmother on his back. He carefully lowered her onto the floor and told Junhan to take care of her because he needed to return to the others. Junhan stopped him right there. Bongho wanted to argue, but one look at Junhan's face told him this wasn't the time. He reluctantly stayed behind. Meanwhile, Junhan focused entirely on the tiger. Summoning his invisible hand, he narrowed his eyes. That monster wasn't getting away. The red tiger roared and continued charging. Dongjun gritted his teeth and suddenly made a decision that looked completely insane. He stopped running, pulled out a tennis ball, and threw it with everything he had. The ball missed, but it succeeded in one thing. The tiger's attention locked onto him instantly. The others shouted in alarm as the beast changed targets. Dongjun didn't hesitate. He turned and ran in the opposite direction from the squad, dragging the tiger away from everyone else. The beast chased him straight toward the subway station. Every second it got closer. Every second those gigantic fangs filled more of his vision. Dongjun already knew how this scene usually ended in apocalypse stories, and none of those endings were pleasant. Then suddenly, the tiger stopped. Something had grabbed it. The beast growled furiously as enormous pincers slammed it into the ground. Before it could recover, the giant claws wrapped around its neck and lifted it completely off the ground. Dongjun froze. The others arrived moments later and stared at the unbelievable sight. A system notification appeared in front of Jihan, and she instantly understood what Junhan wanted. Junhan watched from afar and smirked. There was no reason for him to finish the job himself when he had capable people for that. Jihan calmly raised her bow. The trapped tiger roared and struggled. She released the arrow. One clean shot. The system immediately announced the death of the level 28 red tiger. More than 63 million won flowed into Junhan's wallet. Jihan, Bongho, and Hirin's trust and loyalty increased again, while Dongjun's loyalty finally crossed 30, fulfilling the requirements to become a vassal. Junhan wasted absolutely no time and registered him immediately. After returning to the apartment, Da-jung began treating Yanju's injuries. The wounds were serious, but slowly the healing started working. Watching the process, Junhan couldn't help feeling relieved. Finding a healer during the apocalypse was basically like finding a legendary drop on day one. While Yanju was being treated, Junhan asked Dongjun what exactly had happened during the rescue mission. Dongjun explained that Bongho's grandmother's house was inside the territory claimed by the tigers. They managed to kill one, but there were more lurking around. Hearing that, Junhan finally understood why the area had felt strange. There were almost no goblins nearby. Even monsters apparently preferred not to become tiger food. Fortunately, the squad had only crossed paths with 2 of them. Any more than that and things could have become a complete disaster. A short while later, the system announced that Da-jung had completed her task. She wiped sweat from her forehead and smiled, saying that she had succeeded. Junhan praised her efforts, and she awkwardly asked if she could finally go home now. Before he could answer, Cho suddenly spoke up. He admitted that this probably wasn't the best time to ask, but everyone had been gathering in Junhan's apartment non-stop. Looking around at the crowd, he figured that had to be driving him crazy. Junhan looked at the group and laughed internally. At this point, his apartment had practically become Apocalypse City Hall. Fortunately, he already had a solution. He informed them that apartment 2901 was empty. Electricity would be provided, and from now on they could live there instead. The entire group brightened instantly. Then he turned toward Kim Din and her younger brother. Apartments 2101 and 2102 on the 21st floor were also empty. They would have electricity and functioning facilities as well. He wanted them to inform the other survivors that they could use those apartments to shower and take care of themselves. Kim Din and her brother looked touched by the offer. Junhan added that if they wanted, they could keep one of those apartments for themselves and leave the other available for everyone else. In just a few days, what had started as one shut-in's apartment was slowly turning into an actual survivor settlement. And the funniest part, Junhan still couldn't leave the building himself. Everybody else was out there fighting monsters, rescuing survivors, and risking their lives. Meanwhile, the guy running the entire operation was still technically trapped inside his own house. The 2 siblings immediately lit up with excitement. Junhan's offer was basically the apocalypse version of winning the lottery. In exchange, he only asked for one thing. He wanted them to continue acting as messengers between him and the other survivors. Kim Din stared at him in surprise while Junhan calmly laid out the rules. From now on, the first group to kill 100 goblins would earn a place of their own. Electricity, water, gas, food, everything would be provided. If 10 survivors from the same floor worked together and proved themselves, they would receive the same treatment. The only catch was simple. Rewards would depend on results. Junhan wasn't running a charity anymore. Anyone who wanted benefits had to earn them. After that, he created a goblin hunting quest with a time limit of 168 hours. The reward was experience. The punishment was losing access to public facilities. A pretty clear message. Work hard, get rewarded. Slack off, enjoy staring at the hallway walls. The survivors wasted absolutely no time. A boy named Sunman sprinted through the corridors with a crowd of goblins chasing him. The guy was running like every bad decision he'd ever made was gaining on him at once. He glanced toward the safe zone and realized he only needed a little more distance. The goblins were practically grabbing at his back when he threw himself forward, crashed onto the floor, and slid into safety. The moment he crossed the line, he signaled his teammates. One of the twins immediately noticed that Sunman had dragged a huge group behind him. Perfect. The others stepped forward and started stabbing with their spears. Goblins got smacked back, pinned down, and skewered before they could even get close. One of the creatures managed to stand back up and run, causing the others to follow. Then one of the guys decided it was time to show off. He crouched, took aim, and launched his spear with everything he had. The weapon shot between the twins and slammed straight into the fleeing goblin. The guy instantly clenched his fist and celebrated like he'd just hit a game-winning shot. The twins stared at him in disbelief while he stretched his shoulder and casually asked how many kills they had. One twin said 22, the other said 24. After adding everything up, they realized the 3 of them had already passed 100 goblins. Sunman immediately exploded. According to him, there had been way more than enough goblins trying to turn him into lunch, and he almost died carrying out the plan. The guy who threw the spear rolled his eyes and reminded him of one important detail. Who came up with the strategy? Who built the setup? Who said he was fast enough to act as bait? Sunman suddenly had fewer arguments available. The twins quickly jumped in before the discussion turned into a civil war over goblin accounting. They pointed out that Sunman had actually done a great job. Running for his life was apparently his strongest skill. That finally calmed things down enough for them to head toward the 21st floor and claim their reward. When they arrived, Kim Din greeted them with an awkward smile. The moment she explained the situation, their good mood evaporated. Another team had already claimed the grand prize. The group stared at her in disbelief. They had spent all day risking their necks and somebody had beaten them to the finish line. One of them immediately accused her of joking and demanded a house anyway. Kim Din patiently explained that she wasn't joking at all. Right then, footsteps echoed through the hallway. Perfect timing. The winning team had just arrived. The newcomers turned out to be a young man and a married couple. Kim Din asked how things went, and the young man explained that they had actually declined the apartment reward. Instead, they requested electricity and water for their own homes. They also asked for Jiho's daughters to be exempt from missions. Kim Din looked confused and asked if they were children. As far as she knew, kids were already exempt. Jiho laughed and explained that both of them were technically adults. They just happened to inherit very youthful faces from their mother. His wife added that the girls could probably shoot a bow just as well as anyone else, but she was still worried every time they stepped outside. In a world where goblins were everywhere, and giant monsters could appear without warning, being overprotective was probably the most reasonable thing anyone had done all week. Kim Din suddenly remembered that both teams had been promised bows and arrows. Boy immediately asked the obvious question. Were they planning to keep hunting goblins after this? Kim Din nodded without hesitation. Junhan personally wanted the goblins in this area wiped out. At this point, the little green pests were multiplying faster than bad decisions in an apocalypse. No matter how many they killed, more kept showing up. That answer instantly annoyed Sunyo. He pointed at the winning team and demanded to know if they were some kind of special case. From his perspective, they were all competing for the same rewards. Kim Din admitted it probably looked unfair, but Junhan had already thought about that. The teams that finished second and third would receive rewards too. They would be moved to the 30th floor and treated properly. Kim Din smiled and asked if everyone heard that clearly. The situation had already been settled. They were all winners, just not first-place winners. The elevator ride to the 30th floor was awkward. One of the twins asked if Junhan was really younger than them. Sunyob immediately pointed out how funny it was that everyone spoke to him so respectfully. Another guy jokingly wondered if he was some kind of god. His brother snorted and suggested he was probably running a cult instead. One of the others immediately told them to shut up, making jokes about the guy who controlled food, electricity, water, and apparently reality itself seemed like a terrible survival strategy. The group fell silent. Suddenly, everyone realized they were literally on their way to meet him. When the elevator doors opened, they stepped onto the 30th floor. The twins immediately looked around in shock. Sunyob was about to ask what they were staring at when Junhan himself appeared and greeted them with a smile. For some reason, that made everybody even more nervous. Sunyob instantly transformed from loud troublemaker into model citizen. The guy introduced himself politely and even offered a handshake. Junhan shook it and casually mentioned that he had enjoyed watching their team operate. The barricade strategy had been especially impressive. Sunyob nearly choked. Watching? How exactly had he been watching? Before they could ask, Junhan informed them that apartments 1301 and 1502 would receive electricity, water, and gas. Just like that, Sunyob stared at him and asked if he could really do something like that. Junhan simply confirmed it. The guy looked even more confused and asked how. Junhan ignored the question and reminded them that they earned the reward by killing 100 goblins. Then he added one more thing. He wasn't a cult leader, and he definitely wasn't trying to become a god. The entire group froze. He had heard the elevator conversation, every single word. The atmosphere instantly became painful. Sunyob looked like he wanted the floor to open and swallow him whole. Junhan just smirked and moved on. He had a request for them. From now on, they would serve as bait. A little later, all four of them were sprinting through the streets while dragging a group of orcs behind them. The moment they reached the designated area, Sunyob signaled Dongjun. Dongjun grinned and pulled out a spear. His abilities had improved massively since becoming a vassal. His B-rank throwing skill increased attack power several times over. Combined with his knight title and boosted physical abilities, the guy was basically turning spears into guided missiles. He took aim and launched. The spear pierced straight through an orc's body. The remaining monsters didn't care and charged anyway. One of them got dangerously close to Dongjun, but he didn't even flinch. Before the creature could reach him, a spinning arrow shot out from behind and drilled straight through its skull. Jihyun had entered the fight. Dongjun immediately threw another spear and dropped a second orc. The system notified Junhan that several million won had been added to his wallet, while the squad's mission to eliminate 100 orcs was officially completed. During another sweep, the team discovered a family of 3 hiding from the chaos. Dongjun brought them back, and the moment they reached the building, Junhan received a notification about an unauthorized entry attempt. He granted them citizenship immediately. The population count climbed again and finally reached 200 residents. That milestone unlocked a brand new skill, tax collection. The ability would generate 10% of the citizens' money without reducing the citizens' actual balances. Junhan immediately became interested. Unfortunately, there was a catch. The cooldown was 30 days, and the collected amount couldn't be withdrawn immediately. He would have to wait months before receiving the full return. Under normal circumstances, that would be great. Unfortunately, his parents were still out there somewhere. He didn't have the luxury of waiting forever. He decided to think of it as a long-term investment and adjusted the distribution settings to 30%. Right after that, another notification appeared. The Absolute Recluse had reached level 10. 3 skill points were awarded. Then the familiar pain exploded through his chest again. Every time his territory evolved, something big followed. And judging by how intense the pain was this time, Junhan had a feeling the system was about to throw another ridiculous surprise at him. His influence kept spreading through the building, and the system congratulated him as the absolute recluse of the entire apartment complex. Then came the real shocker. He received a 1 billion won grant. Junhan immediately moved to the construction tab and found a list of buildable facilities. solar panels for 133 million, a store for 220 million, and a gym for 300 million. The annual production number on the solar panels was only 30 million, and Junhan stared at that like the system had just tried to sell him a luxury scam in the middle of the apocalypse. Installation cost 130 million, meaning he would need 5 years just to break even. No thanks, he decided not to build anything yet. Right now he had better ways to spend money. Maybe he should just level up Dongjun once. Then he checked the system more carefully and realized the funds were only meant for construction-related purchases. That changed everything. It meant he could still keep his actual wallet untouched. Perfect. He decided to start with a solar panel anyway. The system said it would take 24 hours. Annoying, but acceptable. He considered adding another one, only for the system to shut that dream down immediately. One apartment building could only have one solar panel. Fine. Then he checked the store and realized it was way more useful than he had expected. It was basically a room connected to the recluse skill, where registered items could be sold, and the best part was that it didn't need a cashier. People could just pay through a translucent window and the items would appear in reality. Junhan immediately understood the value. If the store worked with the humanitarian supplies too, the residents could buy their own food and necessities. Even better, he could raise the payment amount per person by installing things himself. He bought the store and placed it in apartment 101. Construction time, 48 hours. Then he checked the gym, a training area where citizens could improve strength and endurance. Training efficiency was already doubled, and anyone level 15 or below got an extra 300% bonus. Junhan smiled. He already liked where this was going. With a gym, citizens could level up through exercise and still earn quest rewards at the same time. That was basically free growth with extra steps. He installed the gym on the second floor. Construction time, 72 hours. Then he turned back to the store and saw that his absolute recluse shop skill had reached level 5. The number of products he could register had jumped to 500, and a product list function had been added. Even better, registered products and similar items could now be bought together, meaning wholesale and retail were both on the table. When he saw water in the product list, he practically sighed in relief. The variety was massive. Different brands, different sizes, same with noodles. The system had expanded the menu enough to make apocalypse grocery shopping feel weirdly premium. Junhan grinned. This was useful. Meanwhile, Dongjun's team was still in the middle of battle. Ryushu landed a fatal strike on an orc and let out a breath of relief, only for Dongjun to walk up and ask what would happen if he threw his weapon. Ryushu looked at his halberd and asked why he was bringing that up. Dongjun said he just wanted to test something. Ryushu handed it over, but the moment he realized Dongjun was about to throw it, he told him to wait. Too late. Dongjun launched the weapon far away. It flew so far that Ryushu immediately panicked and asked what he was supposed to do now that his halberd was who knows where. Dongjun calmly told him to summon it back. Only then did Ryushu understand the point. He extended his hand, activated the skill, and the halberd returned right to him. He lit up with excitement and called Dongjun a genius. Then Jihon said they needed to move because she was almost out of arrows. Right on cue, a sound came from behind her. She turned around and saw a quiver of arrows appear out of nowhere. She stared in shock. No way. She had just been sure it was empty. That was when the system reported multitasking. Junhan could use other skills in any area covered by absolute sight. Jihyun immediately resumed firing arrows, and the system announced that a level 19 orc had been killed. More experience flowed into the absolute recluse wallet, and the quest was officially completed. Dongjun, Ryushu, Bongho, Hirin, Guan, and the other citizens all cleared it together. The reward cost had been 23,325,081, and Jihan's citizen level had increased. Junhan folded his arms and stared at the system window. The more he looked at it, the more he realized that quest rewards could directly increase his strength. For the first time in a while, he could actually see a path forward. His family's location was roughly 10 kilometers away. On foot, that was about 3 hours. Not impossible, but in a world packed with monsters, 3 hours might as well be a cross-country death march. Thinking about it, he stepped out of the apartment, took the elevator, and eventually arrived on the rooftop. The wind blew through his hair as he looked across the ruined city. Burned buildings, broken roads, and a skyline that looked like it had lost a fight against the apocalypse itself. He muttered that the situation was terrible and started reviewing his options. Maybe he should begin with Dongjun's team. He opened the status windows one by one. Jian was level 22, carrying the title of 7th Servant, with Trust at 59, Loyalty at 33, and the awakened ability Crow. Then came Yanju, level 33, Trust 51, Loyalty 12, with her Werebear ability and experience and money distribution already assigned. Then Jung appeared, level 30, 8th Servant, Trust 70, Loyalty 63, possessing healing, blessing, and magic armor. Compared to ordinary citizens, awakened individuals were on a completely different level. Blessing could temporarily increase physical ability by 70%, while magic armor created protective armor through mental energy. Looking at the numbers, Junhan thought that Yanju and Jung would be ideal partners for the journey. The problem was that Yanju still lacked loyalty. Then his eyes landed on the quest rewards section again. Resurrection of her son. The same reward he couldn't afford before. He placed a finger against the system window and frowned. Still impossible right now. If he wanted to make this work, he needed a much harder quest. He adjusted the conditions. Kill a monster above level 40. 24-hour time limit. Failure penalty death. The system instantly rejected it. Not enough funds. Try again later. Just as expected, he clicked his tongue, but before he could think further, another system notification appeared. A level 18 orc had been killed. More money flowed into the absolute recluse wallet. Junhan froze for a second, then his eyes widened. Of course, group quests. The system wasn't rejecting the reward itself. It was rejecting his current resources. That meant resurrection really was possible. The quest became killing a monster above level 40, with resurrection for 1 day as the reward. Suddenly, everything clicked. First, he needed Yanju completely on his side. Not long after, a loud knock echoed through the apartment. Someone was practically pounding on the door. Junhan opened it and found Yanju standing there, breathing heavily, tears already filling her eyes. She had seen the quest. She knew it was possible. Even with a time limit, it was possible. The moment Junhan confirmed it, she collapsed to the floor crying. She thanked him over and over, saying that 1 day was enough. Just seeing her son again would be enough. Her body trembled with emotion, and the system immediately reported that Yanju's loyalty had exceeded 30. The conditions to become a vassal had been fulfilled. Junhan watched the bright light appear and realized that it had worked. A moment later, he tested the house functions again. A dripping faucet suddenly began flowing normally as the maintaining dignity skill activated. Junhan nodded. At this point, restoring electricity, water, and gas almost felt routine. The system then reported the store's daily sales. More than 300,000 won had been deposited into his account. Junhan quickly calculated the numbers. If 20% profit alone was over 300,000, then the store had generated more than 1.5 million won in sales in a single day. Not bad for a shop run entirely by an apocalypse wizard who couldn't leave his own building. Curious, he activated absolute eyes and looked at the customers inside the store. 2 residents were talking near the shelves. One asked how much longer he needed to save. The other replied that the bow cost 150,000 won. They had only managed to save 10,000 today, so it would probably take about 2 weeks. Hearing that, Junhan quietly observed them. People weren't just surviving anymore. They were saving money, planning purchases, and working toward goals. In a world overrun by monsters, his building was slowly turning back into something that resembled a real community, and every item sold, every quest completed, and every citizen recruited pushed it one step further away from becoming just another graveyard in the apocalypse. The guy shot him an annoyed look and called him an idiot, asking if he had even thought about how people were supposed to buy food and water while saving up for expensive gear. Then he waved dismissively and said that if Junhan was so smart, maybe he should be the one doing all the calculations. Watching this through the system, Junhan couldn't help noticing that the payment system was affecting people more than he expected. Ever since the mysterious store appeared on the first floor, even the small rewards earned from killing goblins had started changing people's behavior. Citizens who previously hid inside their apartments were now actively hunting monsters because every goblin meant money, supplies, and a chance to improve their lives. From Junhan's perspective, everything was moving according to plan. Levels were increasing, new citizens were arriving almost daily, and the population kept climbing. When he checked the system window, the numbers surprised even him. The current population had already reached 781 residents out of 11,000 possible slots. Experience gain was increased by 100%, and money gain was also increased by 100%. Looking at those numbers, Junhan thought that growth would only accelerate from here. Right as he was thinking that, another notification appeared. A level 18 orc had been killed. More experience arrived, and over 1 million won was deposited into the absolute recluse wallet. Junhan simply nodded. The machine was running now. Meanwhile, outside, Yanju was tearing through monsters like a one-bear natural disaster. In her transformed state, she smashed through goblins, bit off heads, and charged through enemy lines without slowing down. After finishing another group, she gradually returned to human form and let out a tired sigh while placing a hand on her waist. At that moment, Dajun called out and asked if she was injured anywhere. Yanju immediately replied that she was fine and that a few injuries didn't matter. Dajun wasn't convinced and told her not to push herself too hard. Before she could continue, Yanju apologized, saying she knew it looked like she was trying to do everything herself, but she had her reasons. Hearing that, Gong looked confused and asked why she was apologizing in the first place. Thanks to her, everyone was safe and comfortable. From his apartment, Junhan watched the exchange and thought that pairing Yanju with Dijung had definitely been the right decision. Their personalities balanced each other perfectly. He then checked Yanju's status. She had already reached level 40. Ninth servant, knight, warrior, trust 66, Loyalty 66. Awakened abilities included Werebear, Ancient Vitality, and Berserker. Warrior increased melee damage by 50%. Ancient Vitality dramatically improved regeneration as injuries accumulated. Berserker, an S-rank skill, caused her physical abilities to increase by 300% whenever blood triggered her battle instincts. Looking at that status screen, Junhan almost felt bad for any monster unlucky enough to meet her. At that exact moment, a loud noise echoed across the battlefield. Everyone turned and spotted a huge monster approaching. The girls immediately recognized that it wasn't an ordinary enemy. Yanju instantly called out to Dajung and transformed again. Massive fur erupted across her body as she charged forward before anyone else could react. The monster swung its weapon, smashing the ground, but Yanju responded by attacking from multiple angles with her claws. Jihoon pulled back her bowstring and fired, but the creature managed to deflect the arrow. Yanju answered by opening her massive jaws and lunging directly at it. She slammed the monster into the ground, pinned it beneath her weight, and continued attacking. Moments later, the system announced that the level 28 orc leader had been defeated. More than 73 million won entered the Absolute Recluse wallet. The station boss was dead. The conditions had been fulfilled. A new construction option had been unlocked. Junhan immediately opened the details and discovered a facility called an outpost. Unlike normal territory, an outpost could extend the Absolute Recluse's influence beyond his apartment building. If a knight-ranked citizen or higher stayed inside, the outpost would function as a secondary domain. Unauthorized occupants would trigger its destruction after 24 hours. The price tag was brutal. 1.3 billion won. Junhan stared at it, then smiled. Expensive but useful. The system explained that 3 knight-ranked citizens would be required for construction, and that the building process would take 7 days. Junhan immediately started calculating. The problem wasn't money. The problem was time. Building the outpost would require Yanju, Jung, and Dongjun to remain there for an entire week. A week was too valuable right now. His family was still out there somewhere. Every day mattered. The station area had already been secured. Most of the monsters had been eliminated, and there was no immediate need to establish permanent control over the location. Reluctantly, he canceled the construction. The reward was tempting, but the timing was wrong. Still, the discovery gave him hope. If an outpost could eventually be built near his family's location, bringing his parents and grandparents back safely would become much easier. Junhan placed a hand against the window and stared into the distance. He silently prayed that they were still alive. Then he made his decision. Tomorrow, Dongjun's squad would begin the journey toward his home. Meanwhile, at the station, Jihan stared ahead and muttered that this was completely insane. He honestly couldn't understand how someone could rip apart an orc with bare hands. Then he immediately corrected himself. Well, technically she wasn't fully human when she was fighting. That explained part of it. Still, Yanju had already been ridiculously strong before receiving Junhan's support, which made him wonder how the guy had even convinced her to cooperate in the first place. From everything he had seen, she practically lost her mind whenever goblins appeared. Maybe Junhan had given her some kind of special reward too. Before he could think about it any further, a system notification appeared. Group mission, return. Time limit 1 hour, small experience reward. No penalty for failure. Jihan looked around at the remaining citizens before Dongjun announced that they were heading back. He nodded and answered that he understood. Then he raised his hand and gave a short whistle. A crow immediately descended from above and landed on his arm. Smiling, he gently patted the bird and told it to calm down. Dongjun walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and told him to scout ahead. Jihan answered respectfully and sent the crow flying. Through the bird's vision, he quickly checked the surrounding area and confirmed that the route was clear. No threats, no ambushes. They could move safely. Dongjun thanked him and the group started advancing. As they moved, a rat suddenly darted across Jihan's path. He paused and glanced after it in confusion. A rat? In the middle of all this, the little creature leaped onto the platform, jumped several more times, and eventually stopped near the firewall. Jihan thought it was strange, but the group continued moving. Back at the apartment building, Junhan gathered the citizens and bowed his head. The sudden gesture shocked everyone. He admitted that the chances were low, but he wanted to ask for their help. Dongjun immediately understood where this was going and asked if his family lived in the residential district he had mentioned before. Junhan answered honestly. He couldn't guarantee they were there. Bongho immediately smacked his chest and declared that they would help. In fact, they had to help. Dongjun nodded and added that everyone standing there was alive today because of Junhan. If there was something they could do for him, they would do it. Junhan smiled and thanked them. Then he explained the plan. The orcs around JP Station had already been eliminated. The team would follow the subway line towards Sman Station. From there, the closest stop to his family's location would be Shagali Station. They would exit through the second exit and receive further instructions afterward. However, he wasn't asking them to leave immediately. Today's goal was rest. Tomorrow morning, they would begin the operation. Just as everyone seemed ready to leave, Yeonju suddenly stepped forward. She wanted to ask something. Looking directly at Junhan, she wondered whether his abilities truly couldn't bring an entire family back at once. The question hit harder than she realized. Junhan silently remembered the countless experiments he had already performed. He had tested teleportation rewards before. That was exactly why Bongho's awakened ability had excited him so much. If teleportation worked correctly, maybe moving his family wouldn't be impossible. Unfortunately, every attempt had failed. The system simply rejected the reward. His best guess was that the targets existed outside his territory's effective range. If that assumption was correct, then there was an even darker possibility. If his parents died outside that range, there might be absolutely nothing he could do for them. Junhan pushed that thought down and calmly explained that his abilities had limits. Some things were possible, some things weren't. Still, he reassured her that the promise he made regarding her son remained unchanged. Hearing that, Yeonju's trust increased again. She smiled and thanked him for being honest. Junhan replied that honesty was the least he owed them. After that, everyone finally dispersed. Bongho suggested they get some rest while they still could. Dongjun promised they would be ready tomorrow, and the group began leaving. Then suddenly, a new system notification appeared. Unauthorized creature attempting entry. Creature meets citizenship requirements. Offer citizenship? Junhan immediately selected yes. A moment later, the system confirmed that Yojin had accepted citizenship. Her status window appeared instantly. Level 31. Trust 7. Awakened ability. Mouse Queen. Experience distribution 0%. Money distribution 0%. Junhan blinked. Mouse Queen. Before he could process it properly, he noticed movement nearby. A small mouse stepped forward and let out a surprised squeak. Junhan stared for a second before asking the most reasonable question possible in the apocalypse. A mouse? Really? About an hour earlier, Yojin was secretly watching everything unfold and honestly couldn't decide whether these people were brave survivors or complete suckers. From what she had seen, they were hunting orcs like it was a regular afternoon hobby, which meant most of them had probably awakened abilities already. The problem was that awakening wasn't supposed to be that common. The more she watched, the stranger it felt. Still, she decided to keep following them. Being responsible for everyone by herself was becoming harder every day, and if these people were really as capable as they looked, they might be worth investigating. With that thought, she continued tailing them from a distance until she suddenly heard voices nearby. Children were laughing. Children in the apocalypse. Yojin froze and stared in disbelief. Kids were actually running around and playing. That alone was weird enough, but when she looked closer, she realized there were far more people living in this building than there should have been. The entire place felt wrong. In a good way. Curious, she rushed toward the entrance to get a closer look, only to smash face first into an invisible barrier. The impact made her squeal loudly as a bump immediately formed on her head. A system message appeared, informing her that entry was prohibited. Yojin held her head and mentally screamed, wondering what kind of nonsense this was. Then another notification appeared. Accept citizenship? At that point, she didn't even hesitate. Yes. Obviously, yes. The system continued flashing while she stared at it. A second later, citizenship was granted. Yojin clenched her tiny paw and squeaked triumphantly. It worked. She carefully stepped forward, and this time passed through the barrier without any resistance. Success. Unfortunately, the moment several residents noticed her, somebody screamed that there was a giant rat inside the building. Yojin immediately regretted existing. People started chasing her from every direction. Someone shouted to catch her. Another pointed at her. She zigzagged through the hallway, slipped around people's legs, rolled across the floor, and somehow avoided being stepped on. While escaping, she accidentally spotted people training inside the gym and became even more confused. Since when did apocalypse survivors have workout schedules? Moments later, her body returned to human form at the station. Sitting on the tracks, she rubbed her head and groaned. Then a huge grin spread across her face. Finally, she had found a way to survive. Unfortunately, finding the building was one thing. Getting there consistently was another problem entirely. The only route she knew involved the subway tunnels. That also meant passing through Sman Station and dealing with the monster that lived there. Ironically, the same monster might be the reason she could pull this off. Meanwhile, back in the apartment, the system informed Junhan that a tamed level 2 mouse had been caught. A small amount of experience was awarded. Then the details appeared. Mouse Queen, rank A. Every mouse that encountered her would swear allegiance. Controlled mice could be used like extra limbs and even transmit sensory information. Junhan immediately became interested. An A-rank awakened individual had practically walked into his territory on her own. That was not something he intended to ignore. The only issue was that she wasn't currently inside his area of influence. First, he needed a way to contact her. He opened the quest menu and quickly created a simple task. Visit the apartment. Time limit 48 hours. Reward, cola and chocolate bars. No penalty. Then he paused. A thought suddenly hit him. Yeonju's earlier question about teleportation came back to mind. Maybe he had been testing the wrong thing this entire time. He edited the quest. Visit the apartment. Time limit 10 seconds. Reward: cola and chocolate bars. Penalty for failure: summoning. Junhan stared at the option for a second. He hadn't even known penalties could be used like that. If this worked, it could completely change everything. Maybe he couldn't teleport people as rewards, but perhaps he could force relocation through failed quests. If that was true, then future outposts could become gateways for bringing his family home. The possibilities immediately started multiplying in his head. He selected confirm. The countdown began. 9 seconds. 8, 7. Junhan silently prayed the experiment wouldn't somehow cost 1 billion won. Then the timer reached 0. The system reported that Yojin had failed the quest. Quest cost: 31,674,894 won. Junhan immediately grabbed his chest. 30 million. Painful, but survivable. More importantly, it worked. In the next instant, Yojin appeared right on the floor of his apartment. One moment she was somewhere far away. The next she was sitting in front of him, completely confused. Her eyes widened in panic as she looked around the unfamiliar room. She had absolutely no idea where she was. Junhan, on the other hand, was staring at her like a scientist whose experiment had just succeeded on the first try. The relocation worked. The summoning worked. His heartbeat sped up as dozens of possibilities raced through his mind. Meanwhile, Yojin trembled nervously and looked up at the strange man standing over her. Junhan stepped closer, smiled, and casually greeted her. Hello. From Yojin's perspective, that single word was somehow much scarier than being chased through monster-infested subway tunnels. Yojin immediately stared at him suspiciously and asked who exactly he was and whether he even knew her. Junhan calmly replied that he was the one who had granted her citizenship. Yojin froze for a second, completely failing to process that answer. Before she could even finish asking what that was supposed to mean, Junhan casually pulled out a cola and a chocolate bar from a system window and handed them over. Then he explained that this was the same apartment complex she had been spying on while running around as a mouse. He apologized for dragging her here so suddenly and asked if she had been frightened. Yojin accepted the snacks with a blank expression while her brain desperately tried to catch up with reality. Teleportation, citizenship, magical windows, free cola. This conversation was moving way too fast. Junhan introduced himself properly, and Yojin slowly realized what had happened. That strange quest, the instant relocation, the impossible summoning, it had all been him. She immediately asked if he could accept other people too because there were many individuals depending on her. Gathering them all here by herself would be almost impossible. Junhan asked how many people she was responsible for, and Yojin answered 35. That number made him pause. Apparently she wasn't wandering around alone like he originally thought. He apologized and admitted that bringing everyone over wasn't something he could easily do. Yojin immediately grabbed his hoodie in panic and practically shouted that her mother and the youngest children were among them. She would do absolutely anything if he could help them. Junhan looked at her silently and began thinking, when he first offered citizenship to Yojin, he had never actually met her. The territory had recognized the mouse as Yojin herself. If that logic extended further, there might still be a solution. While thinking, he checked her status window. Her trust had already risen significantly. Honestly, she was in a situation where trusting him was almost her only option. Junhan finally asked if she was truly willing to do anything. Yojin didn't hesitate. She answered yes immediately. Anything. Junhan nodded and said there might be a way, but first she would have to trust him completely and unconditionally. Yojin froze for a moment before looking directly at him. Then she shouted with absolute determination that she believed him and would do whatever it took to save her family. The system instantly reacted. Yojin's trust shot upward. Trust reached 50. Loyalty unlocked. Loyalty exceeded 30. Conditions for vassal registration fulfilled. Junhan didn't waste a second. He selected vassal registration. Energy immediately wrapped around Yojin's body, and she let out a startled cry as the transformation completed. Her new status appeared before him. 10th servant, knight, trainer, trust 52, loyalty 33, Mouse Queen awakened ability. Trainer increased the stats of all tamed creatures by loyalty percentage while accelerating their growth based on trust. Evolution allowed tamed creatures to continue evolving after reaching specific levels. Junhan immediately got to the important part and asked whether she had any mice near the place where her people were hiding. Yojin nodded. He told her to send them immediately. She sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and concentrated. At the same time, Junhan activated Absolute Eyes to observe. A level 2 tamed mouse approached the survivors. Someone immediately pointed and yelled about a mouse. Another person recognized it as one of Yojin's. Then food suddenly started appearing from a system window in front of them. Everyone froze. One guy stared at the supplies and practically shouted in disbelief. Another wondered where the food had come from. Someone immediately guessed Yojin had sent it. The system began flooding Junhan with notifications as Yojin's trust increased even further. He grinned. He already understood the answer. Yojin's scouting ability combined with absolute eyes was ridiculous. Tens of thousands of rats crawling through sewers, buildings, tunnels, and hidden corners would effectively become his personal surveillance network. Junhan had accidentally recruited the greatest scout imaginable. After finishing, Yojin apologized and asked something else. Earlier, he had mentioned the Nambuan district. Was he talking about the area near Sando Beach? Junhan immediately confirmed it. The realization hit him instantly. It wasn't just a coincidence. Yojin had actually been there before. Unlike Dongjun's team, who had never visited that region, Yojin already knew the area. Better yet, she didn't even have to travel herself. She could simply send mice. That meant she could check whether his family was alive, gather information, and even deliver supplies without risking a single human life. Yojin smiled confidently and told him he could rely on her. Another trust notification appeared. Junhan nodded and immediately asked if she could handle his request right now. Yojin looked at the mouse sitting on her hand, gently stroked it, and answered without hesitation. Of course she could. Junhan added that if possible, the mouse should travel through the subway tunnels. Those routes would be safer and much easier to navigate. At that moment, for the first time in a long while, he finally felt like he had found a real lead toward his family. And all because an A-rank mouse queen literally wandered into his territory, looking for a way to survive. Yojin immediately asked if he was talking about the first subway line. Junhan confirmed that he was, because he planned to use that route for evacuation later. The moment she heard that, she practically shouted that he absolutely could not do that. Junhan was caught off guard and immediately asked why. Yojin explained that a monster was living at Sman Station. Junhan frowned. A monster? Hearing that, he quickly pointed toward her and asked if she could at least send a mouse there. Yojin concentrated and answered yes. Through the mouse's vision, they immediately saw the problem. A gigantic snake had captured a goblin and swallowed it like it was a snack-sized appetizer. Then the reptile noticed the mouse hiding nearby. Its enormous jaws opened and it lunged forward. The mouse barely dodged and sprinted for its life while the monster chased after it. Watching through absolute eyes, Junhan narrowed his eyes. The thing was massive, way bigger than anything they had dealt with so far. He quietly wondered whether it was above level 40. Yojin asked if he had seen it too and said there was no way anyone was getting through Sman Station. Then she suggested another route. They could move one station farther and enter through Pamanagal instead. She had already seen what Dongjun's squad was capable of. Reaching that station should be possible for them. Junhan considered it and agreed. After that, he told her she could stay in room 2001. Yojin nodded immediately. He warned her that she'd have to clean it herself. She happily agreed, thanked him, and said she would head there right away. Junhan smiled and told her to get some rest. After she left, he couldn't help wondering if he would have made similar plans himself if their groups had met before everything merged together. Then another system window appeared. Without hesitation, he selected Install Solar Panel. Construction began with exactly 24 hours remaining. Junhan thought the speed wasn't bad, but one solar panel wasn't remotely enough for a population approaching 800 people. If he wanted enough money for additional infrastructure, he would need more workers and more hunters. A 3-shift system would eventually be necessary. The same applied to every future facility. He nodded to himself. More hunting it was. Meanwhile, Dongjun's squad was sprinting through the subway tunnels while monsters chased after them. Dongjun shouted that they were attacking and quickly turned around. Everyone else stopped as well when they spotted bats flying toward them. The archers immediately responded. Arrows flew through the air and dropped the monsters before they could close the distance. Afterward, Jihyun asked if anyone was injured. Hirin replied that she was actually more worried about the giant snake at Sman Station. Could they really kill something like that themselves? Jihyun thought for a moment and answered that it would probably be fine. If things became too dangerous, Junhan could always pull them out. Hirin agreed and admitted she was probably worrying too much. Dongjun smiled and said exactly. There was no reason to panic yet. They continued moving and eventually reached the station. As soon as they arrived, Dongjun noticed countless monster corpses scattered everywhere. Hirin shuddered slightly at the sight while Dongjun urged everyone forward. They only needed to endure a little longer. Then suddenly he stopped dead in his tracks and shouted for everyone to stop. A gigantic snake was waiting ahead. Yushu immediately lost all confidence and demanded to know how they were supposed to fight something that looked like it had escaped from a nightmare. Instinctively, he turned around to retreat. At the same moment, Dongjun grabbed Jihon and yelled for everyone to get down. The entire team obeyed instantly. Then a system notification appeared. Group mission: kill the giant snake. Time limit 10 minutes. Reward: large amount of experience. Failure penalty: none. Yanju looked around in confusion and asked what was happening. Someone thought it felt like an earthquake. Dongjun stared at the quest window in disbelief. The mission specifically named him and Yanju as the ones responsible for killing the snake. He honestly wanted to ask who in the world thought thought this was a reasonable assignment. For a second he wondered whether Junhan had completely lost his mind. Then he looked at Yanju, frowned, and realized complaining wouldn't solve anything. He pulled out his weapon and hurled it forward. The attack slammed directly into the snake's head. The giant reptile hissed violently. But Hanjun did his work already. Normally, a snake preferred swallowing prey alive. Large prey had to be restrained first through venom or constriction because struggling victims could damage it from inside. Small prey was different. At that moment, a mouse ran straight over the giant snake. The monster didn't even care. To it, a mouse was basically a moving snack. It swallowed the little creature without a second thought, completely unaware that it had just made the worst dietary decision of its life. Watching through the connection, Junhan smiled and opened his inventory. He already had an idea. Inventory, store, a couple of useful tricks. He immediately used gas summon. Thick smoke suddenly erupted inside the snake's body. Then he followed it with burning paper summon. The mouse continued running through the creature's insides, leaving fire behind like a tiny furry arsonist on a mission. A second later, the snake's stomach exploded from the inside. Back in the apartment, Yojin grabbed her head in shock from the feedback. Junhan quickly asked if she was alright. She forced a smile and replied that she was fine, just a little startled. Junhan nodded. Regardless, she had done an amazing job. Yojin proudly agreed. Then Junhan looked back toward the battlefield. Even after the internal explosion, he wasn't planning to let the snake off that easily. His vassals still needed to finish the job. System windows began appearing one after another. Junhan couldn't help smiling. Between the squad bonuses and distributions, this fight was about to print money and experience like a broken machine. Dongjun threw his spear, striking the snake's head. At the same time, Yanju partially transformed and charged forward. Her claws tore through the monster's skull and punched a massive hole straight through it. The system immediately announced the kill. Level 40 giant snake defeated. A massive amount of experience was awarded. More than 1.8 billion entered the Absolute Recluse wallet. Dongjun and Yanju had defeated the Smon Station boss. A new construction option became available. Outpost, Smon Station. Junhan's skill level increased. The Absolute Recluse reached level 15 and gained 3 additional development points. A powerful surge rushed through his body, and moments later the territory expanded again. Then another notification appeared. The system had discovered 200 individuals who met the requirements for citizenship. Junhan immediately accepted. Citizenship granted. The citizen count climbed to 1,000. A new milestone reward activated. Every citizen would now receive a basic level passive skill. Additionally, all citizens gained another 100% bonus to experience and money income. Junhan blinked, so that was how it worked. Even if he reduced personal distribution percentages to 0, citizens would still receive the base bonus. The entire system was becoming more efficient the larger it grew. At that moment, Yojin stood up and awkwardly apologized before asking once more if he could move her people to safety. Junhan looked at her for a moment before smiling. Of course he could. Yojin's face immediately brightened. She thanked him repeatedly. Then Junhan asked if she could control her mice again. Yojin confidently flexed her arms and declared she could handle it. Junhan explained that he would guide her people while the mice led the way. She nodded immediately. Meanwhile, down at the station, a mouse ran ahead and squeaked several times. The survivors followed it while Dongjun and the others advanced carefully through the area. Looking around, Dongjun was surprised by how many monster corpses covered the station. Yanju asked if they had arrived. Dongjun replied that everything had already looked like this before they got there. Apparently, the place used to be full of orcs. Even though the boss was dead, he warned everyone not to relax. Plenty of monsters could still be hiding nearby. The mouse continued squeaking impatiently, almost acting like a tiny tour guide. Yushu stared at it and admitted that for a mouse, it was ridiculously smart. Bongho immediately wondered whether this was another one of Junhan's abilities. Back at the apartment, Junhan used Absolute Eyes and confirmed there was no immediate danger around them. Then he turned his attention to his new skill points. He needed to spend them carefully. The first choice was obvious. Absolute Eyes had become one of his most valuable abilities, especially now that it worked perfectly alongside Yojin's scouting network. He selected Absolute Eyes level up. A violent surge of power flooded through him. He grabbed his head as information poured into his mind. At that exact moment, his squad encountered goblins. The upgraded skill immediately displayed detailed information. Goblins, level 8, average height 130 centimeters. Intelligent enough to use tools. Exceptional eyesight, effective vision in darkness and long-range environments. Junhan immediately understood the value. Information was power, and he would need every advantage available if he wanted to gather enough resources for resurrection later. After considering it, he decided his next investment should go into maintaining status. The population was exploding. New citizens arrived every day, and trust and loyalty were becoming more important than ever. More citizens meant more power, but only if they remained loyal. Zenhan nodded to himself and selected Maintain Status level up, preparing for the next stage of his growing territory. Just as Junhan finished upgrading Maintain Status, he suddenly froze. Gunshots echoed through the area. For a second he thought he had heard wrong. Then he looked through Absolute Eyes and immediately realized the problem. One of the goblins was holding a gun. A gun! The little green menace had upgraded from sticks and rusty knives straight to firearms. A second later, more goblins raised their weapons and pointed them toward Dongjun's squad. Dongjun didn't hesitate. He shouted for everyone to run immediately. Jaehan couldn't believe what she was seeing and demanded to know how goblins had learned to shoot. Peeking around a corner, Dongjun grimly admitted that fighting them head-on would be suicide. Then he remembered something important. They had Bong Ho. In the next instant, Bong Ho appeared behind the goblins and smashed one directly in the chest. He spun around and attacked several more before they could react. At the same time, Jihoon's arrow flew forward and struck a goblin's hand, knocking the gun away. Holding her bow, she looked completely offended that a goblin had dared point a firearm at her. Yeonju immediately charged in bear form while Dyushu rushed alongside her. Together they bulldozed through the monsters and scattered them in every direction while the rest of the squad provided support. Watching everything unfold, Junhan opened the registration menu. The weapon used by the goblins appeared in the system. Ammunition prices, registration fees, and all the details were listed. Technically, he could start selling firearms. The benefits were obvious. Stronger weapons meant faster monster kills. Low-level citizens could hunt safely. Experience and money would increase dramatically. But there was one problem: trust. Right now, he was accepting almost everyone as citizens. The population was exploding. Most people were decent, but with enough numbers came envy, greed, grudges, and idiots. Lots of idiots. Giving weapons to everyone was practically begging for a disaster. Junhan immediately decided that firearms would only go to people who passed strict evaluations. High loyalty, high trust, no exceptions. He already knew who would receive them first. At that moment, a weapon appeared before Bong Ho. The young man grabbed it and quietly thanked Junhan. Meanwhile, Dongjun's squad continued following Yojin's mouse through the station. Eventually, they reached a door and opened it, finding the people they had been searching for gathered inside. Back near the apartment complex, Junhan actually stepped outside for once. As he walked down the street, he thought it felt surprisingly nice just to be outside again. Yojin followed him and thanked him for personally coming out to greet her people. Junhan shrugged and admitted he had wanted to walk anyway. Then another notification appeared: unauthorized creatures attempting entry. He smiled slightly. Looks like they had arrived. The system found more people eligible for citizenship, and Junhan immediately sent invitations. The moment they entered, Yojin's mother called out to her. Yojin instantly ran forward while her family rushed over and embraced her. Her mother scolded her for disappearing without telling anyone where she went. Yojin apologized repeatedly while another family member noticed something important. She smelled clean. Yojin proudly announced there was hot water here, showers too, beds, warm food. Basically, every luxury apocalypse survivors had started treating like legendary treasures. Hearing that, everyone's eyes lit up. Then Junhan approached and called Yojin over. She immediately turned toward him. He informed her that apartment 2071 now belonged to her. She could use it however she wanted, although fitting all 35 people inside would be a little cramped. Yojin looked at the group and then awkwardly asked what she was supposed to do about that. Junhan casually answered that he would assign 3 additional apartments. After all, she had earned it. Yojin nearly exploded with gratitude. He assigned apartments 2402, 2031, and 1902 as well. Yojin promised she would work hard. The system instantly rewarded him with another flood of trust and loyalty notifications from Yojin and her group. Junhan was actually surprised by how fast the numbers climbed. Then he suddenly remembered something important. He had leveled up earlier but never checked the results. Opening the system menu, he discovered a new feature called Fundraising Management. The amount displayed made him blink. 1 billion won. Junhan stared at the number, wondering what exactly he had unlocked this time. Before he could investigate further, Hiran approached and called out to him. She asked whether he had a free minute. Considering how every conversation lately somehow ended with monsters, quests, or entire populations being relocated, Junhan had a feeling this wasn't going to be a simple question. After a while, Junhan told Hiran to come inside. She quietly followed him into the apartment and thanked him. Junhan asked what she wanted to talk about. Hiran hesitated for a moment before awkwardly admitting that she had something important to say. Junhan smiled and told her to speak freely. Taking a deep breath, she finally blurted it out. She wanted to leave the squad. Then she immediately bowed her head. Junhan stared at her in surprise and asked what she had just said. Hiran explained that her ability wasn't useful to the team. They would be fine without her. Junhan calmly told her to be honest. At that point, the dam finally broke. She clenched her teeth and shouted that she was scared, terrified. Goblins scared her. Orcs scared her. The giant snake scared her. The red tiger scared her. Tears streamed down her face as she apologized over and over. Every time things went wrong, Junhan saved them. Meanwhile, she felt completely useless. Junhan listened quietly. Honestly, he had noticed this building up for a long time. During Bongho's grandmother rescue, during the orc hunts, during the tiger incident, Hirin had almost died multiple times. Her poison mist ability wasn't easy to use either. One careless mistake and she could poison her own allies. It was powerful, but incredibly difficult to handle in close combat. She kept crying and saying she wasn't living up to his expectations. Junhan scratched the back of his head before finally speaking. He told her he actually needed help. Hirin looked up in confusion. Help? Junhan asked whether she knew Kim Din on the 21st floor. He explained that Kim Din was trying to manage everything by herself and was struggling. In the future, he planned to build more facilities and expand into other areas. He needed trustworthy people to manage those places, people he could rely on, and he believed Hirin was one of them. Then he awkwardly looked away and admitted something simple. If people were given the right job, nobody was useless. Her ability was strong. One day it would definitely become important. Since she wasn't comfortable fighting outside right now, she could help inside the territory instead. When the day came that he truly needed poison mist, he would ask for it. Hirin stared at him in shock. Then she smiled through her tears. The system immediately reported an increase in her loyalty. Since she was already registered as a vassal, the vassal limit increased again. Hirin quickly wiped her face and apologized for showing him her weakness. She promised she would work harder from now on. Junhan nodded and thanked her for everything she had already done. Sometime later, another notification appeared. Summon mythical creature. Cost, 1 billion won. Junhan stared at the price. 1 billion. That wasn't exactly pocket change, but curiosity won the battle almost instantly. He selected summon. The payment went through. A massive magic circle appeared on the floor. Bright light flooded the room and Junhan instinctively shielded his eyes. Then something cracked. An egg sat inside the circle, covered with glowing fractures. Moments later, a small raven emerged. Junhan immediately activated Absolute Eyes. The system identified it as a level 1 three-legged crow, a sacred creature born from the power of the sun. It was currently just a tiny chick and required pure solar energy to grow. Junhan crouched down and greeted it. The little bird chirped back. Then he faced the most difficult challenge of the apocalypse, naming a pet. After several seconds of intense intellectual effort, he looked at the black bird and decided that since it was black, Blackie sounded perfect. The crow immediately flapped its wings and started making noises. Junhan interpreted this as approval, or maybe a formal complaint. It was hard to tell. Then the little thing started attacking a package of snacks with the determination of a monster boss. After stuffing itself full, it rolled onto its back and looked completely satisfied with life. Junhan sat next to it and stared. The sacred beast chosen by the power of the sun had the lifestyle of an unemployed landlord. Then another notification appeared. Three-legged crow level increased. Solar panel efficiency increased by 100%. Junhan instantly sat up. Solar panels now generated double their previous output. Any excess electricity would automatically convert into monetary compensation and return to the absolute recluse account. Suddenly, the investment looked much better than before. Previously, spending huge amounts on solar panels felt painfully inefficient. Now things were different. The 10 newly acquired districts still didn't have solar panels because he had nearly drained his finances already. But with Blackie's bonus, the economics changed completely. Junhan looked at the tiny crow sleeping on the floor and realized something ridiculous. He had spent 1 billion won expecting some legendary mythical beast. Instead, he got a lazy baby crow that ate snacks, took naps, and accidentally doubled the efficiency of an entire energy infrastructure. Somehow that might have been even better. Junhan immediately did the math in his head. The three-legged crow had boosted solar panel efficiency again. At this point, the panels were practically printing money under the sun. He estimated the annual income had jumped to around 90 million won per district. With numbers like that, there was no reason to hesitate anymore. He instantly ordered solar panels to be built across all 10 districts. The system accepted the request and displayed a construction timer of 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Every district was now officially under development. Sometime later, Junhan headed to apartment 3001. Standing outside, Cho asked who it was. Junhan introduced himself and the door quickly opened. Cho looked surprised and asked what brought him there. Junhan said he had a favor to ask. Cho looked confused immediately. A favor? From him? Junhan asked if he could keep some money safe for him. Cho nearly short-circuited on the spot. Money? What money? Meanwhile, Junhan had already reached a conclusion after studying the tax collection skill. If he distributed money to citizens he trusted and let the system collect passive returns later, he could effectively turn loyalty into an investment strategy. The question was simple. Who could he trust with that kind of money? The answer was standing right in front of him. Hyungjun's status window practically screamed reliability. Trust 89, loyalty 98, gorilla strength, first servant. The guy was basically a walking security vault. Junhan immediately transferred 1 billion won to him. The transfer fee alone made him wince, but the system suddenly reported increases in Hyungjun's trust and loyalty. Then loyalty hit 100. Since he was already registered as a vassal, the vassal limit increased again. Hyungjun stared at the amount in complete disbelief before awkwardly raising a finger and asking if he should just hold on to it without spending it. Junhan honestly expected that answer, but he still hadn't expected the loyalty jump. Smiling, he told him a little spending was fine. Hyungjun immediately started thanking him repeatedly like he'd just inherited a kingdom. Junhan stopped him and said there was no need. He was the one grateful for the help. After taking care of that matter, he moved on to the next. A little later, Kim Din placed her hands on her waist and asked if he was seriously giving Hirin to her team. Junhan pointed at Hirin and casually confirmed it. From now on, Hirin would work together with Kim Din. As team leader, Kim Din's salary would even be doubled. The system immediately reported another loyalty increase. Kim Din practically lit up with excitement. She grabbed Hirin and announced that she'd work harder than ever. Hirin instantly protested and begged her to slow down as she got dragged away down the hallway. Watching them disappear, Junhan thought that at least one difficult conversation had ended well. Unfortunately, another one was waiting. Later, inside room 2110 Nain, Junhan sat down with Dongjun and the squad. He first praised them for today's achievements and asked about their condition. Dongjun assured him everyone was fine before asking what he wanted to discuss. Junhan explained that thanks to their efforts, the monster at Sman Station had been eliminated. The subway route from Palm Nagal Station all the way to Pommel Station was practically clear. Before new monsters could occupy the area, they needed to move. While speaking, Junhan couldn't help thinking about Hirin, about the tears, about the fear. These people risked their lives every single day because of his requests. They had survived the station operation only because Yojin warned them about the giant snake in advance. Without that information, the outcome could have been far worse. He understood how selfish this all sounded. He wanted to save his family. He wanted them safe no matter what. But he couldn't abandon them. Finally, he revealed the plan. Tomorrow, the squad would depart for Shagali Station. The room fell silent for a moment, but nobody objected. Then a familiar chirp echoed through the room. The three-legged crow had leveled up again. Solar panel efficiency increased by another 100%. Junhan nearly choked on his drink. The little freeloader was leveling faster than some of his actual fighters. The system reported that the crow had reached level 5 and was beginning to release a portion of its solar energy. It had awakened basic fire element magic. Junhan blinked. Magic? Actual magic? He immediately raised a finger and tried activating it. A tiny flame appeared above his fingertip. He stared at it in disbelief. It worked. More importantly, it felt strangely familiar. The sensation reminded him of using maintain status or his other system abilities. It wasn't awkward or foreign, it felt natural, like the power had always been there waiting for him to notice it. Looking at the dancing flame above his finger, Junhan slowly realized something. The system wasn't just giving him resources anymore. After a while, Junhan stepped outside to continue testing his new power. Looking around and confirming nobody was nearby, he closed his eyes and imagined a flame big enough to swallow an entire house. He concentrated all the energy he could gather into his hands, then thrust them forward with a shout. A tiny fireball popped out and floated ahead. Junhan stared at it for a second before admitting that was a lot less impressive than what he'd imagined. Right now, the ability wasn't exactly setting the world on fire. Still, he wasn't disappointed. When he combined it with gas summoning and maintained status, things became a lot more interesting. A little gas in the right place, a little flame at the right moment, and suddenly the harmless-looking shut-in had a very dangerous combo. The skill was still weak, but Blackie kept growing, which meant the potential ceiling was much higher. Satisfied for now, he ended the test and wondered if it was time to eat something. Right then, the system announced that the solar panel facilities had been completed. Junhan smiled while eating his rice. Blackie had already gained 3 levels in a single day, boosting solar panel efficiency 8-fold. Even after supplying power throughout the building, there would still be excess electricity converting directly into money. The little crow was basically speedrunning utility bills. While he was eating, he heard footsteps. Looking up, he said that she was finally here. Yojin entered the room smiling and thanked him for giving her time to rest. She said she felt completely refreshed, like she'd been reborn. Junhan told her she deserved it. Thanks to her abilities, the range of his influence had expanded dramatically. If anything, he should be thanking her. Then he got straight to business and asked for her help again. The Dongjun squad had reached Sman Station, and he wanted her to accompany them. Yojin replied that she'd already sent mice ahead along the subway tracks. From what she'd seen, reaching Korin Station wouldn't be difficult. Junhan immediately noticed her wording. Korin Station was fine, but beyond that there were problems. Yojin nodded and explained that Bususan Station was where things became dangerous. She suggested he see it himself. Sitting down cross-legged, she concentrated, and Junhan connected through his skill. The moment he saw the tracks ahead, his expression darkened. There was no way they could pass through there normally. The railway itself was devastated. Yojin had even sent mice to the surface, and what they found wasn't any better. Buildings were destroyed. Roads were shattered. The entire area looked like it had been crushed by a natural disaster. Then one of the mice stopped near a massive indentation in the ground. Junhan stared at it and finally understood. That wasn't damage from fighting. It was a footprint, a gigantic footprint. Suddenly, every ruined building made sense. Then a deafening sound exploded through the connection. Yojin immediately grabbed her head and collapsed forward. Junhan clenched his teeth. If shocks like that continued, it felt like the whole building might shake apart. He reached toward her and asked if she was okay. Yojin managed to recover and said she was fine now. Junhan asked what that noise had been. It sounded like a vibration. Before they could investigate further, shouting came from outside. Someone was urgently calling for him. Junhan and Yojin quickly stepped out and found Hyungjun rushing toward them. The man barely caught his breath before telling Junhan he needed to see something immediately. The urgency in his voice made Junhan's stomach sink. He had already been feeling uneasy. Hyungjun's apartment overlooked Sman Station. If this was connected to that vibration, then something very bad was happening. They hurried to the balcony. Hyungjun pointed forward and told him to look. Junhan stepped closer and instantly froze. For a moment he thought his eyes were lying to him. Then the impossible happened right in front of him. A gigantic monster casually swung an arm and destroyed an entire building. Junhan's mind went blank. This wasn't a boss monster. This wasn't a tiger. This wasn't even the giant snake. This thing looked like it had wandered out of a disaster movie after getting tired of obeying the laws of physics. Without wasting another second, Junhan activated Vassal Summon. His entire squad appeared behind him, confused about why they'd suddenly been dragged there. Dongjun asked what was going on. Bongho guessed it might have something to do with the earthquake. Then everyone looked outside. The moment they saw the giant moving through the ruined city, every conversation stopped. One step from the monster sent vibrations spreading through the surroundings. Hyungjun pointed at the window and shouted that it was heading straight toward them. Dongjun stared in disbelief and asked what kind of monster that thing even was. Junhan's expression hardened. They had to stop it. Then reality hit him. Against goblins, they had a chance. Against orcs, they had a strategy. Against tigers and giant snakes, they could fight together. But this thing, looking at the giant's size alone, Junhan couldn't even imagine surviving a direct attack. For the first time in a long while, fear crept into his chest. And unlike before, this wasn't the fear of failing a quest. This was the fear of facing something that looked completely impossible to defeat. At that moment, Yeonju stepped forward and called out to Junhan. She reminded him that he had given her a chance when she had nothing left. Her eyes were burning with anger as she stared at the giant. Junhan looked at her and asked if she could really handle something like that. Yeonju met his gaze without hesitation and said she would make sure she could. Right then, a system window appeared. Quest: defeat the Cyclops. Target: 1. Time limit: 24 hours. Reward: resurrection of her son for 1 day. Failure penalty: excruciating suffering for 1 day. Junhan immediately accepted it. There was no longer any room for hesitation. He quickly gathered everyone and gave final instructions. Once he finished explaining the plan, he asked if everyone understood. They all answered yes. Team 1 consisted of Yeonju, Dongjun, Dajung, and Dushu. Team 2 consisted of Bongho and Gen. Team 3 would be Junhan and Yojin operating from the rear. He told them to move immediately and said he was counting on them. The squad rushed out of the building without wasting another second. Before they left, Hirin approached him. She reported that, just as instructed, everyone with military experience had been sent to the main gate while everyone else had been evacuated into the underground parking lot. Junhan thanked her and told her to head down there too. Hirin hesitated. Her hands were trembling, but she said she wanted to help. Junhan looked at her carefully and asked if she could handle it. Even though she was terrified, she answered that she would gather her courage. Hearing that, he nodded and told her to come with him to the gate. A while later, Junhan finished counting. 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101. Out of 1,200 citizens, only 101 had military experience. The number was depressingly small. One of the men asked what exactly they were supposed to do. Junhan immediately asked where Sunyob and the twins were. The answer was obvious before anyone spoke. They had disappeared. Along with hundreds of others, they had taken shelter underground and decided survival sounded much better than heroics. Junhan gritted his teeth but quickly pushed the thought aside. The people standing before him had chosen to come. They understood the situation. If nobody fought, everybody died. They weren't fearless. They were scared just like everyone else. The difference was that they had shown up anyway. That's what courage actually looked like. Junhan thanked them sincerely. Then he opened the system and purchased 101 pistols along with ammunition. At the same time, he boosted their experience and money distribution rate by 100%. Weapons and magazines began raining out of system windows. The soldiers stared in disbelief. Real pistols, actual firearms. For the first time, some of them felt they might have a chance. Junhan told them that rewards belong to those who face their fear. Then he activated Absolute Eyes and quietly said that it was starting. Far away, the Cyclops let out a roar powerful enough to shake the surroundings. Dongjun was already in position inside a nearby building. He tightened his grip on his spear and hurled it directly into the giant's leg. The Cyclops immediately stopped and turned toward him. The enormous eye locked onto his position. For a second, Dongjun felt like a rabbit being stared down by a train. The Cyclops raised an arm to strike, and Dongjun almost panicked. Before the attack landed, Yanju charged in from the side. She slashed the giant's leg with her claws, drawing its attention. The Cyclops roared furiously and stomped the ground. Yanju barely dodged. The shockwave launched her through the air. She recovered, growled, and rushed forward again, only for another attack to slam her into a wall. Blood splattered as she crashed into the concrete. The giant slowly approached to inspect her. It looked ready to finish her off. Then a loudspeaker suddenly echoed through the streets. Deoksu's voice blasted out at maximum volume. He shouted that the Cyclops was an ugly idiot. For a moment, everybody waited for the giant to get angry. Instead, the Cyclops just stared at him. Then it looked at the spear in its leg. Then it looked at Deoksu's halberd. The giant seemed to connect the dots. Deoksu immediately realized the problem. The Cyclops wasn't offended. It had identified a target. The next second, the giant charged straight at him. Deoksu screamed and ran for his life. The world's bravest loudspeaker operator suddenly became the world's fastest sprinter. Meanwhile, Junhan observed everything through Absolute Eyes and realized the bait had worked. Deoksu wasn't running alone anymore. The Cyclops was chasing him directly toward the main gate. Deoksu sprinted through the streets screaming while the giant followed behind like a natural disaster with anger issues. By the time he reached the defensive line, Junhan had already activated the barrier. The massive wall rose into place and he immediately signaled the others. The trap phase of the operation had officially begun. Blackie dove straight at the Cyclops and slashed its eye with his claws. The giant immediately lost sight for a moment, and Ji-hoon didn't waste the opening. She drew her bow, released an arrow, and the shot pierced through the Cyclops' palm before driving directly into its eye. At the same time, Bong-ho teleported onto the monster and unleashed an entire squad of mice onto it. The rodents disappeared into the Cyclops' mouth, and Bong-ho immediately shouted to Junhan. Up to this point, everything was going exactly according to plan. Junhan instantly summoned gas inside the giant's body. The Cyclops' eye snapped open involuntarily as gas began pouring from its mouth. Junhan stretched out his hand. It was time to finish the combo. Using his fire magic, he ignited the gas. A violent explosion erupted inside the Cyclops. Thick black smoke burst from its mouth and wounds spread across its body. The giant staggered backward, struggling to keep its balance. The people around Junhan grew nervous, but he immediately told them to hold their positions. So far, everything was nearly perfect. Every citizen was focusing fire on the giant's head while it leaned against the barrier. If they weakened it enough, Yanju or Dongjun could deliver the finishing blow later. Unfortunately, those two still hadn't arrived. Just then, Hyungjun called out to him nervously and told him to turn around. Junhan confidently replied that it was fine. The Cyclops couldn't break through the barrier anyway. Then he turned around and immediately regretted those words. The Cyclops' enormous eye was staring directly at him. Junhan instinctively took a step back. There wasn't a scratch on the monster. After surviving explosions, arrows, mice, and enough attacks to delete several bosses, this thing was still standing there looking personally offended. The Cyclops raised both fists above its head and slammed them down onto the barrier. The system instantly warned that an unauthorized creature was attempting to enter. Junhan's heart nearly stopped. Hyungjun immediately ordered everyone to fire. Gunshots exploded from every direction as bullets targeted the giant's eye. The Cyclops roared in pain and grabbed its face. Junhan realized they had stopped it this time, but if the giant landed a few more hits on the barrier, they were all finished. He immediately invested his unused skill points into strengthening the invisible hand. He had been saving those points for an emergency. Apparently, a skyscraper-sized angry Cyclops qualified as an emergency. The giant raised its fists again and repeatedly hammered the barrier. Every impact shook the surroundings. Surprisingly, the barrier held. The people watching cheered as their confidence returned. More bullets rained down. This time they weren't aiming only at the eye. Wounds were appearing all over the giant's body. Between the mouse bombs, gunfire, arrows, and explosions, damage was finally starting to accumulate. Junhan thought that if this continued, they could actually kill it. What they still lacked was a decisive attack. Then a spear suddenly tore through the air. It struck the Cyclops at tremendous speed and pierced deep into its body. Junhan smiled immediately. The cavalry had arrived. The Cyclops roared furiously. Junhan ordered the vassals to finish the job and summoned additional spears for Dongjun. Dongjun grabbed one and hurled it. Then another. Then another. The giant raised its hands to protect its head, but the spears continued piercing its body from every angle. Ji-hoon joined the assault as well. repeatedly firing arrows at the wounded monster. Right then, another system notification appeared. The three-legged crow had leveled up again. Solar panel efficiency increased by another 100%. Solar panels had now reached maximum efficiency. The crow released additional solar energy. Beginner fire magic evolved into intermediate fire magic. Then another message appeared. The three-legged crow had detected an intruder inside its territory and requested permission to release energy. Junhan blinked. The intruder obviously meant the Cyclops. What confused him was the idea that Blackie wanted permission. The bird was tiny. What exactly was it planning to do? Curious, Junhan approved the request. Then he almost choked when the system informed him that 300 million won would be consumed. 300 million. Before he could complain, rays of light erupted from solar panels throughout the territory and converged toward the apartment building. Everyone looked up in confusion. Then a tremendous sound echoed through the sky. Junhan turned and saw an enormous raven soaring overhead. Blackie had become gigantic. The bird opened its beak and gathered a sphere of concentrated light. Even the Cyclops turned to look. A second later, Blackie fired. A massive beam of light ripped through the battlefield and slammed directly into the Cyclops. Everyone scattered immediately. The beam pierced straight through the giant's body. The Cyclops screamed in agony as blood poured from its mouth. The attack left a massive hole in its torso and finally brought the monster crashing to the ground. At that exact moment, Yanju arrived. Without hesitation, she launched herself at the fallen giant. The last thing the Cyclops saw was an enraged bear charging straight at its face. Yanju raised her claws and struck. After everything it had survived, explosions, bullets, spears, arrows, mice, barriers, and even a solar-powered orbital laser crow, the final image burned into the giant's eye was a furious mother bear coming to collect the debt. The system informed Junhan that he had defeated a level 51 Cyclops and received roughly 32 billion won. Several of his skills leveled up at once, and a violent pain spread through his body. A dark field expanded outward from him, covering everything nearby. The system congratulated him. His influence had now spread across the entire residential complex, and another 10 billion won had been added to the construction fund. Junhan immediately dropped to one knee and struggled to catch his breath. Beside him, Blackie landed proudly and started cleaning his beak like a bird who definitely wasn't responsible for burning through 300 million won a few minutes earlier. Junhan immediately complained about that exact thing. Blackie instantly looked away, acting innocent. The performance was shameless, but Junhan wasn't actually angry. Without that final attack, the Cyclops might still be standing. He patted the bird's head and praised him. While doing so, he thought about reverse summoning. Inside his territory, the efficiency was absurd. He had spent 300 million and earned 30 billion. That kind of return would make investment brokers cry. Maybe he should just summon 10 people at once next time. Feeling optimistic, he checked the system. The system immediately crushed that optimism and informed him that reverse summoning was unavailable. Cost 10 billion won. Junhan nearly choked. Why had the price suddenly exploded like that? Before he could complain further, another system window appeared. He glanced at it and then looked toward Yanju. She was standing on top of the dead Cyclops, crying loudly. The quest was complete. At long last, the reward she had been chasing finally became real. For her, the tiny notification sound announcing the completed quest wasn't a system message anymore. It was the sound of hope finally arriving. Sometime earlier, in another survivor camp, a young man named Junyuk was handing out water. Using his ability, he filled bottles one after another while the exhausted survivors thanked him. Water wasn't the problem anymore. Food was. They had completely run out. Every scrap of food gained from hunting monsters had been consumed. This place had reached its limit. Sooner or later, they would have to leave. Suddenly, the entire building shook. Junyuk immediately became worried. A moment later, his friend Hunshan came running toward him and shouted that he needed to get to the roof immediately. Something terrible had happened. The two rushed upstairs. As soon as Junyuk saw the scene outside, his expression hardened. Several buildings away stood a gigantic Cyclops. Hunshan asked what they should do. Junyuk nervously ran a hand through his hair and snapped that there was nothing they could do. They couldn't fight something like that. All they could do was pray it didn't come their way. Then a brilliant flash exploded in the distance. Fire rained down on the giant. The Cyclops roared. Both men immediately turned back toward it. Junyuk's expression changed completely. He understood the situation the moment he saw it. Someone was fighting that monster. Someone on a completely different level than him. He immediately ordered Hunshan to gather everyone. Hunshan stared at him in disbelief and asked if he was seriously planning to go there. Junyuk answered without hesitation. Yes. He didn't know who those people were, but if they wanted to survive in this world, they needed to stand beside people strong enough to bring down monsters like that. Staying here meant starving to death eventually. Following them at least offered a future. After gathering their belongings, the group began moving. Many were afraid. Nobody knew what kind of people they would find, but fear couldn't fill empty stomachs. Eventually they arrived at the residential complex. Junyu looked around and felt strangely familiar with the area. Hunshan was even more shocked. The world outside looked like it had been crushed by giants, yet this residential complex stood intact. They approached the entrance and immediately slammed into a barrier. A system window appeared before them. Access restricted. Would they like to obtain citizenship? At almost the same moment, Junhan granted them citizenship and assigned them a group quest. Their objective was simple: reach the 30th floor. When they finally arrived, they met Junhan face to face. Junhan calmly stepped forward, extended his hand, and introduced himself. Junyuk froze for a second. It was him, the man who had just brought a cyclops to its knees. The same monster that had left everyone else praying for survival had been turned into loot by this guy, and now he was standing right in front of him like it was a normal Tuesday. Junyuk quickly grabbed his hand and introduced himself. He admitted that it was an honor to meet him. While shaking Junhan's hand, every survival instinct inside him started screaming the same thing: whatever happens next, do not let this opportunity slip away. Meanwhile, Yanju spent every precious second with Siwo as the two quietly ate together. Smiling warmly, she asked if he liked the food. Siwo happily nodded and said it was delicious, then looked curiously at the seaweed soup and asked if it was someone's birthday today. Why else would they be eating it? Yanju pulled him into a tight hug and softly told him they were having it simply because it was his favorite. Hearing that, Siwo threw both hands into the air and happily shouted that he was so glad. Just then the door opened and Junhan walked inside. Siwo's eyes lit up the moment he saw him and he excitedly called out that Uncle Wizard was back. Yanju asked how the new survivors were doing and Junhan replied that everyone had settled in safely and he had shared food with them. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly before apologizing for trapping them inside the building. He never expected things to turn out this way. Yanju simply smiled, patted Siwo's head and said being together with her son was already enough. She couldn't ask for anything more. At that exact moment, the system informed Junhan that Yanju's trust had reached 100. Her vassal registration was complete, and the vassal limit increased once again. Honestly, he didn't even need the notification. The happiness on her face already told him everything. Siwo tugged at his mother's sleeve and asked her to put on his dinosaur cartoon. Soon the two were happily watching together while Junhan quietly sat on the sofa. Looking at them, his smile slowly faded. His own thoughts drifted toward his family. Were they eating properly? Were they hurt? Were they even still safe? Countless worries rushed into his mind, but he immediately forced them back down. Panicking wouldn't help anyone. It had only been one day, and Yanju had fought so hard just to earn these few precious hours. Right now, one of Yojin's mice was already making its way toward his parents' house. As soon as it arrived, he could send them everything they needed. Until then, today belonged entirely to Yanju. He quietly told her she and Siwo should sleep in the master bedroom. She looked surprised and insisted they could stay anywhere, but Junhan firmly told her to get proper rest. That wasn't a suggestion, it was an order. Yanju smiled, accepted it without another word, and together with Siwo bowed to thank him. Before disappearing into the bedroom, Siwo cheerfully wished Uncle Wizard good night. Junhan smiled as the door closed behind them. The lights soon went out, and he settled onto the sofa. From behind the bedroom door, Yanju's gentle lullaby quietly echoed through the apartment. Junhan was obviously way too old for bedtime songs, but somehow, before he realized it, his eyelids had already grown heavy. The following day passed peacefully. They enjoyed every meal Yanju prepared together, watched Siwo's favorite cartoons, and when Blackie tried relaxing under the sunlight, Siwo immediately chased after him until the grumpy bird got annoyed. Even Apocalypse mascot birds apparently needed personal space. They took naps together, played with the toys Junhan had brought from the system store, and treasured every passing minute because nobody needed to say it out loud. They all knew time was running out. Eventually evening arrived, bringing the goodbye nobody wanted. Junhan could only grant them one day, that was all. Yanju hugged Siwa so tightly that he noticed her shoulders trembling. Hearing her quiet sobs, he innocently asked if she was crying. She quickly denied it, but Siwa looked into her eyes and gently wiped away her tears, asking her not to cry. Yanju confessed that she was scared of living in a world without him. Siwa hugged her back with all his strength and softly reminded her that he was still right there. His warm little voice, trying to comfort his own mother, only made the farewell even more painful. Then the moment finally came. Siwa gently let go and stepped backward, telling her he would always stay by her side, he would always be with her. She knew that, didn't she? Yanju immediately reached toward him in panic as he slowly walked toward the window. She cried that she still hadn't done enough for him. She still wanted to cook all his favorite meals. She wanted to do so much more. As sunlight slowly began dissolving his body, Siwa turned back one last time. Smiling through tears, he told her that he loved her. Yanju bit her lower lip so hard it bled, forcing herself not to break before him. Then, with tears streaming down her face, she smiled as brightly as she could and answered that she loved him too. Siwa quietly said goodbye and disappeared into the light. Yanju collapsed into tears, remaining there until even the last trace of his warmth had vanished. Hope is a flower that blooms only in the deepest despair, and those who continue believing in it often suffer the most. It was unbearably cruel. Junhan quietly reached out his hand and told her not to lose herself in grief. This wouldn't be their final meeting. Hearing those words, she slowly looked up. Was he telling the truth? Junhan answered without hesitation. If another chance ever came, he would absolutely make it happen again. The system immediately responded. Yanju's trust reached 100. Ancient vitality acquired. Meanwhile, Sunyob was absolutely fuming. He cursed at the top of his lungs, yelling that his spare spear, his orc spear, everything he owned was gone. Every last piece had been confiscated. He immediately turned to the twins and demanded to know what happened to their gear. One of them sighed and said there was nothing left. He woke up and everything had already disappeared. His brother added that after asking around, they discovered several others had been stripped of their belongings too, and every single one of them had one thing in common. None of them answered the call when everyone gathered to defend the apartment. The worst part, the people who actually showed up came back completely fine. One of the twins muttered that they really should have gone with everyone else. The moment those words came out, Sunyob grabbed him by the collar and yanked him forward, demanding to know if he was trying to blame him now. The guy immediately panicked and stammered that he didn't mean it like that. Sunyob barked back that they had all agreed together. Weren't they the ones saying only puppets followed orders without thinking? The poor guy immediately apologized, and Sunyob shoved him away in frustration. Then another terrifying thought crossed his mind. What if they got exiled? It had already happened before. Rumor said one man was seen acting suspiciously around a child and got kicked out immediately. Not long after, they found his body outside. Things were different now. Ever since the giant was defeated, survivors kept pouring into the apartment complex. More people meant more witnesses, and more witnesses meant nobody would side with troublemakers. If he kept opposing Junhan, he'd be the next one thrown outside. Meanwhile, the idiot who actually answered the call ended up walking away with rewards, even getting a gun. Sunyob grabbed his head, unable to understand how everything had fallen apart so quickly. Watching him through absolute eyes, Junhan simply thought that Sunyob still didn't get it. Everything he'd experienced so far was only the beginning. The real lesson hadn't even started yet. When punishment finally came, how would the other survivors look at him? Maybe after tasting the consequences himself, he'd finally learn that actions have receipts. Junhan immediately assigned him a quest. The twins jumped when a system window suddenly appeared behind Sunyob. He turned around and read it in disbelief. Kill 20 goblins within 24 hours. Fail and suffer 1 full minute of excruciating pain. Suddenly, hunting didn't sound optional anymore. After that, Junhan shifted his attention to testing his newest ability, Ancient Vitality, one of Yanju's A-rank skills. The more severe the injury, the faster the regeneration. He honestly never expected that reaching 100 trust would let him inherit a Citizen's Awakened skill. It wasn't especially useful for him right now, since he rarely fought and almost never left the building, but the reward itself revealed something far more important. 100 trust didn't just strengthen relationships, it unlocked abilities. Soon Bongho's trust would reach 100 as well. If that granted him Bongho's teleportation ability, things would become ridiculous. Teleportation allowed movement anywhere within his line of sight, combined with absolute eyes and an observation tower. As long as he could see a location and had enough intelligence to support it, he might be able to teleport there himself. He immediately reviewed the observation tower's information again. Once activated, the designated area outside the apartment temporarily became part of his territory, but only while a knight-rank citizen remained inside it. If an unauthorized person stayed there for more than 24 hours, the territory would collapse. The conclusion was obvious. From now on, increasing intelligence mattered far more than spending rewards on skill upgrades. Future quest rewards would prioritize intelligence instead. Meanwhile, Yanju had finally calmed herself. She approached Junhan and quietly said everything on her side was settled now. It was time to move. She wanted to personally help rescue his family. She knew the operation should have started yesterday, but it had been delayed because of her. She thanked him for sacrificing such precious time just so she could spend one final day with Siwo, and she wanted to repay that kindness. Hearing those words, Junhan couldn't help smiling awkwardly. She had said exactly what he'd been thinking himself. He was glad she had her chance, but a part of him still felt guilty for wanting to hurry back to his own family. He scratched his cheek and asked if his impatience had been that obvious. Yanju immediately shook her head. It wasn't like that at all. Anyone would have done the same. Family always comes first. She understood exactly what he had given up for her, and she would never forget it. Looking at her now, Junhan realized something had completely changed. Ever since seeing Siwo again, all the bitterness that once lingered inside her had disappeared. What remained was nothing but trust. He thanked her for understanding and told her to wait with Dongjun's squad in room 291. He would join them shortly. There was a reason he hadn't sent everyone towards Somian Station immediately. The battle with the giant had devastated the area. The damage wasn't limited to the subway tracks alone, large sections of the underground around Somian Station had collapsed as well. Before rescuing his family, they first needed to find an entirely new route. Since yesterday, Yojin had been tirelessly sending her rats everywhere, searching for a reliable route. Using absolute eyes, Junhan watched through the vision of one of them. To his surprise, the little rat had already evolved into a level 7 giant rat. He couldn't help wondering if this was the effect of the new skill Yojin gained after becoming his vassal. But before he could think any further, something appeared behind it. An entire horde of zombies was chasing the poor thing. Junhan's expression stiffened. The rat sprinted forward, but suddenly stopped. Zombies had surrounded it from every direction. It looked completely trapped. Junhan was already considering blowing the whole crowd apart with a gas explosion. Honestly, sacrificing one rat was better than letting an entire zombie convention continue, but the little guy refused to give up. It weaved between the zombies with unbelievable agility, slipping through every attack before escaping the encirclement. Junhan couldn't help smiling. The tiny survivor had more determination than half the people he'd met. He immediately urged it to keep running because the subway exit was just ahead. Unfortunately, the apocalypse clearly had a subscription to bad surprises. The moment the rat reached the exit, a land shark that had been lying in wait suddenly growled. The terrified rat froze for a split second, and that was all the opening the monster needed. The land shark lunged forward and swallowed it whole. The connection was instantly severed, sending a sharp pain through Junhan's head. He frowned. A land shark. Then everything suddenly clicked. That location was no station, only a few kilometers away from his parents' home. If creatures like that were already roaming the area, there was a very real chance they were near his family as well. They couldn't afford to waste another second. Meanwhile, Kim Dean was busy unpacking supplies when Junhan walked over and thanked her for all the hard work. She smiled and casually replied that it wasn't difficult, especially since she was getting paid. Then she asked if he needed something. Junhan awkwardly looked away and started fumbling for words. Seeing him hesitate like that immediately made Kim Dean nervous. She wondered if something serious had happened and told him to just say it directly. Junhan finally admitted he wanted to borrow Hirin for a while. Kim Dean stared at him in disbelief and immediately asked if that meant she was expected to handle everything alone for the next 2 days. Junhan smiled sheepishly and admitted he'd have to rely on her. Kim Dean instantly switched to business mode and asked the only truly important question. Was overtime included? Junhan laughed and promised to pay her double. The moment she heard double pay, every complaint vanished. She happily went straight back to work. Money truly is the strongest support skill. By the time Junhan arrived at the meeting room, everyone had already gathered. He immediately began the operation briefing. Because of the giant's attack, passing through Somian Station was no longer practical. However, abandoning the subway entirely would be a huge waste. He turned toward Yojin, who eagerly unfolded the map she had prepared. According to her investigation, the tunnel connecting Somian Station through Biomnol and Shang Station remained completely intact, and there weren't any monsters along that entire section. Their first objective would be securing the route to Pomnol Station before continuing forward. She proudly held up her map for everyone to see, but it honestly looked like something drawn 5 minutes before kindergarten homework was due. The room fell awkwardly silent until Du Shu suddenly put on a serious face, then immediately broke into a grin and praised her amazing artistic talent. Even Junhan found himself staring at the drawing, trying his absolute best to figure out which squiggly line was actually a tunnel. Ignoring everyone's confusion, Yojin calmly continued her explanation. Before reaching John Post Station and Pomnol, the area around the supermarket was the most dangerous. Roughly 500 orcs were active there. Hearing that number, Dongjun immediately asked if fighting them was unavoidable. Yojin shook her head. There was no reason to pick a fight. Their objective was simply to reach Palm Niagal Station and cross the subway tracks. Thanks to her rats, she had already found a route that completely avoided the orcs. As long as they eliminated only the monsters directly blocking their path and moved quickly into the station, they could bypass the entire army. Junhan quietly reflected that before launching this operation, he had poured an enormous amount of money into strengthening Dongjun's squad. Almost everyone had now reached level 30. Only Hyungjun and Hiran were still below that mark. At their current strength, ordinary goblins shouldn't pose much of a threat anymore. Yojin continued the briefing, explaining that once they reached the tracks, traveling to Toryang Station should be smooth. The real problem came afterward. Bususan Station. Dyushu immediately tensed and nervously asked if another giant was waiting there too. Yojin quickly reassured him that there wasn't, at least not yet. The whole room visibly relaxed. Then she dropped the actual bad news. The problem wasn't another giant, it was the railway itself. Between Toryang and Bususan stations, an enormous horde of zombies had completely occupied the tracks. Unless someone had an ability ability perfect for wiping out monsters packed together inside narrow tunnels. That section would slow them down dramatically. The moment Yojin finished explaining the route, everyone's eyes landed on Hirin. She froze for a second under all those stares, but quickly took a deep breath and gathered herself. With a determined nod, she said she believed her ability could handle this job. After that, she spent her time filling Junhan's inventory with nearly 100 kilograms of poisonous mist, finally letting out an exhausted sigh. Later, Junhan accompanied her back to her room and praised her for all the hard work before asking if she was feeling all right. Hirin smiled and assured him she was completely fine. At first, it had been incredibly draining, but somewhere along the way she suddenly felt a burst of energy, and now she could keep going without much trouble. Junhan smiled back, relieved to hear that. Even so, she still looked exhausted. While pretending everything was normal, he quietly opened the vassal management window and upgraded her level. It wasn't cheap, but after earning billions, the cost hardly mattered anymore. Besides, investing in reliable teammates always paid off. Hirin hesitated before asking if she really didn't have to go with everyone. Junhan shook his head and told her to stay here and keep producing poisonous mist. That alone was already more than enough. With every preparation complete, the operation officially began. The first one sent into the subway wasn't a person, it was another rat, this time only level 3. Junhan immediately opened his inventory and released Hirin's poisonous mist. The instant the zombies noticed the tiny rodent, they all rushed toward it at once. The rat skillfully slipped between them while the poisonous fog spread throughout the tunnel. The mist had a powerful paralyzing effect. Once inhaled, movement slowed dramatically and controlling the body became increasingly difficult. Eventually, it completely paralyzed the diaphragm and chest muscles, causing death through suffocation, at least against living creatures. Unfortunately, zombies weren't exactly famous for breathing. Suffocation wasn't going to stop something already dead. Luckily, Junhan had already planned for that. He immediately told Yojin to begin. A massive swarm of rats flooded into the tunnel and pounced on the immobilized zombies, tearing into them from every direction. Several zombies were brought down almost immediately, but then Yojin suddenly warned Junhan that something was wrong. The rats that bit the zombies started transforming as well. They evolved into level 9 zombie rats. Junhan's expression immediately turned serious, so direct contact with zombie blood caused infection. If Yanju had ever been bitten or even scratched during battle, the consequences could have been disastrous. Thankfully, they had avoided that nightmare. He quickly asked whether the infected rats still obeyed Yojin's commands. She nodded and said they did, although they had become noticeably more aggressive. Junhan smiled in relief. So far, everything was still under control. If they could safely reach Jigali Station, maybe this rescue mission would finally bring him back to his family. Right then, another system notification interrupted his thoughts. 157 unauthorized creatures were attempting to enter his territory. Junhan immediately granted citizenship to all of them. The system then announced that with the total number of citizens reaching 3,000, he had unlocked a brand new skill, Economic Activity Subsidies. Junhan stared at the notification before a smile slowly spread across his face. This ability was far more useful than it sounded. It allowed him to assign official positions to citizens while paying their salaries through a separate subsidy system instead of his own wallet. Ordinary workers received 100,000 won per day, assistant managers 150,000, managers 200,000, deputy general managers 250,000, and general managers 300,000, although each position had a limited number of slots. Junhan immediately realized this fit perfectly with the public infrastructure team. Kim Din and her crew had originally been promised 700,000 won per week, which conveniently matched the daily subsidy for workers. That meant their salaries no longer had to come out of his own account. Even better, the team could now expand. Since these subsidies were essentially free for him, hiring more people only strengthened the entire apartment. 300 workers alone would circulate 30 million won every single day, and filling every available position would push that figure close to 50 million daily. As the money continued circulating, his tax collection skill would eventually recover part of those funds, while purchases from the system store would return even more money to him. It was an economy that practically fed itself. The more jobs he created, the richer the entire territory became. Besides infrastructure management, he could now organize maintenance crews, cleaning teams, and security personnel. Security, of course, would go to the people who had actually stood their ground defending the gate instead of conveniently discovering fear after the danger was gone. Junhan immediately promoted Kim Din to general manager and began wondering who she would recruit into her team. Hyungjun and Hirin came to mind, but they would still need additional members. Just then, another notification appeared. Kim Din's trust had reached 100. She was automatically registered as a vassal, and the maximum number of vassals increased once again. Junhan nodded to himself, exactly as expected. The moment someone's trust reached 100, they automatically became a vassal. More importantly, reaching that milestone also unlocked a special ability unique to that person. Curious, he reached toward the system window to inspect Kim Din's new skill. But before he could press it, A loud snore echoed through the room. He turned around and found Hirin completely passed out, fast asleep after exhausting herself producing poisonous mist. Even the apocalypse couldn't beat instant sleep after overtime. Junhan looked at the sleeping Hirin in surprise while Yojin laughed awkwardly and asked if she should wake her up. He shook his head and told her to let Hirin rest. Looking at the exhausted girl with a faint smile, he thought she had already done more than enough. She kept acting like she was perfectly fine, but anyone could tell she'd pushed herself to the limit. After working herself into complete exhaustion, she had earned a proper break. Using his invisible hand, he gently lifted her off the sofa and laid her comfortably on the bed. Yojin quietly remarked that Hirin must have been incredibly tired. Junhan then turned to Yojin and asked if she was doing all right. She smiled as if it were nothing and replied that she hadn't done enough to even feel tired. Everything was completely fine on her side. She reported that Dongjun's squad had already reached the tracks near Esso Station. Junhan thanked her for continuing to help, and Yojin confidently smiled, telling him he could rely on her. But the moment she tried checking ahead again, the smile disappeared from her face. Junhan immediately noticed the change and asked what was wrong. Yojin frowned and explained that the connection had suddenly been lost. He asked what she meant, and she closed her eyes to focus before saying it looked like the communication range had finally reached its limit. Junhan frowned. Until now, there hadn't been any problems. Yojin explained that if the connection was established first, they could continue moving beyond the normal range, but eventually there was still a hard limit centered around Central Station. Junhan clenched his fist. This was terrible timing. His plan had been to use Yojin's mice to check on his parents beyond Jiguli Station. Even knowing how difficult it would be, he still asked her to reconnect through Central Station somehow. She nodded without hesitation and immediately got back to work. Returning control to the mutated rats, she searched for another path while Junhan silently hoped everyone involved would make it through safely. At that moment, the rat scouts had reached Central Station while Dongjun's squad was already approaching Chang Station. After a while, they finally climbed out of the subway and stepped onto the surface. Towering footprints carved into the ground stretched ahead of them, surrounded by collapsed buildings that looked like they had been crushed by a walking mountain. Jihan stared at the destruction in disbelief before sending his raven into the sky to scout ahead. The bird circled the area for a while before returning. He reported that there didn't seem to be any monsters nearby. Jushu looked around and pointed out that even Troyang Station was strangely empty. Thanks to the giant bulldozing the neighborhood. "We're moving," Jihan agreed. Looking at the place, no sane creature would willingly stay here. Dong, however, grew uneasy as the sky darkened. She reminded everyone that night was coming and suggested finding shelter until morning. Jihyun smiled and reassured her that goblins usually hid after dark, making nighttime surprisingly safer for traveling. Dongjun rubbed his chin for a moment before agreeing. They would keep moving, and if things went south, Bong-ho could always bring them back. Just then, one of Yojin's mice squeaked from below and began leading the way. The squad followed it along a safe path beside a massive body of water. Jihen looked around in disbelief. Busosan Station barely looked like a station anymore. It resembled a flooded lake. He wondered if the giant had caused this too. Jihyun nodded, saying it was likely. The ground had probably collapsed after entire buildings were crushed into it. Suddenly, something climbed out of the water and stood atop the broken rubble. Hearing the splash, Jihyun immediately looked toward the lake and warned everyone that something was there. They focused their eyes and spotted what looked like the silhouette of a woman standing in the distance. For one brief second, it almost looked human. Then everyone realized exactly what it was: a siren. The creature lifted her head and released a deafening scream. Everyone instinctively covered their ears, but it made absolutely no difference. The sound pierced straight through them, taking control of their bodies. One by one, they began walking toward the lake against their own will. Yanju and Yushu stepped into the water before suddenly sinking beneath the surface. Yanju snapped back to her senses almost immediately, but Yushu remained completely under the siren's control, unable to move. Without hesitating, Yanju swam toward him, realizing he would drown if she didn't reach him first. But before she could grab him, monsters lurking beneath the water wrapped around her legs and dragged her deeper into the darkness. She struggled desperately, kicking and clawing to escape, but every second stole more of the air from her lungs. Above the surface, the rest of the squad still staggered under the siren's song. Their heads pounded and their bodies refused to obey them until Jaejung forced herself to move. Gritting her teeth, she activated her magic defense, breaking the siren's control over everyone at once. The moment the spell ended, she collapsed onto her knees from the strain and urgently told everyone they had to rescue Yanju and Yushu immediately. But when they looked toward the lake, things somehow became even worse. More monsters emerged from beneath the water. The fisherman monsters surfaced with spears raised high, letting out battle cries before charging across the water at terrifying speed. Dongjun instantly drew his weapon and shouted for everyone to get ready. Looks like the welcome committee had officially clocked in. The fishermen came charging across the lake, sending huge splashes into the air. One of them burst out of the water and lunged straight at Dongjun, but the moment it closed the distance, he met it with his spear and knocked the attack aside while Jihyun's arrow instantly drilled through its head. More fishmen kept erupting from the water one after another. Jihyun continued firing without pause, but there were simply too many of them. Before long, the squad was completely surrounded. Dongjun gritted his teeth. They were wasting precious time. They still had to rescue Jushu and Yeonju. Suddenly, something exploded out of the water and slammed into the monsters, scattering them in every direction. Yeonju emerged carrying Jushu in her arms. Somehow, she'd escaped the monsters below. Du-hyu immediately coughed up a mouthful of water and gasped that he'd seriously thought he was finished this time. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. He thanked Yeonju for saving him, but she only smiled and told him there was no need. He had already saved her countless times before. The fishmen, clearly offended that nobody was paying attention to them anymore, roared and charged again. One squad member muttered that these ugly fish really refused to give anyone a break. Du-hyu summoned his armor without another word and joined Yeonju at the front. The battle immediately started swinging back their way. Jushu bulldozed through the fishmen with his halberd, while Yeonju grabbed them like oversized toys and tossed them aside. One unlucky fishman slammed into a massive wooden pole, cracking it completely before the entire structure collapsed. Everyone instantly scattered as it crashed into the ground. Bongho hurried over to Dongjun and asked if he was alright. Dongjun stood back up, saying he was fine, but then both of them noticed what had fallen with the pole. A goblin was tied to it. Jihyun looked upward and quietly told everyone to look above them. The moment they did, every face froze. Countless goblins had been crucified across the area. Dongjun said in horror that they'd been so focused on fighting they never even noticed. Whatever lived here clearly didn't care whether the victim was a monster or something else. Then Jihyun's entire body froze. Her hands slowly dropped as she stared at one of the hanging figures, her voice trembling. It was her father. Before anyone could react, another fishman burst from the water and rushed straight toward her. She didn't even notice. Dongjun shouted a warning, but before the monster reached her, a gunshot echoed through the battlefield. The bullet blasted straight through the creature's head, dropping it right at her feet. Bongho lowered the pistol and quickly asked if she was all right. Dongjun praised the shot but looked at Jihyun in confusion. Something was clearly wrong with her. At that moment, Jihyun, watching everything through the crow, realized something. He told them he'd found a way to end this. He had been observing the entire fight, and every single time the siren opened her mouth, the fishmen immediately obeyed. If they killed the siren, the rest might lose their leader and retreat on their own. Dongjun agreed it was worth trying, but getting anywhere near her wouldn't be easy. Du-hyu simply asked if killing the siren was all they needed. Before anyone could answer twice, he declared that he'd handle it himself. He already had a plan. The siren opened her mouth again, giving another command, and the fishmen instantly shifted formation. Jihyun warned everyone that they'd probably figured out their target. Dongjun looked at Du-hyu and asked if he could really pull it off. Du-hyu confidently smirked and told him to leave it to him. They only needed to draw the monster's attention for a moment. Ji-jung immediately said she'd protect Jihyun while the others cleared the path. The squad charged forward together. Bongho and Jihyun provided covering fire with pistols, while Dongjun carved open the route with his spear. Once the path was barely clear enough, Dongjun gave Jushu the signal. Jushu planted his feet, swung his halberd with everything he had, and hurled it straight at the siren. She calmly watched the weapon approach, tilted her head at the last second, and the halberd flew harmlessly past her. The entire squad stared in disbelief. Even the fishmen looked like they were about to start clapping. The siren laughed mockingly, and her fish-headed army joined in. Jushu, however, looked completely unfazed. He turned toward Dongjun and casually asked if he'd forgotten what always happened whenever he threw away his weapon. Dongjun blinked in confusion for a second, then his eyes widened. Jushu stretched out his hand with a grin and said the best way to catch a fish was with a hook. The halberd instantly flew back toward him. This time it tore straight through the siren's body. Her mocking laughter turned into a scream as the weapon ripped through her, and the system immediately announced that the level 34 siren had been defeated. The fishmen, finally freed from her control, completely lost their will to fight and immediately dove beneath the water, disappearing as fast as they had shown up. As the last of the fishmen disappeared beneath the water, everyone finally let out a breath they'd been holding and immediately started praising Jushu. Dongjun, however, rushed straight to Jihyun and asked if she was alright. Ji-jung explained everything to Dongjun. Confused, he followed her gaze upward, convincing himself she had to be mistaken, until he finally saw it himself. His expression froze. The body hanging there wore a name tag that read Kim Dukon. It really was her father. Dongjun slowly dropped to his knees while Jihyun broke down, saying her father must have suffered so much. Watching everything through absolute eyes, Junhan immediately tried creating a quest that would resurrect her father, but the system coldly informed him that resurrection outside his territory was impossible. He desperately recreated the quest again and again, pressing the confirmation button over and over, but every attempt ended with the same answer: rejected. Only when Yojin called his name did he finally stop. His hand slowly lowered. He had placed every hope on Dongjun's squad. If their lives were truly in danger, he had already decided he would summon them back without hesitation. But summoning them without an outpost meant throwing away everything they had accomplished. The cost was enormous. He told himself there was no choice, but was that really true? They had just been dragged underwater by armed monsters. If that wasn't life-threatening, then what was? At that moment, the answer he had been avoiding finally caught up to him. He had been so desperate to save his own family that he convinced himself everyone else could keep waiting. But everyone standing beside him had families too. They had all set aside their own fears to help him first. His hands trembled as he silently created a new group quest. This time, it wasn't about saving someone. It was about building a grave. The moment Jihyun saw the notification, she cried even harder, while Dongjun quietly stayed beside her, trying to comfort her. Junhan could only clench his fists and curse himself under his breath. After some time, the squad gathered stones and carefully built a grave. They stepped back, giving Jihyun time alone. Dongjun gently asked if she was certain this was the right place. She looked around with tearful eyes and quietly said her father would have liked it here. He had always been a workaholic who loved the railroad, always joking that one day he'd probably be buried beside the tracks. As a child, she'd laughed at him for saying such ridiculous things, but in the end, his joke became reality. She carefully placed the name tag on top of the stone grave. Every word she spoke felt like another weight pressing onto Junhan's shoulders. He silently promised himself that this grief would never become his own family's ending. To make that happen, he needed stronger awakened allies, and right now the biggest hope was Junhyuk. Elsewhere, Junhyuk continued wiping out goblins when his loyalty finally crossed 30. Junhan immediately registered him as a vassal. A girl from his squad suddenly pointed at him in surprise, saying he was glowing. Junhyuk looked down and froze. His entire body really was shining. Curious, Junhyuk checked his status window. Junhyuk had received the titles Knight and Mage, along with Water Creation, Water Bomb, and Water Manipulation. The Mage title doubled the power of his magic skills. Water Bomb compressed water under extreme pressure before releasing it in a devastating explosion, while the S-Rank Water Manipulation skill allowed him to freely control summoned water using mental energy. Junhan immediately assigned him a quest to use his new abilities within 10 minutes, with increased mental strength as the reward. The moment Junhyuk saw the quest, he instantly realized who had sent it. Hunchan noticed him standing motionless and asked if something was wrong. Junhyuk smirked and told him to wait a second. There were plenty of targets standing right in front of them anyway. He gathered an enormous sphere of water overhead, making the goblins hesitate for the first time in their miserable little lives. Then he launched Water Bomb. The explosion smashed into the ground with enough force to shatter the asphalt beneath it, instantly blowing the goblins away. A gentle rain followed. Junhyuk casually waved his hand and every raindrop froze in midair. His teammates stared with their mouths hanging open, completely speechless. This power was insane. Junhyuk released the spell, letting the water fall naturally again before suddenly bursting into laughter. Then, without warning, he dropped to his knees and repeatedly bowed toward Junhan, thanking him for everything he'd given him. His teammates stared in complete confusion. One of them scratched his head and wondered what had happened. The guy had unlocked crazy powers, and apparently forgot how to act normal 5 seconds later. Meanwhile, the system informed Junhan that Junhyuk's trust and loyalty had increased dramatically. He had completed the task. Junhan quietly stared at the notification. Even he hadn't expected Junhyuk to awaken an S-rank ability. That made him the second person after Yeonju to possess a top-tier awakened skill. Considering Junhyuk had originally awakened only a B-rank ability, this outcome was far beyond expectations. Maybe it wasn't luck at all. His high level probably played a huge role. Either way, the result was incredible. His water creation skill consumed mental energy to generate water, but now the real question was how to make the best use of him. Should he transfer Junhyuk into Dongjun's squad? Junhan quickly dismissed the idea. Dongjun's team was already perfectly balanced, and tearing Junhyuk away would only weaken the group that naturally revolved around him. Without their leader, that entire squad would lose its backbone. For now, leaving him where he belonged was the better decision. Just then, the system reported several more goblins had been defeated. Junhan glanced at the time. It was already getting late, yet besides Junhyuk, there were still plenty of stubborn people refusing to stop hunting. Suddenly, a sharp pain exploded through his head. The system announced that the Absolute Recluse had reached level 20. 3 skill points had been awarded, a new skill unlocked, and his territory was expanding. Junhan grabbed his chest as agony tore through his entire body. Yojin immediately panicked and rushed toward him while the territory expanded once again, swallowing even more land around the apartment complex. Every nerve in his body felt like it was being stabbed by thousands of needles. Yojin desperately shouted his name, begging him not to close his eyes and to keep breathing. The pain overwhelmed him, and everything went black. When he finally opened his eyes again, he saw Yojin leaning over him with her face inches away. Startled, he pushed her back and asked what she thought she was doing. Completely embarrassed, she hurriedly apologized, saying she thought he had stopped breathing and was trying to give him CPR. Junhan awkwardly assured her he was perfectly fine. Even Blackie had been running around in a panic, squeaking non-stop until Junhan gently patted the little bird's head and told him to calm down. Still rubbing his aching head, he activated Absolute Eyes. His expression immediately changed. The territory had expanded on an unbelievable scale. It now covered not only Jono Station but also Sman and Bujon stations, swallowing every road within a 1-kilometer radius of the apartment complex. No wonder the expansion nearly killed him. This was the largest growth his territory had ever experienced. Honestly, all he wanted was 5 more minutes of sleep, but the apocalypse wasn't exactly famous for respecting nap schedules. First came the 3 skill points. He already knew exactly where they were going. The first upgrade went straight into Absolute Eyes. The skill reached level 4, unlocking multi-perception. Suddenly, his vision exploded outward like he had been thrown into a security control room surrounded by countless CCTV screens. The overwhelming amount of information made concentrating much harder. For now, he realized he could only comfortably process 3 separate viewpoints at once. With 2 points remaining, he upgraded Maintaining Dignity. The skill reached level 5 and unlocked Divine Artifacts. The system rewarded him with 300 crystals. Junhan blinked in surprise. Crystals! A new notification immediately appeared, explaining that 1 mystic draw cost exactly 300 crystals. They had literally handed him enough for a free pull. Refusing free loot was practically illegal. He pressed the button without hesitation. The room trembled violently as light flooded the apartment. Yojin covered her eyes while Blackie chirped loudly in surprise. When the light finally disappeared, a single ring floated before him. The system explained that it was a communication ring capable of transmitting the wearer's voice directly to every vassal. Junhan smiled. That was actually a fantastic item. The first person who came to mind was Kim Din. He immediately opened Vassal Management and checked her status. Besides everything else, she possessed the telepathy ability. Junhan's eyes lit up. That combination was practically tailor-made for her management role. Just then, loud shouting echoed through the building. Using Absolute Eyes, he looked toward Kim Din and saw absolute chaos. Nearly 50 people had been packed into one apartment while Kim Din desperately tried explaining that the arrangement was only temporary. The residents weren't having it. One angry man shouted that they weren't chickens packed into a coop. Others argued they'd already seen plenty of empty apartments and demanded proper places to sleep. Families with children insisted they deserved better living conditions and begged for just a few vacant rooms. Kim Din repeatedly apologized, explaining there were rules she had to follow, but nobody wanted to listen. Watching the entire scene unfold, Junhan's expression hardened. Enough was enough. He immediately activated his newly acquired skill, Gate of Absolute Reclusion. The ability could connect doors anywhere inside his territory. He honestly hadn't expected to use his brand new level 20 skill this quickly, but the building's complaint department had clearly clocked in before breakfast. The man kept shouting that everyone there had occupied someone else's apartments anyway. In a situation like this, people were supposed to help each other instead of acting like they owned the place. Junhan calmly replied that the one illegally occupying someone else's home was him. The man exploded, but before he could keep barking, Junhan coldly declared that if he didn't like the rules of this house, he was free to leave it. The guy shouted back, asking how he dared talk to him like that. But Junhan didn't even bother arguing anymore. He simply waved his hand and ordered, "Banish Sunyob." The man barely managed to ask what everyone was staring at before he vanished on the spot. Silence instantly swallowed the room. Junhan looked around and calmly said, "Finally." Then he asked if anyone else had complaints. Not a single person answered. He continued by announcing that from this moment onward, electricity, water, and gas would all be cut off for their apartments. A girl immediately cried out that he couldn't possibly be serious. Junhan replied that he should be the one asking questions. Did they even understand why they had come here in the first place? They had arrived only after this place defeated a giant. Did they honestly believe that was just luck? They came because they believed the people here were strong enough to protect them. Hundreds of new survivors were arriving every single day for exactly the same reason. Then he explained what would happen if he started making exceptions. First, vacant apartments would disappear immediately, leaving nowhere to house future survivors. Second, the people who had endured hardship from the beginning would naturally feel they were being treated unfairly. Third, making one exception would only invite endless complaints from everyone else. He made one thing perfectly clear. Rights, welfare, and government protection no longer existed. South Korea had already collapsed. He wasn't a government official. If people wanted to call him a tyrant abusing his authority, then so be it. This world was far too cruel for fantasies about equal treatment. If anyone wanted better conditions, they would earn them. While other survivors were taking turns sleeping in shifts, squeezing together to save space, asking veterans for advice and helping children and the weak survive. The people standing before him had chosen to complain instead of adapting. Junhan pointed toward the hallway and ordered everyone to return to the rooms assigned to them. They had already crossed the line, and unless they wanted to be expelled like Shunyob, they should leave immediately. Nobody argued anymore. One after another, they quietly turned around and walked away. Kim Din finally let out a relieved breath and thanked Junhan for stepping in. He simply thought there was nothing worth thanking him for. He had only done what needed to be done. Kim Din looked at him in surprise. Junhan asked if she was shocked. She admitted she was. He smiled and told her she could do the same thing herself now. She possessed telepathy. All she had to do was picture the person she wanted to contact and speak to them mentally. She carefully tried it and looked surprised when it actually worked. Junhan told her she'd naturally learn its limits and proper usage through experience. Still curious, she asked why it had suddenly awakened in the first place. Before he could answer, someone called out to him. Junhan turned around and saw a man nervously approaching. The guy apologized first before asking if he could say something. Junhan nodded. The man explained that although Sunyob had shouted the loudest, the complaints had actually been everyone's opinion. Truthfully, they all shared the blame, and he didn't think Sunyob deserved to suffer alone. They were willing to accept punishment together, but he begged Junhan to forgive him just this once. Junhan quietly asked why he should. The man answered honestly that it was simply the right thing to do. In truth, Junhan had already been waiting for the proper moment to bring Sunyob back. Making an example of someone didn't mean condemning them to death forever. Fortunately, Sunyob hadn't wandered off. The idiot had apparently spent the entire time pounding on the barrier outside. Junhan looked at the man and asked his name. He introduced himself as Hong Hun. Junhan nodded and told him that, out of respect for his integrity, he would restore Sunyob's citizenship. Water, electricity, and gas would also remain available for their living quarters. Hong Hun looked completely stunned and asked if he really meant it. Junhan confirmed it but warned everyone that this would be the first and last exception. Nobody should expect mercy a second time. Hong Hun bowed repeatedly, thanking him with genuine gratitude. The system immediately reported that Sunyob's citizenship had been restored, while Hong Hun's trust increased significantly. Junhan silently reflected on the decision. He restored their utilities mainly because innocent children were living there too. Still, that didn't mean the group escaped punishment completely. They would continue living together in crowded conditions, taking cold showers and sleeping on cold floors until they earned something better. Kim Din quietly looked at him and remarked that he actually had a kind heart. Junhan blinked and awkwardly asked if she really thought so. She smiled and answered yes. He scratched his cheek, slightly embarrassed by the compliment, before changing the subject. Right now, the shared housing existed only in Building 3, but eventually he planned to establish the same system across all 25 apartment buildings. Kim Din's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 people? She repeated in shock. Junhan asked how many people were currently on her team. She answered that there were 15, including Hiran and Cho Hyung-jun. He nodded and asked if she could expand it to 100 members and manage the operation. In his estimation, assigning 4 people to each apartment building would be enough to keep everything running smoothly. Kim Din was still stunned by the number, but Junhan calmly explained that every member would receive 100,000 won per day. Once the workforce reached that size, management across the complex would finally become stable. Just then, the elevator chimed as it stopped on the 21st floor. Kim Din quietly added that having a larger team would also give her words more authority during disputes. The elevator doors slid open and a man stepped out, greeting them politely. Junhan asked if he was a new arrival and whether he needed something. He introduced him as Dr. Lee Sunman, an associated professor of nephrology from Busan Pork Hospital, and said he wanted to discuss forming a medical team. After hearing him out, Junhan decided to send him back for the moment while they discussed it. Kim Din immediately commented that professionals like him deserved proper treatment. Junhan suggested giving them an apartment and converting that entire area into a hospital. Kim Din immediately agreed, saying that if they searched among the survivors, they would surely find enough nurses to support the doctors. Junhan nodded and officially placed the responsibility of organizing the medical team into Kim Din's hands. She confidently placed a hand on her chest and told him he could rely on her. A little later, Yojin asked whether everything had gone smoothly. Junhan replied that there hadn't been any problems. Using absolute eyes, he checked on Dongjun's squad and confirmed they had already left and were heading toward Chigali Station without any issues. With that settled, it was finally time to spend his last remaining skill point. He upgraded Absolute Inventory. The system announced that Absolute Inventory had reached level 2. Its storage capacity doubled to 200 kilograms, and a new passive function called Save was unlocked. Items stored inside the inventory would now permanently retain the exact condition they were in when they entered. Junhan's eyes immediately narrowed. Wait, if that worked the way he thought it did. He opened his inventory, took out the SNW M60 revolver loaded with 100 rounds of took out the SNW M60 revolver, Then he told Yojin to cover her ears because it was about to get loud. She looked at him in confusion, only for him to suddenly shout that it was a gun. Startled, Yojin yelped as he fired. At the exact same moment, Junhan issued another command: store the fired bullet. The system immediately confirmed that the bullet had been added to his inventory. Junhan smiled. It worked exactly as he expected. Yojin, still sitting on the floor after nearly jumping out of her skin, stared at him in confusion and asked why he had done that. Junhan simply stretched out his hand and summoned the stored bullet back out of the inventory. It shot back into reality exactly as it had been stored. He couldn't hide his excitement. This was insane. It meant he had finally found a reliable way to remotely support Dongjun's squad. Meanwhile, monsters suddenly dropped one after another around Shigali Station. Dongjun frowned and realized they had finally reached their destination. At that moment, Junhan's voice came through the communication ring. He asked if everyone could hear him. Dongjun looked around in surprise before answering that the connection was perfectly clear. Junhan told them they would communicate like this from now on and instructed them to leave through the second exit. Dongjun acknowledged the order and led the squad outside. The moment they stepped onto the surface, everyone instinctively became alert. This area had never been explored before. Unlike previous operations, there had been no successful mouse reconnaissance beyond this point, so everything ahead was completely unknown. Dongjun asked Junhan where they should go next. Junhan instructed them to follow the left side of the main road for roughly 1 kilometer. Their destination lay straight ahead. Dongjun nodded and led everyone forward. Suddenly, a gigantic creature burst out from the side. Dongjun immediately shouted for everyone to get back. They had barely escaped sea monsters earlier, and now a land shark was charging straight at them. The massive beast opened its enormous jaws while Dongjun gripped his spear and prepared for impact. Jihan instantly drew his pistol and fired into the creature's head. Dongjun followed with a powerful spear strike, and Yanju, already transformed into her bear form, crashed into it with a swing of her massive claws. Moments later, the system announced that the level 24 land shark had been defeated, awarding experience and roughly 14 million won to the absolute recluse's wallet. Without wasting a second, Dongjun ordered Jihan to scout ahead. Jihan launched his crow into the sky and began surveying the area, but after only a few moments, his expression completely changed. He blurted out that they were everywhere. Before he could even finish warning the others, another enormous monster appeared directly ahead. Jihan shouted that there was another one in front of them, his voice carrying pure disbelief. It looked like this place had turned into one giant nightmare. The massive creature noticed the squad and immediately started charging toward them. Dongjun didn't hesitate for even a second. He shouted for Dushu to stop it. Dushu instantly summoned his armor, roared at the top of his lungs, and charged forward, swinging his halberd to meet the monster head-on. The system announced that they had defeated a level 16 Sky Marlin, rewarding them with experience while 785,000 won flowed into the absolute recluse's wallet. Without slowing down, the squad pulled out their pistols and started dropping the remaining flying monsters. Jihyun clicked her tongue in annoyance and muttered that if they kept coming like this, they'd be fighting forever. More screeches echoed through the sky. Dujong fired another shot and yelled at the monsters to stay back. At that moment, a system window appeared as the bullets she had fired were pulled from storage and launched back into battle, tearing through another Sky Marlin. The system announced the defeat of a level 17 Sky Marlin, adding another 230,000 won to Junhan's wallet. Junhan quickly noticed something. The enemies killed by recalled bullets still counted, but the reward was noticeably lower. He immediately turned toward Yojin and told her to stop trying to reconnect with the rats for now. Instead, she needed to keep firing. Hiran looked over in confusion while holding a pistol, but Junhan simply urged Yojin to hurry. She hesitated and asked where she should shoot. Junhan answered that it didn't matter, just keep firing. Yojin squeezed her eyes shut and pulled the trigger. Every fired bullet was instantly stored inside the inventory. Junhan ordered her not to stop. She obediently kept shooting while he recalled every stored bullet directly onto the battlefield. System windows popped up one after another as bullets materialized over the monsters' heads, dropping more level 17 Sky Marlins and earning nearly 1.5 million won. Yojin nervously announced that the magazine was empty. Junhan immediately told her to reload and keep shooting as fast as possible. The efficiency had increased almost six-fold. He honestly felt a little guilty for turning Yojin into a full-time ammo factory, but desperate times demanded desperate methods. Just then Hiran walked into the room, heard non-stop gunshots, stared at Yojin firing into a system window and blinked in complete confusion before muttering that this was the weirdest dream she'd ever had. Poor girl probably thought sleep deprivation had finally won. Meanwhile, the battle outside only became more intense. Dongjun gritted his teeth and wondered if that stupid monster was even killable because more enemies just kept showing up. The squad rushed forward together. Yanju shouted for Dujung's support and Dujung immediately poured mana into her. Empowered, Yanju grabbed one monster's limb and ripped it clean off. Dongjun called Jihoon's name, tightened his grip on his spear, and hurled it straight through another creature. Yanju leaped onto a massive enemy and slashed down with her claws, but she froze when the attack barely left a mark. Bongho instantly ordered everyone to retreat while firing his pistol. The bullets simply bounced off the monster's shell. Everyone immediately realized the same thing. This thing wasn't just tough, it was built like an armored bunker. Dongjun frowned and desperately searched for an answer. They needed something with overwhelming impact, something more like a hammer than a blade. At that moment, Junhan activated Absolute Eyes and carefully searched the battlefield. Then he finally found exactly what he was looking for, an idea. He opened his inventory and told Yanju to prepare. The moment he gave the signal, she needed to jump onto the giant crab's shell. She answered without hesitation that she'd do it. Junhan silently apologized to Minyo because he was about to borrow something expensive without asking. He promised himself he'd register it as a product later and buy him a replacement. He summoned a massive barbell high above the battlefield. The plan was simple. Let gravity do all the work. As the barbell accelerated downward and reached maximum speed, he instantly stored it back into the inventory before immediately summoning it again directly above the crab. The gigantic weight crashed down like a meteor and smashed straight through the monster's shell. Junhan shouted for Yanju to move. She didn't waste even half a second, jumping onto the exposed monster and tearing into it with her claws. The system announced the defeat of the level 35 giant crab, rewarding them with experience and nearly 1 billion won. After the crab fell, the road ahead looked less like a battlefield and more like somebody dumped an entire seafood market across the city. Fish monsters, giant crustaceans, and every nightmare with fins crawled out one after another while the squad pushed forward, surviving dangerous situations that would have been impossible without Junhan constantly backing them up. Even then, one thought refused to leave his mind. This path was far harsher than he had imagined. A heavily armed squad of awakened fighters was struggling to advance even a single kilometer. The closer they moved toward his parents' neighborhood, the more fear crept into his heart. If trained awakened fighters had this much trouble, then the chances of ordinary people surviving here were painfully small. Still, even if the odds were only 1%, he refused to give up. Eventually, the streets became familiar. The ruined roads, the broken intersections. He knew every corner because this was where he grew up. Then he suddenly raised his hand and ordered everyone to stop. Something was wrong. His eyes locked onto a massive tree standing in the middle of the street. Junhan knew this neighborhood better than anyone. That tree had never existed before the apocalypse. Nobody could have planted something that huge overnight, which meant there was only one explanation. It had appeared after the world ended. A system window suddenly appeared, identifying the massive tree as a level 38 giant tree. Junhan immediately warned the squad about the monster ahead. Dongjun confirmed they could see it, and the moment Junhan ordered them to attack, the giant tree slowly opened a huge eye and started moving toward them. Jihoon fired first while Dongjun charged in with his spear. Bongho jumped aside and opened fire as Yanju leaped forward, tearing into the trunk with a barrage of claw strikes. Suddenly, thick roots exploded from the ground and wrapped around Yanju like chains. Dongjun shouted her name in panic as another massive root shot straight toward her. Before it could hit, Bongho instantly teleported in front of her and blocked the attack. The root stopped right before him, making everyone freeze. Dongjun immediately called out, asking what was happening. Junhan frowned as he watched through Absolute Eyes. The tree had completely stopped attacking. He immediately gave a new order. Yanju had to retreat while everyone else kept attacking. Dongjun looked confused and asked if only Yanju should fall back. Junhan answered yes without hesitation. Dongjun trusted the call and ordered everyone to continue while Yanju pulled back to protect Jihoon and Yushu's side. Yanju reluctantly agreed, wondering if the others would be okay without her, but Dongjun assured her his defense was good enough to hold the line. Then something even stranger happened. The giant tree simply turned around and calmly walked back to where it had originally been standing. Junhan stared in disbelief. Did that mean the monster wasn't actually hostile? It had only started attacking after Yanju transformed into her bear form, and every single attack had targeted only her. Just as he was piecing everything together, a land shark rushed toward the tree. Without hesitation, the giant tree pierced the monster clean through. That confirmed it. For some reason, it wasn't attacking humans at all. Junhan immediately ordered the squad to ignore the tree and quietly move past it. Dongjun agreed, and everyone carefully slipped by without provoking it. But after only a few steps, Dongjun suddenly stopped. He quietly called Junhan's name and hesitated before asking, wasn't this exactly where his family's house should have been? Junhan's heart instantly sank. He desperately hoped they had somehow taken a wrong turn, but deep down he already knew the answer. This was the right place. This was where his parents and grandparents were supposed to be. He clenched his jaw so hard it almost hurt. That monster had no right to stand there. He was ready to flood the entire area with gas, summon everyone back through the vassal system, and erase that giant tree from existence. Then everything changed. A system notification suddenly appeared, reporting that a relative of the absolute recluse had been detected. Before anyone could react, an old man shouted from nearby, demanding to know who dared bully little Poppy. The squad looked at each other in total confusion. The old man rushed over to the giant tree, gently touching the damaged trunk while anxiously asking if Poppy was okay. He complained that if the boss found out someone had hurt the poor thing, he'd be furious. Then he angrily pointed his cane at Dongjun's squad and asked if they were responsible. Embarrassed, they admitted they were. The old man immediately started scolding them, asking how they could attack a baby that couldn't even move. The squad could only bow and apologize. Soon, several more people walked over carrying monster carcasses. One of them looked at the dead beast and complained that it had gotten too fat, saying it probably wouldn't even taste good anymore. The old man shot back that if they didn't like it, they didn't have to eat it. Listening to their conversation, Junhan finally understood everything. The peaceful giant tree, the fact that it only stood where his family home used to be, and how it never attacked ordinary people. Every piece finally clicked together. Ever since he was a child, their house had always been overflowing with flowers, vegetables, and fruit trees. The garden changed with every season, and after retiring, Lee Bunja spent his days growing crops that always ended up on the family table. Looking at the enormous tree protecting that exact spot, Junhan finally reached one conclusion. This wasn't just some random monster. Just like his own power, this had to be someone's awakened ability, and there was only one person it could belong to. Lee Bunja had awakened. Junhan grabbed his head and let out a relieved laugh. Thank goodness, they were alive. After everything he'd seen on the way here, level 20 monsters roaming the streets and flocks of level 10 creatures filling the skies, he honestly couldn't imagine how anyone had survived. Yojin noticed the sudden smile on his face and asked what happened. Junhan simply answered that it was nothing, everyone was safe. That alone was enough. Nearby, one of the old men chuckled and said it really was nice being young. Dongjun wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked if the monster they brought down would be enough. The old man grinned and replied it was more than enough, thanking the youngsters for the help. Junhan quickly told Dongjun to ask about their leader. Dongjun nodded and politely asked the old man who was in charge here. The man asked if they meant the person with the leader's mark before casually answering that their leader was Lee Bunja. The moment Junhan heard that name, his heart skipped a beat. He knew it. That was his grandfather. The old man told them to wait a moment before meeting him. While they waited, Dongjun looked around in amazement. There were people everywhere. It looked like the entire Chigali market had packed up and moved into this place. Some were preparing food while others cleaned freshly caught monsters like it was just another busy afternoon. One man cutting up fish called over to Park Youngum and asked if Poppy had caused trouble again. The reply came with a laugh that the monster had simply been too big, but thanks to these young people they finally had enough meat for everyone. They immediately prepared a huge plate of sashimi and handed it to the squad, telling them to eat properly. Ji-hoon awkwardly asked if they had chopsticks. The man blinked and told her to just use her hands. Junhan couldn't help smiling and immediately sent chopsticks through his inventory. Ji-hoon thanked him before taking a bite, and her eyes lit up as she shouted that it was delicious. The rest of the squad immediately joined in, saying they couldn't even remember the last time they had eaten fresh sashimi. Junhan wasn't finished yet. He sent over lemonade, cola, and cider, making Park Youngum stare with his mouth hanging open. The man couldn't believe drinks had appeared out of nowhere. Then even more boxes of food and beverages materialized beside them. Park Youngum looked completely stunned and asked if all of this was really for them. Dongjun smiled and said it was a gift from Junhan. The old man could only mutter that maybe this Junhan fellow was actually a god. Right then, another elderly man walked over, wondering why everyone was making such a fuss. Park Youngum immediately greeted him as the leader. Junhan instantly activated Absolute Eyes. A system window appeared before him. Lee Bunja, level 55. Title: Blood Relative. Trust 88. Awakened ability: Guardian of the World Tree. Passive skills: Chosen by the World Tree. Life Force of the World Tree. Blessing of the World Tree. Protection of the World Tree. Another notification appeared, announcing that his vassals had encountered a blood relative of the Absolute Recluse and that the power of his bloodline had been unlocked. Lee Bunja slowly stepped down from the World Tree. Junhan quietly stared at him. His grandfather looked healthier than he had ever remembered. His posture was straight, his movements were steady, and even his eyes looked sharper than before. It wasn't imagination. His awakened ability had completely revitalized him. Junhan quickly asked Dongjun to greet his grandfather on his behalf. Dongjun respectfully bowed and introduced himself, saying it was an honor to meet their leader. One of the men eagerly explained that these newcomers were incredibly talented and could create things out of thin air. Everything spread across the table had appeared because of them. Lee Bunja widened his eyes in surprise. Water had been one of their biggest problems, so he sincerely thanked them for bringing these supplies. Dongjun politely shook his head and explained that none of it came from them. It had all been sent by Junhan. The old man looked genuinely confused and asked what he meant. Dongjun smiled and answered that they were here under Kim Junhan's orders. Lee Bunja froze completely. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Junhan, his grandson, was alive? Dongjun confirmed it with a smile. Yes, Kim Junhan from the Somian apartment complex. The old man's eyes immediately filled with emotion. Without wasting another second, he told everyone to follow him. They climbed onto one of the giant branches of the world tree, and it slowly lifted them upward. Watching through absolute eyes, Junhan felt his heartbeat racing. His parents, Kim Shim. Everyone should be waiting up there. There still wasn't a direct route to reach them himself, but once the outpost was completed, he'd finally be able to use his abilities to cross the distance. Just then another system notification appeared. Meeting Lee Bunja had unlocked a brand new construction option. Annex construction available. Cost 10 billion won. An annex could be built outside the absolute recluse's territory and would function as an independent safe zone. Its size would expand according to the main territory, and once activated it would temporarily receive the same authority as the apartment complex itself. The only condition, a blood relative of the absolute recluse had to remain inside the annex for it to stay active. Junhan looked at the new building with growing excitement. This wasn't just another structure. It was finally a bridge that could connect him back to his family. Junhan quickly compared the new building with the outpost and realized the annex cost almost 8 times more. But unlike the outpost, there wasn't a single warning saying it could be destroyed. After capturing the apartment complex, he'd already received 10 billion won in construction subsidies, and even after covering the solar panel expenses, he still had 7 billion left. The annex would only require 3 billion more, so money wasn't the problem anymore. Without hesitating, he reached toward the system window and ordered it to begin construction. A huge blueprint instantly unfolded before his eyes, making him pause in surprise. So this was the building's scale before construction even started. Looking closely, the annex's territory looked almost identical to his own apartment complex, and the description stated it would continue expanding as his own territory grew. Compared to the limited radius outpost, this thing was worth every single coin. Junhan immediately confirmed the construction. The system reminded him that a blood relative of the absolute recluse had to remain inside the annex's territory during construction. He accepted the condition without hesitation. The countdown immediately appeared. 167 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Junhan nodded to himself. Perfect. All he needed now was for his grandfather to stay inside the construction zone until it was finished. Then another notification appeared. Because his vassals had encountered another blood relative, the bloodline power activated once again. Kim Shim, level 21. Title: Blood Relative. Trust: 100. No awakened ability. Junhan's expression immediately changed when he saw her name. His grandmother, Kim Shim. Lee Bunja gently held her hand and quietly told everyone to listen. Those people claimed Junhan had sent them. Their grandson was alive. Junhan immediately asked Yanju to find out what had happened to his grandmother. Lee Bunja looked toward the squad after hearing Junhan was watching through their eyes and answered directly. Everything would be alright, and Kim Shim was still with them. She was simply resting, nothing else. But when someone quietly asked how long she had been unconscious, Lee Bunja slowly closed his eyes. Since that day, the day monsters appeared and the world collapsed, Kim Shim had never opened her eyes again. Junhan silently stared at her. This was the first time he'd ever seen his grandfather look so powerless. Even so, relief still flooded his heart. She was alive. She had remained in a coma for an entire month, yet she looked as though she were peacefully sleeping. It was obvious Lee Bunja's awakened ability was the only reason she had survived this long. If only the system allowed him to assign quests to blood relatives, he'd do anything to save her. Unfortunately, the system refused every possibility. Dujung stepped forward and quietly tried healing Kim Shim with mana, but after a moment she apologized. Even her abilities couldn't help. Lee Bunja simply smiled sadly and told her not to blame herself. Some things couldn't be helped. Junhan suddenly realized something else. 7 armed people had just arrived, yet nobody else had come out of the house to check what was happening. He immediately asked Yanju to ask about his parents. She respectfully repeated the question. Lee Bunja looked toward them and said that if Junhan was truly watching, then he'd speak to him directly. On that day, both his mother and father had gone to work. His father never left her side, so the old man hoped they had managed to hide somewhere safe. Junhan froze. The words sounded hopeful, but the tone didn't. Even Lee Bunja didn't truly believe they had survived. Junhan understood exactly why. Unless one of them had awakened an ability like his grandfather's, the odds were painfully low. Even so, he refused to give up. He immediately told the squad that their next destination would be Ian Hospital. Dongjun hesitated, but Junhan cut him off. Even if the chance was only a tiny thread, he'd grab onto it with both hands. They had worked hard all day and it was already late. Tonight they would stay here and continue tomorrow. Right then, another system notification suddenly appeared. A blood relative of the absolute recluse has been detected nearby. Junhan's heart nearly stopped. He immediately turned to Yojin and ordered her to send every rat searching through the surrounding area for survivors. She asked exactly what she should look for. Junhan didn't hesitate for even a second. Search everywhere, find every possible survivor nearby. Yojin immediately accepted the order. Junhan quickly noticed something strange. The system wasn't pointing toward Dongjun's location. The blood relative marker was moving, and it was heading straight toward him. He didn't even need to guess anymore. It had to be his mother and his father. Meanwhile, outside, one of the workers wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained it was already so late, but they still hadn't finished processing everything. Another man laughed that at least they now had mountains of food thanks to today's hunt. The conversation stopped abruptly when everyone looked into the distance. Countless monsters were rushing toward them. One of the workers' faces instantly turned pale before he rang the alarm bell at the top of his lungs, shouting that monsters were coming. Everyone needed to move the food into the seafood warehouse and shut every single door immediately. People scattered in every direction. One man sprinted inside and yelled for the chief to come out at once. Lee Bunja stepped forward and asked what was happening. The man pointed into the distance with trembling hands and shouted that an enormous horde of monsters was heading straight for them. Lee Bunja stepped outside and looked toward the massive tide of monsters rushing across the city. Even Dongjun couldn't hide his shock and asked if every single one of them was a monster. Lee Bunja calmly ordered everyone to retreat. The world trees slowly moved forward, and one of the villagers worriedly asked why Poppy was covered in wounds again. The squad instinctively prepared to help, but Lee Bunja immediately stopped them. Those monsters weren't coming after them. Dongjun looked confused, asking what he meant. Lee Bunja pointed at the charging horde and asked if they honestly looked like they were attacking. In his eyes, those idiots were running away from something far scarier. Even so, they would probably destroy everything in their path, so everyone still needed to stay alert. The squad watched carefully as the flying monsters rushed straight overhead without attacking anyone. Dongjun quickly realized he was right. The flyers completely ignored them. Only the monsters on the ground would eventually collide with the settlement. Seeing the enormous horde, Dongjun insisted they should help. Lee Bunja refused without hesitation and ordered everyone back inside. Dongjun protested that fighting alone would be impossible, but Lee Bunja stomped the ground and barked at the youngsters to take cover already. Then the old man casually swung his attack. Countless massive tree trunks erupted forward and flattened wave after wave of monsters. Dongjun's jaw almost hit the floor. The old man kept walking while smashing through the horde like he was clearing weeds from a garden. The system rapidly announced kill after kill. Level 24 land shark defeated. Level 23 sawfish defeated. Level 29 blue crab defeated. Junhan immediately noticed another notification. When a blood relative defeats monsters, all stats are increased according to trust, while experience is multiplied tenfold and distributed equally. However, all item rewards belong exclusively to the one who lands the killing blow. Junhan finally understood. So this was what a level 55 awakened blood relative looked like. A moment ago he thought his grandfather was acting recklessly. Instead, the old man flattened well over 100 monsters with a single stomp. At that point, helping him would have been less like assistance, and more like politely getting in his way. The kill notifications kept pouring in. Level 31 blue crab defeated. Level 29 giant lobster defeated. Level 29 sawtooth crab defeated. Then Junhan's own level suddenly increased. He blinked in surprise. Wait, already? Before he could even react, mana exploded throughout his body. Agonizing pain tore through every muscle as another territory expansion began. It felt like his entire body was slowly being ripped apart from the inside. No matter how many times this happened, it never got any easier. While he struggled through the pain, the system announced that numerous nearby creatures now qualified for citizenship. Junhan immediately searched through the endless list, desperately hoping to see another blood relative notification. There were simply too many names to check. But after seeing what happened with his grandparents, he already understood one thing. If his parents had been among them, the system would have displayed a bloodline notification instead of a normal citizenship prompt. Since it hadn't, they still weren't here. He gritted his teeth. As long as Yojin kept searching, the system would notify him the instant they were found. There wasn't even time to rest despite the pain. Meanwhile, Lee Bunja looked around in confusion and remarked that something felt different. Dongjun asked what he meant. The old man explained that before today, monsters always left behind bones and remains after dying. Now they completely vanished into thin air. Dongjun smiled and explained that it was probably because of Junhan's ability. Ever since entering his influence, monster corpses simply disappeared. Lee Bunja looked impressed and asked if those strange floating messages were also Junhan's doing. Dongjun proudly answered yes. The old man laughed, calling it an incredible ability. Then, seeing the battle was over, he casually told someone to gather a few people from the warehouse. Dongjun looked puzzled and asked why. Lee Bunja answered that if everyone wanted fresh monster meat, somebody needed to butcher the monsters before they completely disappeared. The worker immediately hurried off. Junhan couldn't help scratching his head. He honestly hadn't even considered that monsters could be used as food. Then another thought hit him. Maybe the system could solve that too. He immediately used item registration on the monster meat. The system accepted it successfully and unlocked a brand new fish category. It worked. The price wasn't exactly cheap, but even a single purchase would be enough to feed over 100 people. Just then Yojin suddenly cried out. She found them. Junhan immediately turned toward her. Yojin excitedly pointed ahead and shouted that there were survivors. The system instantly displayed another notification. A blood relative of the absolute recluse has been found. Bloodline power activated. Yojin quickly explained that one house had somehow remained completely untouched. Junhan's heart immediately started pounding. She was right. Another system window appeared. Lee Suk, level 50. Title, Blood Relative. Trust, 97. At that moment, Junhan knew they had finally found another member of his family. The system window revealed his mother's awakened ability, the one who rules. His father Cho Hyung-jun was level 42, a blood relative of Junhan carrying the title Escort Knight, and his awakened ability was Strengthened Protective Aura. Junhan's eyes immediately filled with tears. It really was them. His mom and dad had survived. Another notification appeared, granting citizenship to the 23 survivors traveling under his mother's command. Junhan realized they were already standing at the very edge of his expanded territory. Since the bloodline connection had already been unlocked, they wouldn't be blocked by the transparent barrier anymore. The moment they crossed into the territory, Junhan ran outside and shouted for his parents. His mother froze in disbelief and asked if it was really him. His father could hardly believe his eyes either, wondering if he was dreaming. Their son was alive. Junhan couldn't hold back anymore. He ran straight toward them, calling out to his mom and dad. The three embraced tightly as his mother cried, asking if it was really Junhan. He nodded, telling her it really was him. His father quickly looked him over from head to toe like every dad ever, checking for injuries before anything else. Junhan assured him he was completely fine. His father finally let out a relieved breath, thanking heaven over and over that his son had survived. Looking around, Junhan realized the 23 survivors were medical staff from the hospital where his mother had worked. Every single one of them had awakened abilities. More accurately, their abilities had awakened because of his mother's power. Then he noticed two barking dogs nearby. A girl wondered why they suddenly became so excited. Junhan immediately figured it out. His mother's ability worked like Jihan's creature control, but since animals couldn't receive citizenship, the dogs had been unable to enter the territory until now. The system displayed another notification, Subordination Contract. It allowed the user to form contracts with up to 100 subordinates and awaken their abilities. Junhan immediately understood just how ridiculous this power really was. In the early apocalypse, awakening an ability meant the difference between life and death. His mother's ability practically manufactured awakened survivors. She tearfully thanked Buddha again and again while Junhan analyzed his father's ability next, Enhanced Defense Aura. It consumed mental power to create a protective aura over the entire body, tripling physical abilities. The scary part wasn't just the multiplier itself, it's stacked with every other percentage buff. His father already possessed the Citizen's Trust bonus and the Bloodline bonus. Once the aura multiplied those already boosted stats again, the final increase became absolutely absurd. At that point, his father could casually fight enemies several levels above himself. Among the 23 awakened survivors, most possessed B and C rank abilities, but even those were leagues ahead of ordinary people. That explained how they had traveled this far without suffering a single casualty. Putting those thoughts aside, Junhan smiled and told everyone they had worked hard enough. From now on, they would finally be able to rest. He promised enough supplies for 5 families each. Rice, ramen, whatever they needed, they only had to ask. They could finally take hot showers and sleep in warm rooms again. His mother became emotional, whispering that something seemed wrong with him because he kept acting like everything was normal. His father even grabbed his own head and joked that maybe Junhan had been so traumatized he was mixing up the old world with the apocalypse. Junhan laughed and told them it wasn't anything like that. Then he asked if they hadn't noticed all the lights glowing inside the apartment complex. His mother admitted she had found that strange. Electricity should no longer exist. Junhan smiled, snapped his fingers and asked them a simple question. In a world without electricity or running water, how exactly did they think those lights were still on? Then, just to flex a little, he casually created a bottle of cola. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. Cola had practically become legendary by this point. Some of the survivors hesitated, asking if they were really allowed to drink something so precious. Junhan laughed and told them to stop staring at it and just drink. The group gratefully accepted the bottles before following him. Using the Gate of Absolute Recluse, Junhan transported everyone back to the apartment complex. He personally showed each survivor an apartment where they could stay and stock stocked every room with essentials like ramen, rice, eggs, milk, and everything needed to start over. His mother looked around the furnished apartment in surprise and quietly asked if they could really live inside someone else's home. Junhan calmly explained that if the original residents ever returned, they would gladly give it back. But until then, leaving perfectly good homes empty while survivors had nowhere to sleep would simply make no sense, and opened the apartment door, inviting his parents inside. The girls immediately bowed respectfully and greeted them, making his mother blink in surprise before asking with a grin if those were his girlfriends. Junhan immediately shut that idea down, saying it wasn't anything like that. Hiran respectfully said they were there to serve them, while Yojin quickly fixed her hair and sincerely greeted them as well. Junhan rubbed his forehead and told them to stop already. Why were they acting like they needed to serve his parents? He thanked both girls for all their hard work and told them to get back to their own responsibilities. They obediently agreed and left, finally giving the family some privacy. After his parents took warm showers, they all sat together and shared everything that had happened since the apocalypse began. His father explained that because he worked as a taxi driver, he always drove his mother to and from the hospital. On the day the world collapsed, he had been there to pick her up, and when the monsters appeared, they protected each other until they somehow survived. Just as Junhan expected, it was his mother's ability that awakened first. After listening to their story, Junhan told them about his own journey, every ability he had obtained, everything he had endured to survive, and what had happened to Grandma. He also reassured them that Grandpa was staying by her side and taking care of her. As they continued talking, night quietly settled outside, and despite all the dangers still waiting for them, the apartment finally felt like a real home again. For the first time since the apocalypse began, his family was together under one roof. Meanwhile, far away in Nagasaki, Japan, a terrified man suddenly screamed after spotting a gigantic nightmare-like monster bursting out of the water. The creature ignored everyone and simply continued swimming forward, but wherever that thing was heading, destruction was guaranteed to follow. The next morning, the first thing Junhan did was tell Grandpa that his parents had survived. The old man became so happy he looked like he could jump despite his age. Junhan reassured him again that both Mom and Dad were safe and staying with him now, so there was nothing left to worry about. He even replayed videos of them several times for Grandma. Then his mother quietly asked if she could also see Grandpa and Grandma. Junhan immediately asked Dongjun's squad to record them. The moment she watched the video of her parents, tears immediately rolled down her face. Junhan comforted her, promising they would all meet again soon. Once the annex finished construction, he would be able to use absolute eyes to observe his grandparents' location directly. He then instructed Dongjun's squad to continue hunting monsters while establishing a temporary base around his parents' house until construction was complete. There was another reason as well. The system announced that 3 knight-ranked vassals were assisting with construction, increasing efficiency by 50%. With Dongjun, Yenju, and Dujung all working there, a project that should have taken an entire week would now finish in only 5 days. On top of that, yesterday's monster invasion had dramatically increased monster density around his parents' house. Considering everyone's current levels, continuing to hunt there was far more efficient than returning. Meanwhile, inside his own territory, citizen hunts had dropped sharply. After the territory expanded, survivors unknowingly walked into areas where they used to hunt, only to discover those zones had already become part of Junhan's territory. Even better, all the goblins roaming those areas had already been wiped out automatically during the previous territory level up. Junhan then turned toward Kim Din and asked her to make an announcement. She immediately asked what needed to be announced. He explained that everyone had to know the territory had expanded and that future hunting parties would now move beyond Somian Station. She nodded and said she understood. Then Junhan gave her another assignment. He wanted a dedicated rescue team created immediately. The medical staff who arrived with his parents yesterday would become part of that squad as well, since their skills would be invaluable. Kim Din accepted the task without hesitation. There were already thousands of survivors scattered across the newly expanded territory, and many of them were in critical condition. Even inside areas that had technically become safe, more than 10 people had already died, mostly because they had no access to drinking water. They couldn't even leave their hiding places because monsters surrounded them. Although humanitarian aid was being delivered whenever possible, it still wasn't enough. Junhan quietly made up his mind. He wanted to save as many people as possible. Every survivor they could pull out of danger mattered, and if necessary, he would personally use the Gate of Absolute Recluse to reach them directly and find whatever method was needed to keep them alive. Just then, his mother noticed the serious look on his face and asked if something was wrong. Junhan explained the situation, and after listening quietly, she smiled and said she thought she could help. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she was serious. She nodded confidently. Among the survivors she and his father had brought, several possessed healing and support abilities. Support skills were especially effective against dehydration, unconsciousness, and poisoning. She believed that if she formed subordination contracts with the rescue squad members, many of them would awaken similar abilities as well. Just as she predicted, over 80% of the squad awakened healing-type powers. Most were only D or C rank, nothing flashy, but they were exactly what the rescue teams needed. Once the new medics joined the operation, the situation stabilized almost immediately. For the next 3 exhausting days, rescue squads went door to door throughout the expanded territory, pulling survivors back from the brink and saving countless lives. Finally, Junhan dropped onto the sofa with a long sigh, saying it was finally over. The last few days had been so hectic he barely had time to breathe. Just then, the system detected another group eligible for citizenship. Without hesitation, he granted them citizenship. As the territory continued expanding, more survivors kept arriving, and before long the population had climbed to nearly 10,000 people. Rain suddenly began falling outside. Junhan walked over to the window and wondered what kind of rain it was. At that moment, Kim Din approached him and reported that the rescue team wanted permission to start rescuing survivors outside the territory as well. Junhan immediately questioned the idea. Outside the territory was far too dangerous now. Kim Din explained that she had already tried talking them out of it, but the team insisted this was the best opportunity. Junhan frowned. Outside wasn't the same place anymore. It wasn't just goblins roaming around now. Sea monsters had flooded onto land. Under normal circumstances, no ordinary person would even think about stepping outside. Hearing that the volunteers were mostly former firefighters, Junhan couldn't help respecting them. Their courage wasn't fake. He told Kim Din to ask them to wait a little longer because he would arrange an escort squad first. She acknowledged the order and left. A notification suddenly appeared, reporting that his father had defeated a level 33 blue crab and earned experience. Junhan blinked. Even in weather like this, his father had gone hunting. Ever since realizing how ridiculously powerful his body had become, the man had apparently started enjoying monster hunting a little too much. Junhan wasn't particularly worried since his father was more than capable now, but then several more kill notifications appeared one after another. He frowned. His father wasn't fast enough to rack up kills at that speed. Something was off. He activated Absolute Eyes and immediately realized the one hunting wasn't his father at all. It was Grandpa. Almost at the same time, Dongjun called him. Junhan asked what happened and Dongjun reported a new monster wave. Junhan immediately realized something was wrong. Sea monsters were appearing on land far more frequently than before, and their numbers were completely abnormal. Li Bunja frowned as he watched the approaching horde. Something felt different this time. Instead of charging toward them aggressively, the monsters looked terrified, almost like they were running away from something. But what could possibly frighten monsters? The answer appeared a second later. A gigantic creature descended before everyone, making the entire battlefield freeze. Junhan's eyes widened in shock. It was a level 63 white dragon. Even Li Bunja stared at the enormous beast in disbelief, wondering if that really was a dragon. Junhan's thoughts raced. He could use Vassal Summon to pull Dongjun's squad back immediately, but Grandpa couldn't leave because he was the guardian of the World Tree. Using the summon now would abandon him there alone. That wasn't an option. At the same time, ordering everyone to fight a monster like this would be no different from sending them to commit suicide. Another notification appeared. 38 hours remained until the annex finished construction. Once it was complete, the territory would expand enough to reach that location, but even with construction boosted by 50%, they still needed another day and a half. They didn't have that kind of time. Junhan desperately searched for another solution. Then he noticed something strange. The dragon had suddenly stopped moving. Li Bunja tightened his grip and declared that even for him, fighting that creature alone would be difficult. He ordered everyone to gather the people and escape while he bought them time. Naturally, the squad immediately refused, insisting they would fight alongside him. The old man sighed and agreed, saying they would strike first then. Just as everyone prepared themselves, Junhan immediately ordered the entire squad to stand perfectly still. Dongjun frowned in confusion. Jihan said it sounded strange, but they should trust Junhan and wait. Bongho quickly relayed another message, asking Grandpa not to attack. Li Bunja stared at them in disbelief and shouted what they were doing. Didn't they know the first strike was the most important part of any battle? Bongho could only apologize awkwardly, explaining that those were Junhan's orders. Hearing that, Li Bunja was left completely speechless, while Junhan silently watched the dragon, convinced there was something they still hadn't understood. While searching for the dragon's weakness, Junhan suddenly saw its status window. White Dragon, level 63, a monster from the deep sea. The system added one crucial detail. Because the creature had recently laid eggs, it was currently in an extremely weakened state. Its offspring could only hatch beneath the roots of the World Tree. The moment Junhan read that, everything clicked. This dragon hadn't come here looking for a fight. It had come because its eggs needed the World Tree to survive. Then the dragon's voice echoed directly inside Li Bunja's mind, telling the guardian of the World Tree not to be afraid. Li Bunja was startled by the voice and silently listened as the dragon looked at the World Tree before commenting that it was much smaller than expected, so it would have to be protected carefully. Li Bunja asked what the dragon wanted. The dragon calmly requested a contract. Confused, Li Bunja asked what kind of contract it meant. The dragon explained that as long as the world tree helped it recover its strength, it would protect the tree in return. A mark appeared on Lee Bunja's hand, and the dragon explained that whenever he was in danger, he only needed to activate the mark. No matter where it was, the dragon would immediately answer the call. It then handed over its egg and asked him to protect its child before quietly turning around and leaving. The entire squad stood there completely frozen. Kyushu finally broke the silence, saying that if the dragon had wanted to attack, they would have all been dead already. Bongho admitted they survived only because everyone followed Junhan's order and didn't make the first move. Right after that, the system started firing off notifications one after another. Kyushu's loyalty reached 100 and he officially became a vassal. Kim Gaeyong's loyalty reached 100 and she also became a vassal. Then Dongjun reached 100 loyalty as well. Junhan stared at the notifications in surprise. 3 people had maxed out their loyalty at the exact same time, pushing his vassal limit all the way up to 18. At this rate, he felt like he'd eventually end up managing an entire army. Naturally, he thought about registering the awakened survivors under his mother as vassals too, but the system immediately rejected the idea. Once someone entered a subordination contract with his mother, they could only follow her commands and could no longer become Junhan's vassals. Junhan scratched his head in frustration. If only awakening abilities were that easy in the first place. Naturally, awakened people were incredibly rare. Before he could think any further, another notification appeared. Bongho's trust had finally reached 100, granting Junhan the long-awaited teleport skill. Then another reward popped up. Awakening pill acquired. Junhan immediately understood what it was for. Since he had already obtained Bongho's teleportation ability, there was only one person who absolutely needed it. He immediately called his father over. His dad looked confused when Junhan handed him the pill and simply called it a gift. Smiling, his father swallowed it without hesitation, joking that his son was even bringing him vitamins now so he wouldn't overwork himself. The next second, mana surrounded his body and he immediately asked what Junhan had just fed him. Junhan calmly told him to imagine teleporting from one place to another. His father closed his eyes, pictured it, and instantly appeared right behind Junhan. He blinked in confusion and asked if that was how it worked. Junhan nearly laughed. Giving teleportation to a close combat monster like his dad was basically putting wings on a tiger. His father couldn't stop grinning as he excitedly asked what kind of ridiculous power that pill had given him. Then another notification appeared. His father's trust reached 100, rewarding Junhan with enhanced defense aura. Junhan paused for a second. So even blood relatives granted abilities once their trust reached 100. His eyes immediately shifted toward his mother's status. 97 trust. Just 3 more points and he would obtain her ability as well. Fortunately, he already knew exactly how to raise trust quickly, so there was no reason to rush. The following morning, the annex finally finished construction. The dome instantly began expanding across the area as the system announced that hostile creatures had been detected inside the new territory. One notification after another flooded the screen as monsters were automatically eliminated, experience poured in, skills leveled up, and the territory expanded again. As always, the level up wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. Mana surged through Junhan's body, making him scream from the pain first thing in the morning. Still, the results were unbelievable. The moment the annex became active, every monster inside the newly claimed territory was wiped out. Since those kills counted as his own, each individual reward wasn't particularly large, but the combined total was absolutely massive. The system detected another group eligible for citizenship and asked whether he wanted to accept them. Junhan immediately granted citizenship. A new notification appeared. The population had officially surpassed 10,000. Because that milestone had been reached, citizens could now obtain professions, and a profession research laboratory was unlocked for construction. Junhan knew those notifications were important, but something else mattered far more right now. He turned toward his mother and quietly called out to her. She asked what was wrong, and he smiled before asking if she had been waiting long enough already. Then he held out his hand and told her it was finally time to visit Grandpa and Grandma together. They could go there right now, so she should get ready. Jishuk's eyes instantly filled with tears as she asked if he was telling the truth. A short while later, Junhan opened the door and called out to his grandfather. Lee Bunja looked over in confusion before freezing in disbelief. Junhan greeted him with a smile and apologized for worrying him all this time. Before Grandpa could even react, Jishuk rushed forward crying, "Dad!" The old man immediately stood up and hugged his daughter tightly. She apologized over and over for coming back so late, saying she should have returned much sooner. Lee Bunja simply shook his head through tears and told her she had already endured enough. He even thanked her husband for protecting her and keeping her alive. Right then, the system announced that Jishuk's blood relative trust had reached 100, unlocking the subordination contract. Junhan quietly watched the reunion with a smile. His father couldn't come this time because he was still helping rescue survivors with the squad, so bringing his mother here first was enough. For now, that alone made him happy. After some time, Junhan noticed Grandpa watering the plants surrounding the house, and asked if the world tree had completely wrapped around the building. Lee Bunja nodded, admitting that even he had been shocked the first time he saw it. Junhan then asked how they were managing water and electricity because supplies should have run out by now. Grandpa explained they were surviving on backup generators and whatever water remained in the storage tanks, but both resources were almost exhausted. The gasoline had disappeared long ago. Junhan smiled and told him he could fix all of that. Grandpa looked completely puzzled and asked how. Without saying another word, Junhan replenished the entire water tank in an instant. Lee Bunja stared at it in disbelief. It had been nearly empty just moments ago. Junhan calmly explained that he had restored both the water and electricity supplies. From now on, they could live normally again and monsters would no longer attack this place either. Grandpa couldn't hide his amazement and admitted Junhan's abilities were unbelievable. Junhan thought about explaining the entire citizen system and all of his powers properly someday, but that conversation would take time, so he decided not to rush it. Instead, he told Grandpa he was heading downstairs. Grandpa reminded him to be careful on the stairs like any grandfather would, and Junhan smiled before activating Absolute Eyes. It was finally time to test one of his newest tricks. He focused on the place where his mother and grandmother were, activated teleportation, and instantly appeared beside them. It worked perfectly. Absolute Eyes could now be used as a teleportation anchor as well. That made the skill far more versatile than before. His mother blinked in confusion and asked if he hadn't been on the roof just a second ago. Junhan casually replied that Grandpa was still busy there before asking how Grandma was doing. His mother gently looked toward the bed and said she simply looked like she was peacefully sleeping now. Thankfully, her condition seemed much better. Junhan let out a relieved smile. Then another system notification appeared. Summon creature. Cost 10 billion. Junhan immediately recognized the option. After seeing what Blackie had become, there was absolutely no reason to hesitate. He activated the summon. The system confirmed the 10 billion payment. His mother gasped in surprise as a cocoon appeared before them. Junhan calmly reassured her that this was simply one of his abilities and told her not to be frightened. A moment later, a tiny level 1 fairy peeked out from inside the cocoon and curiously looked around the room. His mother asked if it was another creature like Blackie, and Junhan nodded with a smile. Just then, Lee Bunja entered the room. Jishuk happily told him Junhan had already taken care of everything. Grandpa smiled proudly and confirmed it. As he gently poured mana into Grandma's body, the little fairy suddenly rushed toward her. Junhan immediately called for it to stop, confused by its reaction. Grandpa also looked over in surprise, wondering what the tiny creature was trying to do. The fairy suddenly tensed, and another system notification appeared. Fairy level increased. Natural recovery speed increased by 100%. Lee Bunja stared at the fairy in disbelief and instinctively told it to stay away, clearly sensing that this tiny little creature possessed a very unusual power. Suddenly, Grandma's voice echoed through the room. She scolded Grandpa, asking how many times she had told him to wash his hands after coming back from the rooftop. Lee Bunja froze on the spot, his eyes widening so much they almost popped out. Kim Shim looked around in confusion and joked that he looked like he'd just seen a ghost. Then she covered her mouth, wondering why she suddenly felt so sleepy. Before anyone could react, she collapsed back onto the bed. Grandpa rushed over in panic, calling her name and desperately telling her to wake up. He immediately turned toward the tiny fairy, demanding to know what it had done. Without wasting another second, he poured more life force into it and practically begged the little creature to try again. Just then, Junhan stepped forward and gently called out to his grandfather. Lee Bunja looked at him with trembling eyes, unable to hide his fear for Grandma. Junhan calmly asked him to settle down first. Grandpa lowered his head and apologized, admitting he had completely lost control for a moment. Tears streamed down his face as Junhan quietly explained that the fairy's level was still far too low. Right now, it couldn't keep Grandma awake for long. However, if they continued supplying it with life force and helped it level up, the amount of time Grandma stayed conscious would continue increasing. The moment Grandpa heard those words, hope returned to his face. He immediately asked if that was really true, and Junhan assured him it was. Grandpa could only repeat his thanks over and over, relieved that they had finally found a way to wake her up. Junhan quietly looked at the fairy, realizing summoning creatures clearly wasn't random. Just like Blackie had been connected to the sun, this fairy seemed tied to the tree of life. That probably meant every creature had its own unique summoning conditions. He still didn't understand all the rules yet, but finding a way to help Grandma alone made the summon worthwhile. Feeling mentally exhausted, Junhan told his family he wanted to rest for a while. Grandpa nodded and told him to call them if he needed anything. After closing the door behind him, another system notification immediately appeared. Citizen Shim Kent has died. Junhan stared silently at the message. It was probably one of the newly accepted citizens who had entered after the annex was completed. Outside, rescue squads were still risking their lives trying to save as many people as possible. He clenched his fist. Hundreds more would likely die before the day ended. He wished he could bring every single survivor into his territory, but they were already overflowing with people. Everywhere he looked, people were dying. Some were killed by monsters, others starved, some never escaped their own homes, some survived through luck, others survived because they awakened powerful abilities. Many never got that chance. Junhan quietly remembered a phrase he'd heard long ago. With great power comes great responsibility. Whether those exact words mattered or not, the meaning did. Nobody had ever explained why monsters appeared or why his own family possessed abilities this extraordinary. The world never handed him answers. He had always been forced to find them himself, and this time was no different. If he had been given this much power, then he also carried the responsibility to save as many people as he possibly could. He tightened his fist again. Right now, his territory could eventually support 220,000 citizens, yet only 10,000 places had been filled. Then that would be his first goal. Fill every single slot, keep leveling up, keep expanding. If he continued growing, maybe, just maybe, he could save Korea. Remembering the earlier notification, he turned his attention back to the new profession system. Citizens were now eligible to learn professions, but no new management menu had appeared. That probably meant the profession research laboratory had to be built first. He entered build mode and the system displayed the blueprint. Profession Research Laboratory. Cost $2.5 billion. A first-tier research facility where professions could be studied and unlocked for citizens. The first available profession was Hunter, granting bonus item drops while hunting monsters. Junhan immediately realized another construction quest had opened. The laboratory required a fairly large area, but he already knew the perfect location, the Giant's ruined wasteland. He selected the site and began construction. The system informed him that 30 citizens would be needed for an entire week to complete the project, with each worker receiving 200,000 won per day. Junhan confirmed the construction. He could gather the workers afterward. As he quietly looked at the new building project, one thought settled firmly in his mind. If bringing peace to the world truly began with putting your own house in order first, then before saving the nation, he needed to reunite every one of his vassals with their families. Junhan quietly thought that all this time, everyone had been risking their lives for his sake. Now it was finally his turn to repay them. Using absolute eyes, he checked on Dongjun's squad and saw they had already advanced near Chigali Station. Their current mission was to find Jihoon's mother, who was somewhere in the Testin district. While the annex had still been under construction, every kilometer had felt like clearing a dungeon on nightmare difficulty. But now everything had changed. Junhan walked to the edge of the barrier and stopped. He couldn't move any farther, so he called everyone over and asked them to step back for a moment. Bongho hurried over first, scratching his head in confusion and asking how Junhan had suddenly appeared there. Junhan smiled and said it had been a while since they'd met face to face. Bongho looked around at the empty battlefield and realized every monster nearby had suddenly dropped dead because of him. Junhan simply smiled while asking where the others were. Bongho replied they were already on their way. A little later, Dongjun arrived, looked around the area and asked if this entire place had become part of their territory now. Junhan nodded, saying that was basically correct. With the safe zone expanding this far, their future operations would become much easier. Then he added that wasn't even the biggest advantage. Dongjun looked at him curiously, and Junhan explained that the real reason he had stationed the squad here wasn't only to speed up construction. Before, reaching the Testin district had practically been suicide because monsters flooded every route, and even the subway tunnels were completely blocked. But with the annex completed, that obstacle had disappeared. By the end of today, they would be able to reach the Testin district where Jihoon's family was waiting. Jihoon stared at him in disbelief, wondering if that was really possible even with the expanded safe zone. But Junhan stopped her before she could finish and confidently said they finally had a way. Then he mentioned he also had an offer for everyone. While the annex extended the territory all the way to Chigali Station and secured direct access, Yojin had finally regained full use of her rat strategy, and Hiran's poison gas could once again be deployed through the tunnels. Meanwhile, Kim-din had already recruited workers for the Profession Research Laboratory, meaning every preparation had been completed. All that remained was to begin. Junhan turned toward Yojin and told her he was counting on her. She nodded without hesitation and immediately concentrated on guiding her rats through the routes stretching from Chigali Station towards Sudisian Station. As Junhan watched through absolute eyes, his expression changed. Things were actually better than expected. After the latest monster wave, nearly every underground monster had rushed to the surface, leaving the subway tunnels almost empty. And honestly, it didn't even matter if a few were still hiding down there, because in a closed tunnel, Hiran's poisonous fog was basically an eviction notice nobody survived. Poison gas poured out from the system window and notifications exploded one after another. A level 32 armadillo eel was eliminated. Hundreds of millions were deposited into the Absolute Recluse account. Then a level 27 dark octopus died. bringing in another massive payout. Junhan couldn't help smiling. This underground route had basically turned into a walking ATM. Ever since Hiran's poison became part of the operation, the profits from monster hunting had skyrocketed. Then he checked Hiran's updated status window. She was now level 34, held the title of 5th Servant, Knight Poison Mage, possessed Poisonous Fog and Poisonous Dust, and thanks to her subordination contract, both her experience gain and loot rewards had increased dramatically. Junhan shifted his attention toward Yojin and quickly realized she had changed just as much. She had reached level 37, and her title had evolved from Knight into Baron. Her abilities now included Rat Queen, Evolution, Cyanidation, and a brand new enhancement skill. The Baron title wasn't just for decoration either. Every ability she possessed now scaled with loyalty at double efficiency, while all monster kills rewarded 3 times more experience and money. Even better, the title itself could continue evolving by distributing experience. Junhan immediately understood how ridiculous this upgrade really was. The enhancement effects no longer boosted only physical stats anymore. Every ability benefited from it, and the amplification had doubled across the board. On top of that, Yojin's newly enhanced rats now moved at twice their previous speed and had become absurdly hard to kill. At this point, those little furballs had officially graduated from disposable scouts to tiny apocalypse speedrunners. Yojin slowly opened her eyes and announced that the subway survey was complete. Junhan thanked her, quietly thinking that making subordination contracts with everyone had been the right decision. Not long ago he had promised them a proposal, and now it was finally time. Dongjun looked at him curiously, asking what the proposal was. Junhan smiled and said it was nothing complicated. Every preparation had been completed. It was time for the operation to begin. The squad immediately answered in unison and moved out. Thanks to the stat boosts from their contracts, everyone's strength had increased dramatically. Dongjun and Dujung had both advanced to the Baron title just like Yojin, while Yeonju had climbed even higher. Her status now displayed level 45 9th Servant Viscount Warrior, with the awakened abilities Warbear, Ancient Blood, and Primal Madness. The Viscount title worked similarly to Baron, except every ability scaled with loyalty at 3 times the efficiency, granted triple experience and money from monster kills, and increased the maximum number of available vassals by 3. Junhan quickly realized the biggest reward wasn't just the stats. His vassal limit had now expanded to 21. Just then Dyushu rested his weapon on his shoulder and asked if they were finally moving. His status now listed him as the 3rd Servant, Knight Commander. He stretched one hand forward and calmly ordered them to rise. Several armored figures immediately emerged from the ground. Junhan recognized the newly awakened ability, Steel Knight's Command. The Knight title hadn't just improved his armor anymore. Now the guy was literally deploying armored golems like he had unlocked the deluxe commander package. Dyushu pointed ahead and shouted for them to advance. The golem knights charged straight toward the monsters and immediately engaged them. Smiling, Dyushu told everyone to use the opening while they had it. The squad rushed forward without wasting a second and stopped near the station. Dongjun reported that they had reached the second exit of Chigali Station. Junhan confirmed the path ahead was completely clear and ordered them to continue straight towards Sodishin Station. They acknowledged the order and sprinted forward. Watching through absolute eyes, Junhan calculated the remaining distance. It was roughly 3 kilometers, but with their current physical abilities boosted far beyond ordinary humans, they should cover it in around 10 minutes. After running for a while, Jihoon stopped, breathing heavily as she stared ahead. They had actually reached the place in a single day. The second exit led directly to their apartment complex. Just then, a large group of goblins spotted them. Dongjun warned everyone immediately. Jihoon calmly gathered light into her bow and said the goblins were busy, so they just needed to clear them quickly instead of wasting time. She released a glowing arrow that streaked across the battlefield. Before it even struck its first target, it exploded into dozens of brilliant fragments that tore straight through the entire goblin pack. System notifications rapidly announced the deaths of multiple level 7 and level 8 goblins. Junhan immediately recognized another new skill. Arrow of Light wasn't just an arrow anymore. It turned one shot into a full refund policy for every goblin standing nearby. As the last goblin fell, Junhan suddenly noticed something ahead. The apartment entrance was still sealed. That meant survivors were still inside. Junhan immediately gave orders. Dongjun and Jihoon would head upstairs while everyone else held their positions. Ryukyu acknowledged the command and summoned his golems to secure the area while the two of them rushed toward the 15th floor. Jihoon pounded desperately on the apartment door, calling for her mother again and again, but no answer came. Her shoulders slowly dropped as despair overwhelmed her. She fell to her knees, covered her face with both hands, and begged fate to stop taking everything away from her. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Then the apartment door slowly opened. Standing there was Ji-Shuk. He stared in disbelief before softly calling out, "Sister?" Jihoon instantly looked up and shouted his name. Barely able to breathe, she grabbed him and desperately asked where their mother was. Ji-Shuk quickly answered that she was inside, and her sister's husband was there too. Before another word could be spoken, a woman rushed out, grabbed Jihoon by both shoulders, and cried out her daughter's name, She frantically checked her for injuries, asking if she was hurt or hungry, thanking heaven over and over because her daughter had come back alive. Ji-hyun could only whisper one word through her tears. "Mom." Her mother gently told her not to cry because today was supposed to be a happy day. Then Ji-hyun forced out another word. "Dad." Her mother's expression instantly froze, the color drained from her face. She quietly whispered, "No." Her trembling hand covered her mouth as the truth became impossible to ignore. Ji-hyun couldn't bring herself to say anything else. She simply broke down sobbing and her mother collapsed into tears with her. Junhan didn't need anyone to explain what had happened. The silence and tears said everything. With Ji-hyun finally back, the family that had been drowning in despair because of her absence completely broke down. Their grief poured out all at once and nobody interrupted them. They deserved that moment, but there wasn't time to stop. The next people waiting for hope were Dongjun's family, Gyu-shu's family, and Jihan's family. All three were in Cheongjeong-dong. Junhan clenched his fist and silently swore that nobody else would have to experience the same heartbreaking farewell. After moving Ji-hyun's family to safety, he used vassal summoning to bring back the missing squad members, and they immediately set out for Cheongjeong-dong. Right then, Kim Din contacted him with a report. The shared living area had officially reached its limit. There wasn't any room left. She asked if it could be expanded. Junhan thought for a moment before telling her to begin relocating residents whose homes were already inside the safe zone back to their own houses. Kim Din asked if that was really possible. Junhan explained that he was already planning to build common facilities outside the apartment complex, things like community centers and district offices. Small stores would also be open throughout the territory, so people would gradually be able to live outside the apartment walls without losing access to necessities. He had expected they would eventually hit capacity anyway. Fortunately, after the territory expanded to a 1-kilometer radius, many nearby houses had fallen inside the safe zone, and quite a few of them were completely empty. Sending nearby residents home would immediately free up valuable space. At the same time, they needed several perimeter bases to support hunting squads, along with stores spread throughout the territory. Junhan looked at Kim Din and told her to begin recruiting workers for the new perimeter bases. She confidently answered that he could leave it to her. Junhan immediately opened construction mode. System windows appeared one after another, allowing him to establish stores at selected locations while supplying electricity, water, gas, and other basic utilities. He approved the construction before switching his attention back to Dongjun's squad. They had already reached Geta Station much faster than expected. Up to this point, Hiran's poisonous fog had done almost all the work, but beyond Geta Station, the subway climbed toward the surface, meaning the poison strategy ended there. From this point onward, they'd have to carve their own path. The good news was they weren't exactly helpless anymore. Ji-han pointed forward and ordered Raven to tear through the goblins ahead. The Raven immediately dove into the enemy pack, slashing through them while Bong-ho drew his weapon. Bong-ho had already unlocked his new invisibility skill. Ji-han had become much stronger, and Dongjun's entire squad had evolved far beyond what they used to be. Gyu-shu summoned his golem knights once again, and Dongjun ordered everyone to stay behind the armored formation. The golems pushed straight through the battlefield while the squad advanced safely behind them. They barely had to fight directly anymore. After moving forward for a while, Dongjun suddenly raised his hand and ordered everyone to stop. The road ahead had completely collapsed. Looking down at the destroyed bridge, he calmly said there was no way across. They would have to climb down instead. Watching through absolute eyes, Junhan quickly analyzed the situation. The buildings in the area were mostly 3 stories tall, so dropping down wasn't difficult for warriors around level 30 or 40. The real problem was something else entirely. What kind of monster had enough strength to completely destroy a reinforced concrete bridge? There weren't any giant footprints nearby, so it definitely wasn't another Cyclops. Whatever destroyed it was still somewhere around. He immediately warned everyone to stay alert. Dongjun acknowledged the order without hesitation. The squad continued descending through Dawn Station, passing Menren, Ochen, and eventually Bususun University. Cheongjeong-dong was now only 4 kilometers away. Since there were several residential complexes there, Junhan could only hope the families had survived long enough for them to arrive. Just then, another sound interrupted his thoughts. A doorbell. He frowned. That definitely wasn't coming from here. Using multi-view, he checked several locations before realizing someone was ringing the bell at his apartment. That almost never happened anymore since Kim Din handled most matters herself. He told Yojin he was heading back for a moment, and she nodded, saying they'd meet again later. Junhan activated teleportation and instantly appeared at his apartment. Outside the door, Songjun knocked again, while another man behind him wondered if they even had the right apartment. Before they could question it further, the door opened and Junhan calmly asked what they needed. needed. At that exact moment, system notifications popped up one after another. Songjun's trust increased. Hong Hun's trust increased. Lim Hun's trust increased. Junhan immediately realized they were newcomers. Trust usually rose the moment people recognized who he was. Sewanjun stepped forward and asked if he was really Junhan. After receiving confirmation, he took a deep breath and said they had a request. Placing a hand on his chest, he asked Junhan to give them firearms. Junhan blinked in surprise before asking why they would need guns inside the safe zone. Sewanjun immediately shook his head and answered that the weapons weren't for inside. They were planning to go outside. Junhan asked if they wanted weapons to hunt monsters, but Songjun quickly shook his head. That wasn't why they had come. They wanted to go outside and save their families. They simply wanted to know if he could help them in any way. Hearing that, Junhan immediately understood. They were exactly like him. Every sleepless night, every horrible possibility running through their minds, every desperate thought about whether their loved ones were still alive. Eventually, they had reached the same conclusion he once did. If nobody else was coming, they had to go themselves. Junhan quietly told them he couldn't help them, then paused. A moment later, weapons dropped out of his inventory onto the floor. Songjun stared in disbelief. Junhan told them that if they were really going to save their families, then at least they shouldn't go empty-handed. Songjun immediately bowed, thanking him over and over, saying he didn't even know how to repay such kindness. Junhan smiled slightly and said he actually had one proposal. Songjun looked up in confusion and asked what kind of proposal it was. Junhan asked if they would be willing to make a contract with him. His mother's subordination contract could awaken up to 100 followers, but there was one ridiculously awkward condition attached to it. Songjun asked what they needed to do. Junhan's face immediately turned red with embarrassment before quietly admitting they had to kneel. The entire group froze. Songjun looked at him with the most confused expression imaginable, probably wondering if this guy secretly enjoyed acting like an overlord. Still, without another complaint, he slowly knelt down. Junhan awkwardly thanked him, gently placed his hand on Songjun's head, apologized in advance, and told him that from now on he had to obey him. Songjun awkwardly repeated the words aloud. The instant he finished, powerful energy wrapped around his body. His status window appeared. Level 3, Trust 48, Awakened Ability, Telekinesis, Rank A. Junhan's eyes almost popped out. He had been expecting something decent, not an A-rank jackpot falling straight into his lap. Without wasting time, he immediately created a task through the system. Buy 1 tangerine. The actual objective was simple. Lift the tangerine with telekinesis within 10 minutes. Reward: recovery of mental energy. No punishment. Songjun blinked in confusion before taking the tangerine from Junhan. He focused as hard as he could. Slowly, the fruit floated into the air completely on its own. Songjun's eyes widened as he shouted that it was actually flying. Then, he got a little too excited. The tangerine exploded mid-air, spraying juice everywhere. Junhan barely managed to shield himself while Songjun immediately apologized in complete panic for losing control. Junhan simply laughed it off. That power existed because of the contract. Right afterward, another notification appeared. Songjun's trust reached 50. Loyalty unlocked. Loyalty reached 30. All conditions had been met, and Songjun officially became a vassal. After witnessing what happened, the remaining 5 awakened survivors also accepted contracts. Their abilities ranged between D rank and C rank, nothing as absurd as Songjun's lucky pull, but they were awakened nonetheless. A while later, Songjun adjusted his backpack and announced they were leaving. Junhan thought one reliable vassal was enough. Since Songjun now belonged to his network, he could support him whenever necessary. He confirmed they were heading toward the Yanjidong apartment complex, wished them luck, and watched them leave. Then he closed his eyes, activated teleportation, and instantly returned. Yojin immediately shouted his name the moment he appeared. Junhan smiled and asked if everything had been peaceful while he was gone. Yojin's face immediately darkened. Peaceful? Not even close. Dongjun's squad had run into a gigantic monster. Junhan quickly switched to absolute eyes and saw the creature. A massive level 45 monster with 2 heads towered over the battlefield. His expression instantly changed. So this was the thing that had smashed the bridge into rubble. The monster slammed one enormous arm toward the squad. Raven immediately swooped in with a loud cry and wreaked his claws across one of the monster's eye. At the same time, Bongho teleported high into the air and fires directly towards one of its head. Jushu stretched out his hand and ordered the attack. His armored golems charged the monster's legs all at once, forcing the giant to defend itself. With one violent sweep, it smashed the golem knights away like they were cheap tin cans. But the squad had already begun surrounding it. Jushu clicked his tongue in frustration. That thing hadn't even flinched. Dongjun immediately realized they were running out of chances and shouted that if only they could create one opening. At that exact moment, Junhan summoned the barbell again. The massive weight crashed straight onto the monster's head with a deafening impact, making everyone cheer as hope instantly returned. Junhan told them he'd take it from here. The squad shouted his name while Juhu looked on in disbelief, asking if they had actually beaten it. Dongjun was already celebrating, but Junhan's expression suddenly changed. The kill notification never appeared. That only meant one thing. The monster was still alive. He immediately warned everyone not to let their guard down. The next second, the giant forced itself back onto its feet. Without wasting another moment, Junhan contacted Yanju and asked if she could hold it in place. She repeated the question for a second before firmly answering that she'd do her best. She charged straight toward the monster while Junhan told her he was counting on her. Yanju activated power-up, and Dujung immediately reinforced her with mana. At the same time, Junhan began throwing support items onto the battlefield. Several attacks struck the monster's body in quick succession while Yanju slashed across its chest, finally carving a wound into it. Junhan instantly called out to Jihyun. This was the chance. If just one arrow of light landed cleanly, the fight would be over. Jihyun released the shot, but the monster reacted immediately. It grabbed abandoned cars and chunks of debris, throwing them directly into the arrow's path. The explosion shattered the obstacles instead, sending wreckage flying everywhere. Everyone instinctively covered themselves from the rain of debris. Junhan immediately shouted Yanju's name. She rushed behind the monster for another attack, but before she could strike again, the creature ripped an entire bus into the air and hurled it toward Jihyun. Time seemed to stop. Junhan's heart sank. He refused to watch another precious person die. His mind raced desperately, searching for any solution. Then a massive blast of dark energy suddenly ripped straight through the falling bus, punching a huge hole through it before it could crush Jihyun. She stared ahead in complete shock. Blackie's flames? No, this wasn't Blackie. Everyone turned toward Dongjun. Dark energy had gathered around his hand. Calmly, he ordered everyone to move aside because he was ending this fight himself. At that exact moment, Junhan collapsed onto the floor. Yojin rushed over in panic, asking if he was all right. Junhan forced himself to answer that he was fine. His legs had simply given out, but his thoughts never stopped. If that wasn't Blackie's power, then what exactly had just awakened inside Dongjun? Before he could figure it out, the monster targeted Dongjun once again. Dongjun tightened his grip on his weapon and calmly declared that trick wouldn't work twice. Another torrent of dark energy exploded from his hand and blasted straight through the monster's chest. The two-headed giant let out one final scream before its entire body exploded apart. The system immediately confirmed the kill. The level 45 two-headed ogre had been defeated, rewarding an enormous amount of experience and money that poured directly into the Absolute Recluse account. Jushu shouted in celebration that they had actually done it. Jihyun immediately turned toward Yanju to make sure she was alright. Yanju simply raised a finger to show she was still standing. Bongho stared at Dongjun in disbelief and asked what kind of ridiculous ability that had been. Dongjun looked down at his own hand just as confused, admitting he had no idea. He had simply used it instinctively. Maybe Junhan had done something again. Watching everything unfold, Junhan quietly wondered whether those dark flames truly belonged to Dongjun or whether they were somehow connected to himself. Whatever the truth was, the answer remained hidden for now. Then the familiar pain returned. His entire body was wrapped in mana as another system notification appeared announcing another skill level increase. Junhan screamed through the agony while Yojin called his name in panic. Once the pain finally subsided, he assured her he was alright. At least he had started getting used to this torture. Looking over the new notifications, he realized every monster inside his territory had been converted into experience once again, and newly discovered survivors had automatically received citizenship. But this time another message appeared that he had never seen before. A dungeon had been discovered. Since he was the first person to find it, the system rewarded him with 100 crystals. Junhan frowned. A dungeon? If crystals were being rewarded just for discovering it, then this place had to be something special. According to the system, it was located on the slope of Mount Wan behind the residential complex. He immediately decided that Junhyuk's squad would be perfect for scouting it. Once he finished making subordination contracts with Junhyuk and the rest of his team, their combined strength would easily be enough to investigate. Using absolute eyes, he searched for Junhyuk and found him staring at the corpses of monsters lying all around, completely confused as they had apparently died on their own during the territory's expansion. Junhyuk suddenly heard Junhan calling his name. Surprised, he immediately answered. Junhan calmly told him to gather his entire squad and come to his house. He had an important favor to ask of them. After calling Junhyuk back, Junhan returned to the apartment with Yojin through the door of the Absolute Recluse. Dongjun's squad was already close enough to their destination that they no longer needed her support. He thanked Yojin for everything she had done. She awkwardly asked if she could really go rest because she still felt like there had to be something else she could help with. Junhan smiled and told her she had already done more than enough. If he needed her again, he'd call without hesitation, but for now she should could go home and spend some time with her family. She nodded with a small smile, accepted his words and headed off. Junhan waved her goodbye before turning his attention back to Junhyuk's squad, knowing they should arrive soon. The last time he checked on Dongjun's team, they were already strong enough to handle things themselves. Their biggest obstacle, the territory boss, had already been eliminated. All they had left was the final stretch. Meanwhile, Dongjun's squad finally reached the apartment complex where Jushu and Jihun's families were supposed to be. Jushu's face lit up the moment he spotted the building. He shouted that they had finally reached home and urged everyone to hurry because they were about to bring their families back safely. The squad sprinted forward with everything they had left, and Junhan silently thought they were only a few steps away from finally reuniting. Jushu imagined everyone leaving together for the safe zone and starting a new life. Then his feet suddenly stopped. Dongjun immediately asked why he had frozen. Jushu stared ahead with horror before muttering that they were too late. Several monsters were already crawling out of the underground parking area. Level 31 Black Orcs, Level 35 Black Orc Warriors, and they just kept coming. Junhan immediately understood what that meant. If monsters of that level had completely occupied the building, then the chances that anyone inside had survived were almost non-existent. Jushu refused to accept it, repeating that it couldn't be true, but reality wasn't interested in his feelings. Rage instantly replaced despair. He thrust out his hand and ordered his armored soldiers to rise. If this was really the end, then every single monster here was going to pay for it. Dongjun, Jihun and Jushu all realized at the same moment that their families had most likely shared the same fate. Dongjun's body erupted with powerful energy as a violent burst of force exploded around him, blasting nearby monsters away. He stepped forward without hesitation and ordered the battle to begin. Mana surged into his weapon as he charged. Every strike slammed straight into the monsters while Jihun covered the battlefield with rapid attacks and Jushu smashed through the front line with his halberd like he had a personal grudge against the entire orc race. Junhan immediately joined the fight from afar, summoning explosive warheads through the system. Projectiles rained down onto the battlefield, tearing through groups of black orcs. The ordinary soldiers couldn't stand against the strengthened squad anymore. They were being cut down one after another. But Junhan quickly noticed the real threat wasn't the regular orcs. The black orc warriors were on an entirely different level. One heavy strike smashed straight through one of Jushu's golems as if it were cardboard. Junhan immediately warned everyone to watch out for the armored warriors because those were the real problem. Then one of them calmly drew a bow. Junhan's eyes widened. An archer! He instantly shouted for everyone to dodge. The warning came a split second too late. The arrow shot across the battlefield and buried itself deep into Dujong's stomach, sending her flying backward. She hit the ground in complete disbelief, staring down at the arrow lodged in her body as if she couldn't even process what had happened. The rest of the squad immediately shouted her name and rushed toward her. Junhan's heart sank. That single shot revealed everything. The enemy commander hadn't attacked randomly. It had instantly identified the weakest member of the squad and targeted her first. The arrow remained embedded in her body, making healing nearly impossible while it stayed there. They could no longer rely on Dujong's support abilities. Even Yanju's monstrous regeneration wouldn't be enough if those arrows kept landing. Junhan immediately realized how this battle would end if it continued. The outcome had already been decided unless he acted now. There was only one option left. He had to summon every single one of his vassals back immediately and force everyone to retreat before this battlefield turned into a graveyard. The monster swung its massive arm straight at Dongjun, and Junhan immediately shouted his name. Dongjun barely reacted before Jushu yelled that Dujung was still alive. She forced herself back up, gritted her teeth, and shouted for everyone to stop worrying about her and save themselves first. She gathered mana into her hand and pressed it against the wound before ripping the arrow out herself. The pain hit immediately, but she endured it without another word. Then she shouted that before anything else they had to check whether their families were still alive. Dongjun immediately threw himself back into the fight. Junhan knew Dujung would barely be able to think straight after pulling out that arrow. The safest decision would have been ordering an immediate retreat, but after everything they had just seen, there was no way any of them would run. Junhan opened the system window and made his decision. If they refused to retreat, then he would make them strong enough to win. He shouted for Dongjun, Jushu, and Jihan to be upgraded to level 40. The system warned that every level would cost 1 billion, but Junhan didn't hesitate for even a second. Money could come back. Dead teammates couldn't. The system confirmed all three had reached level 40. They stared at their own hands in shock as power surged through their bodies. Junhan ordered them to wipe every last monster out. Jushu immediately summoned a fresh wave of armored golems before charging straight through the enemy line and chopping a monster's head clean off. Junhan watched billions disappear from his wallet without blinking. That money had been meant for territory expansion, utilities, and construction, but protecting his people came first. He immediately spent even more, upgrading Dongjun, Jushu, and Yanju all the way to level 45. If the monsters were level 45, then his squad would fight them on equal footing. He continued upgrading the remaining remaining members as well until every single person on the team had crossed level 40. With their new strength, the battlefield completely flipped. Dongjun, Dyushu, and Yanju tore through the strongest monsters while everyone else cleaned up whatever remained. Before long, nothing was left standing except Dongjun's squad. Once the fighting finally ended, they entered the apartment building and silently climbed floor after floor. Rain continued falling outside as Dongjun stopped in front of a familiar door. Jihyun quietly reached out and touched his hand. Dongjun swallowed hard, opened the door, and stepped inside. Footprints covered the floor. Weapons were scattered everywhere. One room after another, nothing. Then he opened another door. Jihyun called his name. He froze. Jihyun rushed towards him and wrapped him with a tight hug, tears streaming down her face, saying he should let his emotions out. Dongjun hugged her back and quietly said he was all right now. Jihan slowly sat down on the floor while Jushu quietly asked if he had checked everything. Jihan answered yes. Junhan watched everything through absolute eyes, and the silence afterward hurt more than the battle. There was nobody. They had fought through countless monsters, risked their lives over and over, and still arrived too late. Junhan felt the weight of that failure crushing him. He wanted to save everyone, yet he couldn't even protect the people standing closest to him. Then Dongjun quietly spoke. He pointed out there wasn't any blood inside the house. Maybe their families escaped somewhere else. Maybe they were still alive. Even if that hope was small, they couldn't give up searching. Nobody argued with him. They simply stayed silent. Dongjun finally called out to Junhan and asked if he was still watching. Junhan answered that he was. Dongjun apologized for asking but said everyone was exhausted and wanted to rest. Junhan immediately activated Vassal Summon, and the entire squad disappeared from the ruined building, reappearing safely inside his territory. Watching them return, one thought kept refusing to leave Junhan's mind. Had he been too greedy? If he had searched for their families sooner instead of focusing on expanding the territory, could the outcome have been different? Dongjun quietly told everyone to go rest while Junhan stood there questioning every decision he had made. Then he reminded himself of one harsh truth. His own parents had only survived because they awakened extraordinary abilities and managed to reach him on their own. Junhan couldn't stop blaming himself. His grandfather had survived because he awakened a powerful ability. His parents had survived for the same reason. Even if he had never gone looking for them, they still would have made it. He thought they had every right to blame him. In his eyes, he was the man who failed to save their loved ones. Tears finally spilled down his face as he lowered his head and apologized over and over. He admitted it was his fault. His greed had delayed everything, and because of that, he had missed the chance to save the people they cared about most. Before he could sink any deeper into guilt, Dongjun quietly walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. He told Junhan to stop blaming himself and look around. Every single person standing here was alive because of him. They had food, water, electricity, safety, and a place where monsters couldn't touch them. Without Junhan, Bongho's grandmother would have died. Jihyun's remaining family would have never been found. None of them would have even learned what happened to their loved ones, let alone gain the strength to avenge them. They would have died long before reaching those places because the monsters waiting there were far beyond what they could handle. Junhan looked at him with tear-filled eyes as Dongjun struggled to keep his own voice steady. Then Dongjun quietly said that sadness wasn't something a single person created. It simply fell upon people without warning, like rain. That wasn't Junhan's burden to carry. The mistakes of this world weren't his responsibility. He didn't need to carry everyone's pain alone. It was enough that he stood there like a giant tree where everyone could stop, breathe, and find shelter for a while. Hearing those words, Junhan realized Dongjun was far stronger than he had ever given him credit for. Dongjun smiled, told him they'd be going now, and turned to leave. Junhan wanted to comfort them, yet somehow they had ended up comforting him instead. Jushu smiled and told him to keep moving forward. Jihyun quietly told him to stay strong. Bongho said that without Junhan, his grandmother would have never survived. Jujung admitted she would have died long ago without him. Yenju added that if Junhan hadn't been there, she probably would have lost herself completely. Every single one of them thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. Junhan stood there in silence, unable to understand why they kept calling him their savior. Until now, everything he had done was based on mutual benefit. They helped him, so he helped them back. That was all he believed it was. Yet Dongjun's words stayed in his mind. A big tree, one that gives people a place to rest beneath its shade. Junhan slowly thanked everyone and quietly decided to try again. His original goal had always been saving the entire country because he felt crushed under the weight of the power he possessed. It had never been a dream he truly believed he could achieve. He had simply kept leveling up, expanding territory, building outposts, and hoping something would change. Now that goal changed. Instead of obsessing over saving every single person in Korea, he would become exactly what Dongjun described, a giant tree where anyone could find safety. That was a future he could actually build. As soon as that resolve settled in his heart, the system immediately reported that Honchan's trust had increased, followed by loyalty increases from several others. Junhan realized actions always spoke louder than words. After that, he gathered Junhyuk's group and said he had a proposal for everyone present. Junhyuk told him to continue. Junhan held out his hand and asked every person there to enter into a subordination contract with him. Although surprised, they all accepted one after another. Once the final contract was complete, Ion remarked that everyone had finished. Junhan wiped the sweat from his forehead and sincerely thanked them. Making contracts with so many people at once had been exhausting, but now the preparations were finally complete. Then he turned toward Junhyuk and said it was time to discuss the real reason he had called them. During the latest territory expansion, the entire mountain behind the apartment complex had been absorbed into his territory. Junhyuk immediately recognized the place. Junhan nodded and explained that a dungeon had appeared inside that mountain. Then he looked directly at Junhyuk and entrusted him with its exploration. Junhyuk smiled without even hesitating and accepted the mission, thanking Junhan for placing his trust in him.